Hey, motherfucking yo. What up, cucks? I'm gonna get a lot of stuff set up here, but we are back to continue to rewrite the NBA script. Um, Hopefully everybody is having a wonderful Thursday, I guess. Yeah, it's still technically Thursday for a little while longer, but I just kind of wanted to open up here because this is kind of what we've gotten through so far. We started off in 1991, so the one that is highlighted right there. You can see the Bulls beat the Blazers in 6, then lost to the Blazers the next year in 7. Then we had the Rockets win. So we started off very similar to real life, honestly. If the Bulls would have beaten the Blazers, the first, I think, what is it, 3 titles would have went to the same teams. I mean, obviously the Rockets had a different path. The Bulls had a different path for all these. I don't actually. Maybe throughout we'll try and track like who the teams actually like played and stuff like that. Because I think I want to take this all the way probably until like 2030s. Like we'll continue writing this script, I guess, and then we'll kind of take a look at how this whole thing plays out compared to like real life. Because obviously, I feel like right now, the goat is up for grabs. You would have to say it's probably. I mean, whoever your opinion would be, if you take Michael Jordan out of the conversation pre LeBron Kobe era. Like, so if you are a person who thinks it's like somebody like Magic or Kareem, um, I don't know, or Will Bill Russell, whoever your opinion is. um, but I'm trying to pull up the stream here just to do it quickly. Hey yo, Puke. I got the KD and Kyrie roster all set up. I just wasn't sure. I know it was pretty late and stuff like that. We're gonna have to hop on 4 too, but fucking, I knew it was pretty late, so I didn't want to like do it at a time where you might not be able to like hang out. But I did get it all set up. I have the roster, the right roster, the draft class. It's the KD and Kyrie Nets pre Harden. So that'll be really fun. I was kind of already looking at the roster and stuff like that. That's literally the last thing I did before I loaded the save up here. But honestly, like I said, I don't know. I guess you would have to determine who your GOAT would be right now. The Bulls have made a lot of the finals, though. So that's another thing kind of going for and against in different ways, I guess, Jordan. Because now he obviously doesn't have that undefeated record. Instead of, at this time, the Bulls he would have been 5-0, and instead he's got 3 rings and he's lost in 3 finals. Yeah, never been swept, but lost in 3 different sets of finals. So he's 3-3, but he has made 6. I mean the debate's there. Just about to sleep. I saw a notification. Weekend for sure. Yes, sir. Yeah, that's why I figured like I'd leave it for a different time. Um, I'll probably ask you one of these coming days, like when might a good time be for us to just kind of like hang out, vibe out, and do it. We'll run this like GM and assistant GM. We'll fix the Nets. We'll get that Nets team a championship or multiple. I mean, that should have. I mean, things just did not go the way that they should have for that team. All right, let's get into it. Chris Webber's the reigning MVP. Hasn't signed with a team yet. I hope he has by now. Because we got to get that out of the way. He did. Okay, most of the main important people have now signed somewhere, so I can check the rosters as a whole and see kind of what every team is cooking with. Let's just start at the beginning. It's going to be so much easier. That is one thing about this is the run that I did just like by myself off stream. That I don't stay up later. That's good. Keep that going. Definitely don't sacrifice that. Did Dikembe just naturally go here? He must have. I did not trade him. Dikembe just went to Philly, I think. Unless I had something to do with that. But Dikembe and Penny with Purvis there is definitely interesting. I mean, Purvis can play power forward. I don't know if they'll have him starting. Maybe. He's 6'10". I don't know. Hopefully This doesn't like ruin his game having him start at power forward rather than start at center. I don't know if his overall just went. Yeah, it did go down. So only by one, but it did go down. But at least that'll make sure that they're in the starting lineup together. Plus, they are pretty center heavy with Duckworth there too, even though he is 33 at this point. So overall, they got this rando starting at shooting guard who's 24 years old. I don't want you to fuck anything up. So what I'm gonna do is take you down. You were an 80. You'll be like a 71, 70, because I don't want any chances of you bothering me. And then I'll just bring LaBradford Smith up to the 80 to even it out. I just would rather it be like a real player. Overall, though, interesting team. They got Del Curry, Bruce Bowen. We'll see how that Sixers team fares. We got a young Marcus Camby-led Milwaukee Bucks squad. Yo, Nick, what's going on? You and Pookie have some of the same like letters in your names now on Twitch, and fucking with the same color and the same badge. I just got fucking tripped out for a second there. How you feeling, dog? I am actually, like, I guess we've kind of already rewritten the most of the Jordan era. We're not all the way out of it yet, but this is kind of where we're at. Oh, you did join in as I'm talking about the Bucks. No, dude. I just got through the whole situation. I might actually be having some good news as far as like, but my money situation is so fucked. I wish I already fucking had it to do, but I'm gonna have to figure it out yet. But we know, trust the process. Yes, Lord. At least you got to come in on the Bucks. I mean, they have Marcus Camby, but they don't have much else going for them, this Bucks team. They have a young Steven Jackson at 19. They have a couple building blocks, but overall, Bucks are in a tough situation right now. So that's the Sixers and the Bucks. Okay, we got the Wizards. Allen Houston, who is on like his... Oh, this is... Okay. So he just left the Pacers to come here. I feel like he's got some awards. I might have to check that out. Hopefully the mic's out, because I realize I'm kind of pacing around. The mic's down there. Reggie Lewis, Grant Hill, who's now 25. They got Nick Van Exel, who I don't know if he's hurt or if he's miserable. He must be miserable because it's not coming up with a thing. This Wizards team's actually pretty good, you know. They got Nick Van Exel and Damon Stoudemire, who are both pretty young. I don't know if Van Exel's kind of like peaked because he's got a lot of years under his belt at this point. You got Allen Houston and Reggie Lewis at shooting guard. You got Grant Hill starting as small forward. You got Sharif here at power forward. What's your potential? B+, of course it is. We're going to have a chat, buddy. You can go to like a 68. And then, I don't care. Any of you. You're all real. You're 27, he was 24. I feel like it's only fair to try and help them. I don't know. He was like an 80, so you can be an 80. That evens it out a little bit. Okay. Trying to just keep it from being these fucking fake players taking over the league ever. And this is a good way to kind of keep up with. Okay, so the reigning champs, the Bulls. Not exactly the Bulls of the... I fucking don't know what happened to Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman dipped out of the league, and he's gone. But B.J. Armstrong has developed a lot in this, to be fair. So they have, like, another kind of, like, good piece. They got Marcus Liberty coming off the bench now. Do I really want the Bulls' best center to be fucking... two fake... I mean, both of their centers to just be fucking fake random people? I mean, not really. I gotta be real. I mean, if there's something I could do there, just because they are such a prominent team, like, we're likely to see them in a lot of prominent situations. And I know it's gonna take some, like, roster filler type guys, but if I could find, like, a center who's of the same thing, like, even that's just, like, real, like, these two are on very similar deals. There's not much difference. He's got a team option. He's on a 2-year contract. They're the same overall. It's just he's real. He's a real person. It's just that simple sometimes. So yeah, there's no like other difference. They got Winston Garland as the backup point. Derek Anderson's here. We've seen kind of most of the team at this point. All right, we got the Cavs, who have made some moves over the years. It looked like they were going to try and make a run at things, but it just hasn't really worked out for them. And I think now they've started to pivot in another direction, starting to grab some younger talent that's down here. But they're definitely in the early stages of maybe like a rebuilding process. I could see them unloading a contract or two here at the trade deadline, depending on how this one's going for the Cavs. Got the Celtics, so I'm definitely going to have to mess with because their best player is legit just a fake dude. Just a fake dude. I don't need to edit his name, thank you. Appreciate it for being an option. So we got to pick somebody to supplement that with, I guess. I mean, Juwan Howard's already like the second best player on the team, so maybe it wouldn't be helpful to do power forward, and we'll just make you like meh. You don't have to be awful or anything, but you don't have a new contract. It's fine. Sean Elliott's already pretty good. Charles Smith, Corey. Whereas like just the I mean, Antonio Daniels might be our best option here because he was young. They have a young Steve Nash. What's his fucking potential? 95. I don't have to mess with Steve Nash. So point guard's probably not the best spot. Boy, Juwan Howard is like the comp as far as like they are this pretty similar in everything, age, position, but he's already basically there, so that wouldn't really help the Celtics. We'll do it with Daniels. Fuck it. He's 22. I won't put him all the way up to an 84 because he's probably going to develop some. So that might actually he's going to go all the way up to an 87 at some point. So that should be all right. He'll live. All right. So they got Manute Bol, Juwan Howard, Sean Elliott, who is out for a while with a dislocated patella, but they got Charles Smith, who's a decent backup. Antonio Daniels, who's obviously going to develop a lot, and then a row of point guards who are very talented, obviously led by Stephen Nash. The Clippers, they got Chris Webber. Where was he last season? Or he spent his whole career in Dallas so far, but now the MVP is going to LA, not to play with the Lakers, to play with the Clippers, who also have Terry Mills, and Victor Alexander. Terry Mills has been here. Victor Alexander has also been here. And then they have Michael Finley. They are very loaded at the forward position and very undermanned at like center. So maybe they should make a move now that they signed Chris Webber. Probably shouldn't have your second best player, and probably shouldn't have your best three players all be power forward, then your best four players all be forwards. And Michael Finley, I guess, is back up as shooting guard, but he's a big, he's a 6'7" backup shooting, or small forward shooting guard. I mean, they got Mills on a big contract, and they got Webber for practically nothing, so if you're going to go in on some type of move here, but what would make the most sense for the team? Would it be to go after, like, a center? Probably. Who could they get at center? See, that's the thing with the Cavs, especially. Like, they have a really good center who is, like, aging, but they have him on a contract, and it's hard to get a good center in this league. Like, that's very valuable. There's not a lot of teams who can even pay that value right now. Kind of need like a second, like, ready to go star, and a team that's ready to move off of somebody. Got an old Clyde Drexler here. I don't know if that would be where they'd be wanting to look. You got Vlade and Ilgauskas on the same team. Center would obviously be the preferred position, but it's also hard to just find teams that are needing to give up like a center. I mean, we could try and maybe move Patrick Ewing. The Knicks haven't done a damn thing, and they don't have a lot of like guys that can honestly move the needle in terms of, oh well, we could just do one or two trades and then this team should be a contender. they're probably in a position to trade Ewing away at this point because he's 35 and they're very unlikely to be competitive with the roster, and they don't have a lot of players that are going to be worth a lot. It doesn't seem like so. Maybe Ewing? Maybe Ewing, we can start to kind of work on it. He's a 4-star, like, prospect, whatever you want to say. He's a 4-star guy at this point, so it's not even a situation. So they can get back Terry Mills, who does have another year on his deal, but I don't know if it's a player option or a team option. And we are the Clippers anyway, so I can take him out. It is a player option. So we obviously are going to definitely have to swing the deal because he could just leave. He could walk out on them after the season. We can throw in Tony Delk. This team's got a lot of point guard help. That gives them some kind of young Rusty LaRue. They can get Brad Miller. I feel like that would be obvious. And then a first-round pick. And a future second. And the Knicks can give up Brooklyn Knight. You can give up one of these fucking randoms. Craig Elo's on the last year of his deal, so alright. I think that's a good trade for everybody involved. The Clippers now have Chris Webber and Patrick Ewing and go from a team that I don't know how well they finished last season, but they're definitely contenders now. Probably the best teammate Ewing's ever had in his career, reigning MVP. Feel like we could probably make another move here for the Clippers and get this really going. Maybe we upgrade their point guard position if we can, and we can move off of Alexander and Grant. And we'll see how that feels. Alexander and Grant got an 81 point guard and like an 87 power forward. We would be looking for a point guard upgrade. You know? I mean, the Cavs would get a younger... Well, not... I don't know how much younger he is, but he's under contract for just as long as Muggsy, so that's an asset that they'll have. What do they got going? I mean, they are struggling at power forward. You have an old Gaddison, and then just, like, nothing at really power forward here. It wouldn't leave them with nothing at point guard either. And they still have options around them. Definitely makes them a worse team, so I feel like if they're going to do this, I feel like a first-round pick would be fair. Because Victor, I think... Let's check his contract. Especially, yeah, he's on the last year, so they're going to have to re-sign him. And then Gary Grant, it would basically be like Gary Grant for Mark Price if Victor just walked away after the season. So I feel like that's kind of fair. Do we want to go one more in depth in this? You know, I didn't. Where are they weak at? I mean, we know power forward. Other than that, this is a pretty all-around solid team. Just don't know if it's enough, especially with a glaring hole. And Gary's not young either. I'm just trying to make sure that I feel like this is fair for all parties. I don't hate it. I don't love it. I don't hate it. I mean, if you want to give up one of these power forwards just so they have another one, that's fine with me. You can get rid of fucking Gaddison. At least he's real. This Clippers team is going to probably contend. Alright, I feel like that's as cool as it's going to be for the time being. So, that makes this Clippers team very much in contention for a title. You got Chris Webber, who's a reigning MVP, Patrick Ewing, and then Mark Price as like your big three. Michael Finley will kind of fill in there with Ron Harper. And then you got like the bench guys and stuff like that. His potential is B-. I'm going to leave him. Alright. I think that's a solid team. I might even cut one of these, like, I guess I'm going to cut a cellar dweller and see if they just sign somebody a little bit more interesting. That's, like, real. But, nonetheless, alright, on to the Hawks. It's Jalen Rose as, like, the only really super redeemable thing on this team. Theo Ratliff, I guess. He made an all-star game. Mario Ellie, who's already kind of passed it. Weird team. Definitely a weird team. Lionel Simmons. Just like, for some reason, it feels like this is a team that should have, like, a lot more, like, young talent right now than they do for whatever reason. I mean, I feel like this is a team that should be picking. I mean, I guess they did just get rid of Dominique, so you get, like, they just kind of blew it up a year or two ago, so. But, like, how long has Jalen Rose been here at this point? I guess 4. So, well, this is his 4th year. So, I don't know. They've been bad for at least, like, that means a decent amount of time. They don't have much to show for it in terms of talent. Now, here's a team that has a lot to show for it in terms of what they have to offer in terms of competition. The Miami Heat. They're starting Sleepy Floyd. Got a backup in Damon Jones. They have Steve Smith and Clyde Drexler at shooting guard. Small forward is Jamal Mashburn. They have a random power forward who is legit just about to switch like everything. And then I'll show you the centers real quick. Vlade and Ilgauskas. Like, what's Ilgauskas' potential at? I'm gonna fucking bring his up some. That'll even things out a little bit for this guy because he is about to get fucked on. Potential is a 79, and we'll give Hill a little boost for now because he's just going to keep going down in overall anyway, so I don't want to screw them over too bad, but can't have any of the best players being guys like that. I'm so sorry. Ilgauskas is going to get a lot better for him anyway. Nonetheless, still a very good team, especially at the top here. Lots of wings, but you got Vlade there and Sleepy, who are definitely very talented for their positions as well. I know Ilgauskas coming off the bench. Now, we got the Charlotte Hornets with Kendall Gill, Larry Johnson, who has spent his entire career here. He's averaging 22 right now, but I guess we're only like a week or two into the season. Kendall Gill. They got Detlef, who's been here for a couple of years. AC Green. This is a team that probably... I mean, he left Charlotte, went to Atlanta, and now he's back in Steve Kerr. So take that for what you will. He likes it in Charlotte. Mark Eaton, who's here for the first time. Overall, definitely not one of the better teams, I would say. They do have a good 1-2 punch here, but I don't know how... I don't know. It's another team who just feels like they're kind of stuck because most of their talent... They don't have a lot of young talent that I have a lot of faith in developing a lot. So they might be one of them teams that might have to blow it up soon. Now, here's a team. Now, here's a guy. 18, 18, 18, 18, 18. That's a lot of 18s. 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18. Don't spend it all in one place. 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18. I don't think I can't. 18, 18. 18. 18. This team sucks. They don't suck. That's a lie. they could use some rearranging. But up. Lots of centers, lots of power forwards. We have to move Lou Edwards to shooting guard and back up small forward, and then, dude, you're 6'6". You should be able to play some small forward, shooting guard, whatever. Alright, I think that's good. Dumars will be starting Blue Edwards, Glenn Robinson, Kevin Garnett with Hot Rod as backup, and then Isaac Austin with Eric Dampier, and Marty Conlon? I don't know. But this Jazz team should be very good. Zero, I hope you're having a wonderful day. Hope all is well. Yes, Lord. Bop to the top. Wipe away your inhibitions. The Kings. Christian Laettner. Now, yeah, he spent most of his career in Orlando. Went to Miami for a year. And now he's with the Kings. Who I think they lost Alonzo, if I'm not mistaken. Alonzo Mourning. I can't 100% remember, but I think that's what happened. A. Jones, Rick Fox, who spent a lot of his time developing in Boston. Now he's just chilling in Sacramento. Not a good team, not a bad team. They're just kind of there. Mark Jackson. Like, this is a team that could definitely maybe grab like an 8 seed. They have enough talent to like win some games. Yeah, I don't know. If Young Metro don't trust you, I'm gonna shoot you. I be lurking. I appreciate you, dog. Chilling like a villain. Yes, Lord. The Knicks, I mean, definitely gonna look a lot different. No Patrick Ewing anymore. At the top, they're still a bit old. I'm gonna do them a favor here and take their best young player from being Kevin Rollins, whose potential he's already overall wise past what his potential was anyway. So I guess he can consider himself lucky that he ever made it that high in the first place. And we're just gonna bump Brad Miller up to like a solid like 79, 80. We'll give him an 80. We'll go 79 because I don't want his potential to be up too high, and I don't feel like manually just putting that one in on its own, I guess. Yeah, because they really don't have like a lot of like. Okay, Dell can go up a couple because his potential is not high anyway. And then Brevin Knight, another guy whose potential is not high. Like, he's gonna pretty much stay whatever we fucking put him at. So I might as well just help him out now. Just so that the young, I mean, because they did have a good young talent, so I might as well just try and prep it up as best as I could, because they are very, the guys at the top here are still pretty old for this team. Whatever, they're screwed at small forward. Oh, they do have a young, best bet might be to play him as small forward. So stupid how you can't edit that from there. Small forward, power forward. He's a big. He's 6'10", but at least I don't know. It might help. It might not. What do I know? The Knicks aren't winning anything this year. They weren't with Ewing anyway, though. You got the fucking Shaq and Kobe Lakers. Because if there was one thing I was gonna write in this script, it's for the fucking Lakers to still be great. Yo, Creezo, I appreciate you for the raid, dog. I don't even got my fucking thing set up. I just looked over at the laptop. It switched it, but I'll get back to the Lakers in a second. I'm gonna try and do a shout out from my fucking phone. I don't know if I remember how to do a shout out from my phone, but we're gonna find out. I appreciate you, dog. I hope you've been having a Good Thursday. My fucking head feels so out of it. Nothing's working. Alright, fuck it. I gotta get the laptop up in a second. Give me one. I appreciate you for the raid, dog. We're literally just here, like, rewriting the script. I'm going over the different rosters and stuff. Because I think this is the 97, 98. This is, like, the last year of the Bulls' second three-peat. So I didn't get all the way out of the Jordan era in the last stream. But the goal is to get out of the Jordan era and do a lot of the Shaq and Kobe era. Magic still hasn't retired. Kobe's already up to a 90 at 19 years old. James Worthy hasn't retired. I gotta do something about this fucking random because he's gonna fuck up the league. As they always do. Okay. So, Lucas, you go down. See, I'll do it for the Lakers too, so there's no bias here. I just gotta find somebody who's like of a similar. You know what? If it's gonna be these older dudes, it's not my fault you ain't got nobody. You know what? Gary Trent. Shout out to Gary Trent Jr. He can get a little boost. It's not gonna be the best thing in the world for the Lakers because he's a center. But they got Shaq and Kobe. They shouldn't really even need that much help, to be honest. Alright, I need this laptop to turn on because it's giving me problems. And I'll give like a small boost there since, I don't know. A lot of these players other than Shaq and Kobe are pretty fucking old, especially the decent ones. So maybe it will help to have Gary Trent around for a little while. But they're good other than that. I'm making adjustments at this point because I'm letting them kind of do their thing and then adjusting, making big trades here or there where I feel like it might be necessary. If a team like should blow it up. Right now, Jordan is he has been in 6 championships, but he's 3-3 rather than being 6-0. He also obviously didn't retire for those 2 years. He's missed 1 finals the entire time we've been going. So I think this is going to be year 8. So we'll see if the Bulls make it back again. Magic team is okay. Not really good enough to win anything. Another team, maybe it's time to unload. They do have a young asset or two. I mean, not really much going for them in terms of young talent other than Stojakovic, but this is not a team that's built for much success. So I could see the Magic blowing things up after this season. You got the Mavs, who I think have won a title. I believe they've won a title because Chris Webber was drafted here. He literally just left in the offseason. And now they are looking like a whole different team with just Mitch Richmond, honestly. We'll have to see how it goes. Still a team with some talent around, but it's going to be interesting. I don't think the Mavericks are going to be making a lot of noise. You got the Nets, who still have Kenny Anderson. How long has he been there? A long while. And then Derek Coleman. Dan's been there for a few years now. They got Nick Anderson, who's been there for a little while. This is another team. They do have Jermaine O'Neal, who's trying to develop to be like that big man presence for them. Right now, he's still 78 at 19. I don't even know what his development will lead him to, but we'll have to see as that goes on. The Nuggets, Terrell Brandon, Stephon Marbury, and Tim Duncan, who are going to progress together. They have a young Antoine Walker, Tim Duncan, and Stephon Marbury, like, core of young guys, and I think that's just great for them. They also have guys like Fred Hoiberg, Anthony Parker. But yeah, right now led by Terrell Brandon, but the peak of this team is in a couple years to come. Can't wait to see that Nuggets team develop. So we switched all of Karl Malone's stats, so he was a bum, and we gave it to somebody like John Sally. So hopefully John Sally, good guy in real life, because we just kind of randomly picked another power forward who's around the same age, who wasn't very good in, like, real life. But he hasn't done a whole lot of impacting other than, like, being just a solid player. I don't even know if he's had any awards or anything like that. Oh, he did win the NBA title twice. But that was before. He was an NBA champion before we even did anything. He's made four. Okay, he's a 4-time All-Star, 2-time first team All Defense, second team. So he's basically just a Karl Malone replacement. So that there is somebody who was like around that same rating and stuff like that. Haven't really done much. They got a young Joe Smith, an old Terry Porter, lots of Smiths. Not really a lot going for them. They have some young guys down here who maybe can develop into something, but some weird rosters. Like, just some of these teams seem very confused. I'm not saying you have to have a fully young or fully old core for it to like really work, but I don't know. Eric Snow, who is up to an 82, has a broken left ankle right now currently. He has surpassed Isaiah Thomas in terms of overall now, so he will be the starting point guard once he is healthy. They got a young Jerry Stackhouse, a young Eric Snow, Isaiah Thomas still here to come off the bench with Hubert Davis, who's only 27. They're really lacking at small forward, but honestly, I can make either Stackhouse or Hubert play small forward. I might move Stackhouse just full time to small forward. He's 6'6". He can play the position. They got Kurt Thomas, who's only 25. This guy is 25, but what's his potential? It's just a B. I'm not gonna. And then Richard Dumas is an A. So even if he did stay here, he'd be buried. If he went somewhere else, he's not gonna get much better than that. It's fine. And then they got Mirasan, Ben Wallace, and Eldon Campbell. So maybe this is a team. I feel like this is one of the first teams where even just, I feel like a trade would make sense. They don't need 3 starting caliber centers. But do they start? I mean, you should probably go with the older guy in this situation for this roster, especially if he's the lowest. Now let's just find a team who could use a center. Like, look at these Wizards, bro. Look at these Wizards. I mean, we could use a small forward. Not worth it. So we're gonna move forward to another team. We're gonna try and find somebody who's got a small forward. Is there 2 Robert Horrys? Who the fuck? No. The Sixers have, like, what, Del Curry now? I think they had Robert Horry for a while. This is not the best screen to see that on, but you get what I'm saying. I was right. He did play in Philly for a while. In that case, I feel like Robert Horry might be a good option to try and get here. Big shot Bob. But do they have a center need, I guess? That's the other question. They do. So this is probably a perfect trade for both sides. What's the difference in money? Less than $1 million. About 600K will do. Fucking 600K would do a lot. I was just being extra and I put my hand up, but I kind of fucked something up. It's fine. Eddie Robinson. Maybe fuck it. Oh, they have T-Mac. We haven't gotten to the Suns yet. Who don't they really have? They have fucking a lot of point guards. Unfortunately, this is not a team that needs point guard. It really just needs center. I gotta give them somebody cheap. At least you're real. Fuck it. I feel like that helps out both teams. The center's on a 3-year deal. I mean, unless he completely, like, just tanks, at least they should be able to start him for a little while. Could argue that maybe they'd want one of the other 2 centers, but I don't think the Pistons would give up Ben Wallace, and he's on a 1-year deal, so I don't think Mirasan would be. He is younger, but they could very well lose him very quickly. So Robert Horry ends up here, which I think really does even out this roster to make them quite formidable, especially once Eric Snow is back healthy. The Houston Rockets, who are already messed up with some injuries, one of the oldest teams in the league, probably a team that will be a trade candidate, or a team that will be most likely exploring. I just don't see them making it back to that point. I might even start the process of this because, I mean, Hakeem's going to be out for 4 to 6 weeks. Kenny Smith's going to be out for almost a month. You got Vernon Maxwell as, like, really the best player right now. Their young talent is Mark Jackson. I mean, I think maybe a team out here looking for some shooting guard help would definitely be interested. I mean, like the Jazz. Would they be willing to give up like a young player if they really have somebody who fits the description? Like they have Eric Dampier. I don't know though. He's like the same age. You know what? Maybe they aren't the right. I mean, the Magic are just confusing as all hell, to be quite honest with you. I don't really know what to think of the Magic. But they also, I remember, one thing I do remember is they do not have a lot of young talent. The Pacers could definitely use an upgrade at shooting guard. Would they be willing to give up Bobby Jackson? I mean, I know they would be because I'm doing all this. But so Bobby Jackson, Andy over here, and I don't feel like Vernon's worth a first round pick at this stage. This might. I mean, it's not a big dip in overall since they're getting Andy back, so I don't feel as bad about it. Like, he's averaging 11 points. He's not playing very well right now. Bobby doesn't really play, and Andy's not really playing well. None of them are really, like, it's just, I feel like this would help everybody involved. Nobody's doing well. It gives the Rockets, more than anything, just, like, another, like, young piece. Honestly, I think Bimbo Coles could probably go to a team that's a little bit more point guard needy right now, like the fucking Grizzlies. I mean, you can argue that they would just start Billups, which they're gonna have to anyway, because they don't have shit to give up. Their first round picks are too worth it, I guess. I don't know how else to say it. They're too expensive. They'd be too good. Oh, this confused ass Hawks team. Here a team I might go back to because Jalen Rose, I feel like they're gonna have to make some pushes to make that a better situation there. But right now, all we're worried about is unloading Coles because the other guys on the Rockets are injured anyway. It should be to a team that's at least expecting to do pretty well this season, because why else would you trade for a guy? I mean, the Pacers or whatever, that's not going to be. The Raptors, maybe? I mean, Isley's on the last year. His thing, I don't know how much more they have to offer than like the Grizzlies do, though. They have a young Keith. Like, they're not going to want to get rid of these young pieces either. Although, you could argue this team probably be a little bit better. I mean, but they don't really have just a lot to even give up, honestly. Other than their, like, foundational pieces here. They have, like, 3 decent players. Roster's awful. They might have one of the worst rosters I've seen. Alright, oh, I could have just kept going. Duh. Point guards. You're just going to start going backwards. I mean, the Warriors could use a better backup point guard. But do they have anything worthwhile to talk to the Rockets about? They have fucking 50 power forwards compared to everywhere else. Jose Rivera, you look real. I don't know. Ray Felder, you don't at all. I don't know. It's a backup point guard at this point. I feel like I'm overthinking it. The Timberwolves, maybe? They're definitely a team that could, make some noise, but, like, again, another team that doesn't have, like, anybody interesting depth-wise. I mean, maybe you could say, like, Kevin Willis. What does that do? What does that do for anybody involved? What does that do for anybody involved? Where the fuck did Shaq... Oh, right, Shaq left. I forgot. The Timberwolves might actually go the opposite direction at this point, because what's the use? Unless, I mean, you could argue that they could make a different... They can go in a different direction. Like I said, I don't think Vernon Maxwell or Toulson is going to be the big difference. But you can also argue that this Timberwolves team is a center away from being a championship team. And yet still. I mean, I guess LaFonso just got there. Kevin Willis has been their guy. And he was shooting 43% last year. But he was grabbing 10 boards a game. But I think that was pre-Shaq leaving. I don't know. He hasn't been there very long. I think because this season's just started. Oh, so that's not like the ideal spot either. Because I actually don't know how good they're going to be. I mean, Jacques Vaughn, like... they have a young point guard. But we just got a young point guard for this team. I'm trying to get them something else. I'm trying to help the Rockets out, honestly, long term more than anything with this. Because they could use some assets going in the future. Fuck it. We'll see how good or bad the Rockets are, or maybe. Because right now, obviously, they got a lot of their best players banged up. Dave Robinson, Jason Kidd, the Spurs, in theory, should be pushing for a title contention. So maybe this is a team they look to try and make like a big move here. What can they really do? You got a decent backup point guard, shooting guard position. Not a lot of like extra when it comes to like the fat on the team. They just kind of have a solid starting rotation. And then some fake backups who are solid, but like nobody who's like real. And I really don't like using a bunch of them in like the packages. How many teams do we have left? The Rockets, the Spurs, the Suns, Vin Baker, who is left Atlanta. He's playing with the Suns now. He's got Latrell Sprewell, Isaiah Ryder, Kevin Johnson, Eldon Campbell, who we just moved here to be the center, Adam Keefe, Eric Strickland, a young T-Mac, young Tracy McGrady, who they have listed as shooting guard, point guard, which I find interesting. Yeah, and you can see kind of the rest. No, I'm not going to touch them right now. You got the Supersonics, who this guy, I swear I've nerfed him, but I guess... he was up to an 89, though, so... I guess Ricky Pierce is going to have to go up to an 89. And Corey's going to drop all the way down. And I'm going to have to try and just supplement some of that somewhere else. I'll just make Jacques Vaughn better, I guess. 77, and then... all these other guys are pretty old. I don't know. We'll give Jerome a boost since he's like the start. I don't even remember what the position for the guy was that we nerfed. Oh, he was a shooting guard. Oh, whatever. I think it'll work out. They'll be alright. The Timberwolves, we kind of just talked about them. They still have a really good roster. They just don't have a center at this point. So is this a team that sells out for a center? And then the Blazers. Alonzo Mourning, he spent a year in Houston with fucking Hakeem, I guess. And then now he's in Portland. Sure. That's weird. I didn't even notice he was in Houston. John Starks, who's kind of bounced around the league. Golden State, New York, the Clippers, then Minnesota. the Pacers, the Celtics, and now this is the second year with the Blazers. They got Michael Williams, Starks, and Alonzo as their best three, but they've had Daniel Marshall. That was one of the key pieces in the Clyde Drexler trade. He's really developed. He's not playing well right now, but they will definitely be looking, I think, to probably utilize a lot of their assets to maybe make a push here. After bringing in Alonzo, who's just on another one-year deal, I'm sure he's fucking ecstatic about that. So he could be on another team next year. So we'll have to see how they're doing. If they want to sell out and try and get a title. He got Hardaway, Billy Owens, Chris Mullin, Sean Bradley. This Warriors team is very talented, but they do not have a big window. I mean, Otis Thorpe is like the youngest one. Not a very deep team, and not a lot of like super young talent, but we'll see how it progresses for them. Kind of already seen the Raptors. I mean, it's McDyess, Ray Allen, and Keith Van Horn, and then everything else pretty much. The Grizzlies are starting to come along though. Honestly, they have AI, who's in his second year, coming off of a Rookie of the Year season, where he put up 21-5 with 2 steals. Bryant Reeves is in his third year. He's been good for 13 and 8 with almost 5 assists a night, which is pretty good for a center. It's not Jokic, but fucking, it's something. Byron Russell, who was really like a Houston project. I'm really surprised that they just let him go like that anyway. He's in. Oh no, they didn't let him go. I think he was actually in the expansion draft, most likely. So we'll see how it progresses for them as far as all that goes. And then they got a young Chauncey Billups, who is in his rookie season. So they got rookie Chauncey Billups next to AI now. This is a team to watch out for the next couple of years, because I feel like they'll have a good young core of at least Billups, Reeves, and Iverson. And then we'll see what they do around them. And that brings us all the way back to the Sixers. So, are the Sixers the team we want to watch? Who do we want to watch how good or bad they do this year? At least as we're getting through. I'll tell you what, the Celtics could use some star power. I'm looking at it. The Clippers are probably the team I want to look at. If I'm thinking about it, this is like the most interesting team right now. And then I feel like we'll make more moves as we go through. But yeah, I want to see how the Patrick Ewing, Chris Webber, and Mark Price Clippers do as we progress through the season. Because honestly, I'd assume that this will be a top 3 team in the West. If not, like a 1 or 2 seed. It's going to be tough. They got to compete with the Lakers, who did beat them pretty badly up there. They're down to the 5 right now. Kind of teetering in that. I don't know. Oh, just like that. They're up to first. Trade deadlines today. Yes, we have to. So, this is the 97-98 season. This is the last of the Bulls wins. Blah, 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 blah. Let's just go to the stats and standings. So the Lakers are the best team in the West right now. The Clippers have 3 more wins than that's just wrong. Why are the I'm confused. I'm very confused. Why are the Jazz second in the conference when they're so much worse than some? Like, I get there's divisions, but isn't there 3 divisions at this point, or are we still in 2 divisions? And are they really the best of that division? I'm confused. Because their win percentage is below the Clippers and the Trailblazers, but they might all be in the same division, I guess? I don't know. I think that's how that works. Clinch division, yeah. So there must be like a thing. Like, they don't have like the best record. I don't know. Very confusing. Very confusing. So you got, who are the teams at the bottom here? The Mavericks are actually the worst team. Yeah, some of these teams are gonna have to start thinking about their future. Who's pretty much like completely out of it though? I mean, you would assume if you're in this range, kind of have to be like a team that's going to go 50-50. They're 10 games back of 500. The Rockets are at least. I mean, the Grizzlies are just rebuilding until they're just decent. In the East, it is the Magic who are the worst team. I don't even think I did anything to the Magic to make them particularly bad. There's teams that I'll actively I'll be like, okay, it's time for this team to start like their rebuild or whatever, and I'll kind of have them make trades. Like the Cavs. The Cavs are definitely a team. I don't blame them for being a little I didn't expect them to be this bad. Who's out? Nobody really. I didn't expect them to be this bad, but I definitely did think they could use a push towards that. The Raptors, there's nothing I could do for them, and it looks like all their best players are hurt. Ray Allen is hurt, I'm assuming. I don't know. I hate how it won't just pop up on the thing. But whatever. Him and Keith Van Horn, I'm assuming they're both hurt. So it's really just McDyess right now. That team has nothing going for it. Sean Elliott did just come back from injury. I don't know how many games he's even played in. He's played in 13 games this season, and his plus minus is 65. So I'd assume that the Celtics are going to get a little bit better. Actually, they're 2-8 in their last 10, so maybe not. Maybe they're just also screwed. To be fair, Manute Bull is also out. How many games has Manute missed this season? Not many, so we can't really put it on that. What's his plus minus like? Or what's I know there's advanced stats. Where's the estimated wins at? It's not great. It's not great. Pretty average. Going through just to kind of see who's a positive for this team. Not Charles Smith, who was the guy subbing in. When they did have their injury. Juwan Howard about 4. Sean at 3, but he's only played in 13 games. He was at 6 last year. Antonio Daniels and Steve Nash probably going to have the highest rate out of everybody. Alright. I don't know what... Some of these teams are obviously going to make some... I'm just trying to memorize. See, now the Knicks I thought would be one of the worst teams. Definitely thought we would see the Knicks. And Scott Skiles is hurt right now. I definitely thought we would see the Knicks more towards the bottom. I'm really surprised. Because I really don't think I messed with the Magic much at all. And they have 9 wins on the season so far. The Bulls, I didn't even notice. The Bulls right now are out of the playoffs. They are definitely going... I mean, Pippen's hurt. I wonder how long that's been going on for. Estimated wins average is about 10. Just to note. 29 games. Whoa, he did not play much last year either. He only played in 39 games last season, so Pippen's had a couple of years now where he's been banged up. Alright, we'll have to keep an eye on that. But the thing is now, they are lacking the depth. You're starting pretty much... I mean, yeah, the Bulls are definitely going to be a team that needs to chat with some of the cellar dwellers if they want to make a push. The Atlanta... What? What? Huh? I could have been here all day, and if I would, what? That blows my mind. Of all the teams I did not expect to see at the top of their fucking conference, the Hawks had to be, top 3 teams. I would have never expected to see this high up. They are just so, okay. They are just so okay. Other than Jalen Rose. That is insanity to me. Okay. I don't even know if I should mess with them. I might let them rock. They're doing great. They don't need me. The Heat are a team I would have expected to be up here. I don't even know if I need to mess with the Heat. They look like they should be at the top contending. Sixers, I'm not surprised at all. They have 3 guys right there at that 90 range, and then a lot of good contributing factors around them. not surprised. Pistons, not surprised. Very deep team, very good. Fire uniforms, like 10 out of 10. Nets, they're always doing solid. They're not gonna miss. I don't think they're not likely to miss a postseason unless they have like some big injuries. The Wizards with Grant Hill, I guess this is like not too surprising. They actually have a lot of talent. The Hornets, yeah, this seems about their range, just like right there, 7-8. The Bucks, I guess Marcus Camby's making a big difference for them. Good for them. Good for the Bucks. They are in it. They are in it right now. The Bulls, man, shocker. And then the Pacers. What's going on with the Pacers? John Sally, dude. I might make a John Sally trade here and see if he has any impact on the league at all. Do we pair up the guy that we like? Okay. The Clippers are a team that's like, have you done enough? I feel like maybe I should just go to the selling teams. The teams that really are going to be like SOL more than anything else. The Bucks are not one of those teams. I'll come back to I don't really think they should do much either which way. I think they should just kind of stand pat. There's really not a contract here where I'm like they should absolutely try and like trade this guy. Just let it rock. Camby's gonna keep getting better. They have Steven Jackson who's 19, and a lot of these guys that are here are gonna be back next year. They might be a little worse next year, but they're here. The Wizards they're decent, right? Yeah, so I'm only gonna go to the one team I'm gonna make sure like I'm gonna go out of my way now to just get this done because they know they gotta make a big move. They know they gotta do something. They need like a power forward or a center. So we're gonna go to the teams that are really struggling. I don't even remember where the Blazers were, but they only have one healthy power forward. The Rockets are bad. What is a 35-year-old Hakeem worth to you? He's played 14 years, all in Houston. He's got a no trade clause, so Hakeem can't leave. So basically, this Houston team has to try. They can't even not try. So I'm gonna have to fuck with them too, because they have to try. They might even be totally out of it for this year specifically, but Hakeem's not going anywhere until he decides to retire, so they have to try. I don't think it's ever going to be a thing. I mean, they can't deal with the Pistons. They just wouldn't deal with the Pistons. I really might do the John Sally thing. He's on the last year of his deal. He has no option. What's the difference here? Only 500K of a difference. I mean, who is this? Derek Anderson. We'll give him a young piece. And two of these guys have multiple year contracts. It's a first round pick. He's likely to walk in the offseason for nothing. And then just fucking send them Travis. He's on a 1 year deal and he's real. Okay. So that pairs up the guy that we stole all of Karl Malone's powers from and puts it with John Sally. Oh, thank you for the I don't know what that was, Zero, but I appreciate you for removing it from my site. Pippen will be back in 1 to 2 weeks. They still got BJ. I mean, it's on you at this point, MJ. I gave you a great power forward. He's probably rated better than what they might have Rodman at this point. The Cavs, it's time. It's time. You might as well go all in, baby, on selling. Petrovic's not getting any better. I'm sure there's a competing team out here who would absolutely die to have a to have a talented shooting guard, and they'll take a young piece back in return. But the key is a competing team. I mean, the Hawks, but how's Lionel doing? See, I'm like afraid to fuck with the Hawks now because it's like I might just want them to like rock. They're doing great. They're doing fine without me fucking with anything, to be quite honest with you. So why am I gonna like hop in there? I mean, the Timberwolves maybe, but what do they have to give? Nobody real except for Hot Rod, who I don't think the Cavs are looking to get right back. Oh, new interesting idea though. Instead of Petrovic, what if they give up Daughtery? This would make the Jazz very dangerous. Although Katie's out, he's got a broken ankle though. He'll be back in a few weeks, and they're the 2 seed right now, so they might fall a little bit. But if you get a guy like Daughtery in there, they'll give up Sam Cassell as well. They're not really getting a player back right now of like the same kind of level though, which is what worries me. Just throw him a couple first round picks. I feel like that's fair. Oh, I don't know why Sam has a fucking no trade clause as a fucking 78 backup. I don't know who gave him a no trade, but fuck it. Tell me that it won't make it work. How much is Sam getting paid? What the fuck? Oh, he's getting paid a good amount too. Why is he getting paid that much? He was making this whole thing work. They might actually have to take back Hot Rod. Unless Marty fills it up enough, the Jazz would acquire 4.9, $4 million more than allowed. How is that much? Right. Sam. He got no trade clause, so that's not gonna work. So we gotta try Hot Rod 2 and then get back like the cheapest player possible. Alright, whatever. Who the fuck? Why do they fuck? I hate this. It's so annoying. Stop giving these random fucking buns like no trade clause. Let's go, Bash. I wish I could play with you. Pause. Hold on. That's not what I mean. I wish I could play WWE 2K as well, like alongside you. Jesus. Anyway, fucking this team, bro. Stop giving out no trade clauses to just random people. Like literally, a 30-year-old and a 28-year-old. Like, who? What the fuck are we doing here? Fuck it, Isaac, you gotta go. Sure. Okay. Now the Cavs could probably trade Petrovic too, because at this point it's just like wave the white flag. Wave the white flag on pretty much anybody who you don't think is going to be here for the long run. They don't have to trade Petrovic right now, but his trade value is never going to be higher. He's going to just keep getting worse because he's 33, and you don't want to risk him fucking retiring on you either. So I really think they should just probably get on with it. Like I said, the Rockets are one of them teams, man. You ain't got much option. You have to try and compete for a title. Like, pretty much every year until Hakeem retires. Because you're not going to be bad enough to, like, be bad. If that makes sense. Fuck it. You're really just swapping one situation for another. Has Muggsy been in Houston before? Did he play in Houston in real life at one point? I feel like he might have. I can't tell you off the top of my head. They get 2 more years on both of these deals. We're going to keep this trade going. It's getting more in depth as we go along. I guess they can give up this random and a 2nd round pick. Is that worth it? Is that enough? He's on a 3-year deal. definitely the best part of the trade. But they are also getting an upgrade, a point guard, shooting. Yeah, but like, okay, yeah, no, I feel like there's not enough happening here. The Rockets, you just got to give up the first round. Oh, actually, they can't give up a first round pick. They're actually too bad to give up their first round pick. Those gotta go for like a scrub. Scrub it up, dub. Well, not a scrub. You get what I'm saying. I'm trying to be nice. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to do that 1 or 2 more times. Might be thinning out this bench a little bit, to be quite honest with you. I think that might be as much as I can really do. I can give them like a couple. I'll give them the second rounders for the next couple of years. Cavs ain't going nowhere either which way. And honestly, this just helps them regardless because it's going to help them with their pick. So now if they can get rid of Victor Alexander and just move Isaac Austin to another destination, it was really just to make the trade work. I mean, the Wizards are a decent team. Am I right or wrong about that? They are one of the better teams. I don't know if they want Nick Van Exel because he could just walk. Wizards are definitely an option. The Wolves are definitely an option. Do they have anybody young that's like worth the Cavs talking to them though? Not really. Not really. They can give them first round picks, but a future second, and then they give up Willis, who's almost on the same thing there. He's not as good as Alexander, and then Carlos Rogers. What's the difference here? $2 million in cap. Ogman's getting paid $4 million. That's literally where most of the cap is going, towards these top guys. And they can do some sort of I don't know how good this team is, to be quite honest. They're going to lose LaFonso Ellis after this year anyway, so maybe they just trade him. Just put both teams in like a pickle, though, because he's not getting paid a lot. 1.5 more than allowed. Awesome. Yeah, they're not really going to be able to make it work. Maybe they can do like half of this trade. Timberwolves will get $1 million more. That feels fair. Does give them a slight upgrade. Okay, as for the Cavs, you got Austin and now Kevin Willis, so I'm not really too worried about his expiring deal. He might even retire after this year. Isaac Austin, though, I feel like could still be a good trade piece for this team. They gotta know that. So maybe they can do Greg Anderson. Okay, what's the problem here? 1.4 more than allowed. Not a lot of guys with bad contracts on this team. What's the problem now? Of course. You know what? You're a young asset. And a couple second rounders. I don't think it's. I'm getting them extra assets though. Damn it, Cavs. I'm doing what I can for you. Now they don't have a bunch of expiring deals. They have a couple young guys, especially at center. Most of their centers of them will Purdue. Well, all of their centers of them will Purdue 22 years old. obviously, hopefully they can parlay that to some other things. But they have, other than that, importantly, they have a bunch of contracts that aren't going to expire after this year. Which, while we're at it, what's the difference? 1.2 million. Hey, that motherfucker's miserable. What the fuck? I mean, fuck it. If he's gonna be miserable anyway, you might as well just fucking ship him off. Okay, Cavs should be pretty bad for the rest of the year. Good luck to them. I kind of want to see this coaching lineup now. Got Coles, Gary Grant, Brett Barry, Kevin Willis, and Eric Dampier. And then you see kind of what their rotation should be a little deeper. You're not that good of a team. Let's relax. I don't know if that helped at all. I don't think that changed the thing. I'm going to switch it back because I really don't think that changed anything anyway. Okay. So that gets them taken care of. The Celtics are another team in a weird place where they might be better off just trying to get through. This is honestly the most value they'd ever be able to get for Sean Elliott. And he is just on a completely different timeline than the other guys that they have here. And they're going to have to pay Juwan Howard after this year. They definitely don't need 2 point guards the same, who do like the same shit. So I'm going to trade Murdoch with Sean Elliott. And we are going to find a competing team that could really use the services of a guy like this. It is the Celtics. Probably going to be thinking about teams in the West. The Mavs are the worst team, so they're kind of out of that discussion right now. Raptors are just going through it. I don't even know how they have any wins. The Rockets. Oh, the Rockets and their red glare. Do they have anything like worth that kind of value? Probably not, to be quite honest. That's the other thing. Somebody has to have stuff that's like at least somewhat worth it in the trade. Especially because he's got 2 years on his deal, not just 1. So you figure it's gonna have to be a like decent player for decent, like at minimum with like a pick or 2 or something. It's not gonna happen with the fucking Lakers, I'll tell you that much. The Magic, I mean, they're just so bad. Like, what does it even matter? What could you possibly do? What could you possibly do? Mitch Richmond could be another guy to get traded, honestly. So we could have a couple big, like, wing players on the move. But it also has to be to a team that's, like, ready to go for it right now. Not, like, I don't know. I mean, the Spurs, maybe? They can give up Corliss, who's young, has another year on his team option. That would be a big get back for them. They have some of these young random guys who are just on like multi-year deals. Spurs, $5 million more than allowed. Who are they paying? Rogers, Willie Anderson, who's just like a nobody at this point. Like in the reference of this, that's nothing. And then, is that enough? Lottery protected pick from the Spurs. I feel like that's fair. If it's not in the lottery, it's not going to be very worth much anyway. Okay, so the Celtics now don't have to worry about that. I can worry about paying Juwan Howard after this year, spreading the money how they need to if they need to get rid of some money to extend him. I can check the contract extensions. I don't often, I don't think I've ever really done this, but we'll check to see if we can try. I mean, it says he's not eligible for one. And you can only sign the extensions during the, okay. Cool, good to know. So I think that's cool for them. The Clippers, I mean, I feel like there's not much needed to be done here. This team is kind of where they're at. You got the Hawks, who I'm not going to touch. I'm going to leave the Hawks. They're seeming to do just quite fine without me, so I really don't want to fuck with whatever they got going on and then feel bad later that I messed with them too much. I'm probably going to do the same thing with the Heat because I kind of like the team that's been built here over the last few years. I don't feel the need to do something drastic because they're doing well. I feel like this team, you got to know that you don't have. I just don't know. You gotta know. Do they go after somebody decent here? Where are the bad teams at? I mean, the Cavs, is there anybody else older on the Celtics who would be worth anything to you? Like a Charles Smith, would he be worth anything to a team like the Hornets? Probably not. The Grizzlies don't have shit. The Hawks are too good. The Heat are too good. The Jazz are probably in that same breath too good. I don't even remember what's going on with the Kings, to be honest. They're kind of just doing their thing. They don't have a lot of guys on multi-year contracts either, so not much to be done there. The Knicks, I mean, Terry Mills, how has he been playing for them? 12-7. He's on a player option. Maybe they just feel like they got the asset and they can move forward now. And they can throw in this random with them. I feel like this is not bad. Maybe like one more guy on like a decent deal or whatever. You can get Samiki. I don't even know if I'm saying that right. Just get rid of another guy in a 1 year. Throw in your second round pick. So one part of the Ewing deal has already been moved again, but there was always that possibility that Terry Mills would bail after the year anyway. This honestly solidifies this team a little bit more. You got Steve Kerr, Kendall Gill, Larry with Detlef coming off the bench as his backup, Terry, and all of these guys can play power forward, so I'm not worried about the lack of power forwards. And then Mark Ian, center. Not one of the best, but they definitely have a chance, at least with the amount of talent they have. The Kings, I really just don't remember anything about. I might actually have to, they're 9th. They're just out of there, and they're not going to catch up to some of these teams that are absolutely, tanked. So they're in a tough position. So they kind of just have to go for it. And they're a really, solid team overall. I don't know. I mean, they could expect Leitner to be gone after the year, you could say. I mean, maybe they just want to cut their losses. A lot of their best players here could just walk for nothing after this season. So maybe a forward, kind of duo trade here. Awesome. Chuck Person. Steven Jackson probably too valuable. Spud Webb, and a Bucks first round pick for 2 guys on expiring contracts, mind you. So, all right, made a move for the Bucks. And because the Kings are in the 9th seed, they have a bunch of expiring contracts. At least now Person will be here for like another year, and they got, I mean, stuff, I guess. I don't know. Spud Webb's not going to be here very long either. Maybe we just fucking send Spud somewhere else. I mean, the Grizzlies could use like a second round picks ain't worth shit, but for the memes of it, I guess. Okay, so that at least kind of makes that feel a little bit more evened out. I mean, in theory, they should definitely try and re-sign Calvert. Definitely get rid of this guy. You want to clear up that space to have. Fuck it, about to send him to the Warriors. You're also a nobody. 1.5. Boom. Danny Manning, sure. To make the money work. Then you could have the center on the last year of his deal. And a couple seconds, not this year, so maybe they can actually be used in some kind of other trade. Okay, the Kings are just becoming sellers at this point. Mainly due to the fact that a lot of their contracts are expiring and they're just not a good place to get back. The Knicks, you gotta be bad, right? You're not even as bad as you should be. Maybe you should be trying to be worse. To be fair, I think we actually did already accomplish that as well. Alright. Yeah, I don't think there's much to do here at the Knicks. They're trying to be bad. The Lakers, you are the #1 team, and your top guys are all pretty much solidified because they're just the Laker legends. Best I could do for you is maybe this Ronnie Seakley thing, because you have too many centers. Who's point guarding this team? Oh no, it's Magic obviously, but Randy Brown is hurt. Could probably use a real option at power forward. Doesn't even have to be like somebody crazy. Fucking the Hawks are stacked at that position. You know, honestly, what if we just do one more swing for Manning? Good perimeter defense, good playmaking. They're all on even playing fields. It would just kind of be a swap at this point, and that would kind of help the Kings because they could use another center. This actually, after all this, the Kings might actually still be in a decent place to make a run here because they're not a bad team. I think they should just do that swap though. I don't think there's anything else that really needs to go into it other than that. I think that's mutually beneficial there. I think that's probably all I'll do for the Lakers because, like I said, I don't really want to trade Magic or fucking James Worthy. Maybe Gary Trent or something. He's gonna be on the team next year either which way because he's got a team option. Oh, this fucking disaster. Alright, the Magic. Literally the worst team in the NBA currently. Hershey Hawkins, like, I don't know if it's him. He doesn't, like, come up bad on the stat sheets. But, like, I've never seen this man play for a successful team. I don't know. Hershey and Jim Jackson, who's likely to walk. They can go together somewhere where they can be the new, like, pairing. It's going to be to a team that could use that kind of help, though. So we're talking about a point guard and a shooting guard who are both pretty decent at what they do. But but they're also in the last year of their deal. So in theory, we're looking for a team that's good this year, that's light at those positions compared to other positions, and would, in theory, benefit from a deal that they can make out of this, even if it's just renting two talented players like that. And you got the Suns, who can move on from Kevin John. The Suns aren't great, though. The Suns aren't very good at all. I will say, a lot of the good teams, shockingly enough, have some solid point guards and shooting guards. I mean, we can get into, like, the Wizards, I guess? I don't fucking know. They might not want to mess with that, like, flow state that they got going on. I feel like maybe the Hornets, maybe they trade Steve Kerr. Yeah, so maybe the Hornets get involved. We find another team who would like a guy like Steve Kerr around. Could, in theory, just send him to the Bulls if we really want to. Could send him anywhere where, like, they could be in need of, like, a good, solid backup point guard. Like, they're gonna make a playoff run, though. Could back up Stockton in Minnesota. I might just send him to go be with the Bulls, at least. I don't know. They're just in this to get Steve Kerr. The Hornets are going to get Hershey Hawkins and Jim Jackson. They got it, obviously. So right now, the Magic are just getting Elliot Perry. They obviously need more than that. So Detlef is going to make his way. Oh, he's actually a lot more valuable to the Bulls. So maybe what we can do is then make the Bulls give up a first-round pick if they can. They can't. They can't. They're gonna send them to the Magic. Oh, 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 it's magic. You know. Never believe it's not so. And then they'll move on from. These guys are on like long-term deals. I mean, Larry Stewart's in theory a little bit better than it's showing there. Magic kind of value him. Young guy. First round pick this year. Nope, they can't trade it. You're getting lots of second round picks, Magic. I don't know what to tell you. They're both on 1-year deals anyway. Alright, so Hornets need to come up off of $4 million. They actually might not be an easy team to make this happen with, because their top guys are making a lot of money. Okay, so that works for them. Magic have too many players. Did I put the Hornets over the Cat? I can't tell. Magic still have too many players though. And now the Bulls are 4 million over. Hey. And they don't really have just 4 million laying around. I thought they might have to get rid of Liberty. And honestly, with the Magic, that works. So instead of, I guess, Elliott. Now, why doesn't it work? 500K too much. It could just be anybody for real. Oh, does that make it work for everybody? Nope. None of it does. And now the Hornets would require 2.2 million too much. Ah! Now the Magic would have too many players. Are you really worth anything? Hornets would require 2.2 million too much. You're the cheapest motherfucker here. Well, now the Bulls would have too much. Okay. This is going to be a little tougher than... Okay, what if I switch this to the Hornets? And now the Hornets have too much. So either which way, they're just... How many? 290. So if I just... Okay. We're there. We're almost there. I'm just going to throw James Robinson in here. Throw him to the Magic. So again, a couple of decent players and some second-round picks. The Bulls are giving up a few decent players and second-round picks, but they're also getting back Detlef Schrempf and Steve Kerr, and then a couple of other guys who are honestly just as good, if not, like, they're not giving up anything insane. Liberty's their best player. They're giving up who's an 81, and they're getting back Schrempf, who's an 82, and then Steve Kerr. And then the Hornets are giving up, obviously, Kerr, Schrempf. Okay, let me see what the Magic are getting out of this all. I think that's pretty even, especially because these guys are on the last years of their deal. Like, Jim Jackson has a player option, but he can easily walk from the Hornets after all of this. The Bulls, a lot of their value is coming from the players that the Hornets are giving up. The Hornets are giving up those players so they can get the guys from the Magic and hopefully make it work there. So I think that this is good for all involved. Yep. That was a big, long, complicated trade. But I think, all in all, it helps the Magic because now their top four isn't filled with guys who are going to leave after this year, even though it still does have some older players around, Peja Stojakovic. At least there'll be assets that could be moved, and there are a couple of young guys around that will be at least under contract past this year. They have 1 point guard. Whatever. Robinson can play it. I was thinking about just trading him, but I don't think that would probably be smart now. I don't know. Best of luck. They were already the worst team, so all I did was try and, give them that extra little push that they need. The Mavs are one of the worst teams as well. Mitch Richmond is kind of like been there for a second now, but it might be time for that to have run its course. Their second best player is a fucking phony. Which is just awesome. A lot of this team is miserable. They are bad. I guess we'll just keep Mitch here for another year. They can, if they're still this bad next year, they can just trade him. And if it wasn't a phony, I would do something. Horace doesn't seem very happy though, so maybe there's a team that would be glad to take on his services at power forward. Because he does not seem very happy. Wow, the Hornets. Okay. Might need a little, like, swap here or something anyway. They're going to have Hershey Hawkins starting with Kendall Gill. They got Jim Jackson still. They could use forward presence. What's the 4 million? Okay. I don't know if this team's going to be able to make up 4 million, I must be honest. On to the next team, because I should have thought about that. The Hornets cap situation is not great. So their team is going to leave alone. Magic, no need to even want to get better at this point, so might as well just chalk it. The damn Pacers don't have a power forward, so I mean, there's that. The Pacers are in hell. What the hell? This team has kind of wildly become like fake player central without that really meaning to be the intent. In the Rockets and their red glare. I'm sure that, yeah, 3 million. The Muggsy trade, yeah, probably would get it done. He's not worth jack shit to them, though, I will say. Whatever, he's not happy. They want to be bad. The Rockets don't want to be bad. They're willing to do something about it. I don't even know what to do about these damn Pacers. Good luck to them. I think that's pretty much wraps. The Sonics, I guess, are a team. Is there anything out there I could do for the Sonics, really? Could definitely upgrade it forward. But, like, where? The rebuilding teams. Oh, Marshall's hurt. That's tough. I've actually forgotten what most of the rebuilding teams are, I must be honest. Some of them just don't have anything to offer either. Like, there were, the damn Grizzlies and the Raptors, like, there's not really much there, like, to get from them. Alright, but for the most part, I have an idea of which teams are bad. The Suns are kind of on that realm. Vin Baker was really only here for his pit stop. The Sonics wouldn't even have to give up very much to get him either. They could do like Craig Foster and a first-round pick. Maybe we say that. Okay, I'm not gonna keep this in there. They'll sweeten the pot with the young guy. To be honest, they have one of their own, so fuck it. It's just kind of a swap. Is this enough? Because he's on a 1 year. He's gone. Like, he just signed there to have a place to sign. A couple second-round picks in the future. Sure. Okay. Timberwolves, another team that could use like a big man. I already know if they could replace the center position, they'd be in heaven. The thing is, a lot of the other teams that have like a good center rotation are good teams. They're teams that are performing well. Fuck it, he's 31. You gotta be willing to come up off of him. Not that they have fucking shit to offer. You know what? Yeah, Timberwolves, you had your chance. Blazers, you don't even really need that. What do you need? I mean, maybe a better starting small forward. And you're, of course, the team that's like so power forward heavy has 2 injured guys on the last year of their deal. Like, so they can't be moved on. Like, because this would be what I would do if I was for working with the Blazers. The options would be to move on from these like backup centers, backup power forwards, get a better like small forward in there, maybe trade away 1 or 2 of these younger pieces to like really push. But now you got 2 of your best trade pieces in general out for at least a little while longer. So I'm gonna leave the Blazers alone. The Warriors are another one of the good teams. Could put together the Run CMC whole just a shebang, but I really kind of do want to do that, low key. The Mavs are bad. I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it. The backup douche, $4 million still. So if they gave up Billy Owens, now you guys could give them, say, one of these fucking point guards for sure. Fucking Aaron McKee. And then they'll give up a first-round pick. Alright, because they're giving up Billy Owens too, so it's really just a swap out there, which could be huge for the Warriors, to be quite honest. Because now you put together the Run CMC. And, yeah, they honestly could be one of the best teams in the entire thing now. Oh, the Raptors. The Raptors and the Grizzlies just have so little that I can really do for them at this point. Like, Rick Brunson's not even at the point where he's worth anything. If you want to get rid of Easley, like, you can, I guess. Like, how much is a team going to pay for, like, a guy who, for you, is one of your best 3 players, but for them will be, like, their backup point guard? It's just tough. The Grizzlies aren't in too different of a situation, to be quite honest with you, and that takes us back to the Sixers. So, the team that I'm going to follow for the rest of the year, let's just keep with the Clippers, honestly. They're like the most interesting team, I think. Them, maybe now with Golden State. There's a lot of interesting teams, to be honest. I don't want to sell anything short. It's just, I don't know, this Ewing combination here with what they got going on very much intrigues me. I think this could be a thing that changes the course for some of this league moving forward. And honestly, I guess maybe we should have watched the Bulls too, because they're at a point where they look like they could be screwed. So let's switch to the Bulls, honestly. The Heat have jumped up to the 1 seed in the East. I've seen that. The Hawks were the only team I decided really to just leave alone, because I feel as if all I would do is drag them down. They're still in the 9th seed, the Bulls. I want to see if Pippen's back yet. He is. Why are they so exhausted? I gotta turn off the fatigue. That's something I don't want to like play a factor, because every coach works them out differently, and then they be tired and shit like that. And it's one thing to have like injuries or whatever. That's always gonna be like a random thing. But I don't need the game like fucking with their. So who knows? Maybe that's one of the issues that they were having, being like an older team, I guess. But I don't know. I don't want anything to do with the fatigue shit. Doing what it's doing. This is a decent team. Like if they miss the playoffs, genuinely gotta like sit and do some thinking. They're playing the Bucks, who are right above them. We actually just simmed through the game on its own. You're getting bad nights from guys like Elliot Perry, who, why is he taking that many shots anyway? BJ Armstrong just consistently, like, will have, like, the most, like, he's got such a strong, like, rating and everything. He's like an 85 plus. Just goes out there and puts up stinkers, bro. Stinkers. Then the guys you would have expected to, like, make a big difference. I mean, I guess Rick Fox did his thing. He shot very efficiently. And Leitner grabbed 16 boards, but he didn't shoot very well. But fuck it. On to the end of the year. I got to assume that the Bulls will pull it through and figure this whole thing out. But honestly, right now, they're taking a lot of L's. They lost to the Grizzlies there. Like, some of them aren't even, like, good losses. They keep losing to the Bucks, though. I really don't think they're going to make the playoffs. At this rate, wow. MJ and the Bulls just missed the playoffs. That's crazy. That's legit insane for how good, like, that team actually still, like, is. Like, yeah, they don't have a very good center, but the fact that they come and win enough games to even make the playoffs is, like, the 8th seed this year. The reigning defending champs go down just like that. Shaq averages 28 and 14, 3 blocks to win the MVP. Rookie of the year goes to Tim Duncan, 17.5 and 13.5 with like 3.5 assists and 3 blocks. Clyde Drexler, 6th man of the year, 13.5, 5.5 and 5.5. And all these fucking, like, they're almost exactly on the dot, so I can't even round it. Shaq wins Defensive Player of the Year. I knew with those numbers that was probably going to be the case. Most Improved goes to Steve Nash with 19.5, 2, and 9. with 1.5 steals. Shooting 50, almost 40, 90. Not quite. You can see the jumps there for Nash. The Jazz head coach wins Coach of the Year, and the Sonics head coach wins Executive of the Year. Interesting. Gary Payton makes the All-NBA first team with Tim Hardaway, Chris. I thought the Clippers would get that. Oh, Chris Webber's hurt though going into the playoffs. We'll have to keep an eye on that. You got the first team there. One of the weirdest All-NBA first teams you'll see, in my opinion. Like, lots of good players, but I don't think we've ever seen an All-NBA first team that look like that. Maybe second team, you got Kendall Gill on there. Hakeem is hurt with tendonitis, but I don't even know if they made the playoffs, so I don't even know if that's going to matter. Oh, yeah, the Sonics did grab Ben Baker, so that executive thing does kind of ring true. Jordan, all-defensive first team. I still am in shock that they missed the playoffs with Jordan and John Sally on the same team. Brad Miller, Chauncey, McGrady. Oh, wow. Austin was in second place in the Rookie of the Year voting. That's crazy. Look at the efficiency from McGrady. Except for the free throw line, he was awful. All-rookie second team. John Wall, Mark Jackson, Keith Van Horn, Antonio Daniels. Alright. Whoa, did not mean to even... I didn't even mean to do that. Fuck it. I hit start. Stop. Damn. Alright. Didn't get to, like, have any of that settled in, basically. So, whoa! Alright, let's start off here. The 1 and the 2 seed are donezo. So look at what the Bulls could have done. What happened to the Heat? Their best 2 players, or 2 of their best players, are out. When did Jamal Mashburn get hurt? How many games did he play in the playoffs? He only played in 2 of the games. Assuming he got hurt in the one they, like, I guess, did they get swept? No. So the Heat didn't have their best players. That's a tough break if you're the Heat. Because in the first game they won by 10. Clyde he was coming off the bench. Smith drops 13. Where was he? Oh, Mashburn with 15. Nobody played like amazing, but they lose the next one by 1 point. Mashburn played 28 minutes. You got to assume this is where he got hurt. They didn't play in this game at all. And they lost by 6. And they lost by 5. All the games were very close. That is a tough break for the Miami Heat. the Sixers go down to the Nets, I honestly would have expected the Sixers to beat them. I feel like they're a little bit better of a team, but it is what it is. Dikembe puts up 19 and 10. Penny just didn't take control when he needed to. Del Curry went absolutely cold, as did Byron Scott. He went 0-5. 0-5, I should say. In the closeout game, the Hawks, they dropped all the way to the 3rd seed, but then they swept the Hornets. There's no way. Oh, man, the Hornets got some injuries themselves, it looks like. Terry Mills, yeah. Terry Mills must be super injured because he's all the way down at a 70. So they're missing out on one of their big pieces that they traded for. Jim Jackson's still there. But, and also Hershey's just never happy wherever he goes. So he's down to like an 84. Fuck him. At this point, I've tried everything. I've put him on. He's like been on like 7 different teams. He's passed around like a blunt. The Bucks, with Christian Laettner and Rick Fox as the additions to the team, upset the 2-seeded Pistons with Jerry Oh, I guess I should check, because every team's had like significant injuries. Isaiah Thomas and Ben Wallace. Yeah, so 2 of the players who you can assume were around, I don't know if they were, honestly, I don't know if either of them was starting, but that's one of the things that made this team so good is how deep they could go, and kind of without 2 of the leaders of that. In fact, Mirasan might even, I don't even know if his morale is just down, because he might have been on the bench for Wallace, and now he might be miserable and Wallace is hurt, so that might just be a double whammy for the Pistons. No break as bad as the Heat, but a tough break for both the 1 and the 2 seed. I don't think the Pistons' best players necessarily got hurt, but yikes. You got Isaiah and Ben, who were right at that same range, at that like 80-something range as a lot of these other guys. So they're a team that'll just kill you with a lot of depth. And then obviously the Bucks, they have Marcus Camby coming off the bench for this fucking scrub right now, but whatever. Alright, that's that side done. Lots of craziness. And then the West is a lot more normal. The Jazz, who I think everybody would have expected to see in the second round, have made it to the second round. They don't have any big significant injuries currently. The Timberwolves with Stockton, Muhammad, and Victor Alexander still couldn't get them like a real big man. Oh, but Glenn Rice and LaFonso Ellis are hurt for the Timberwolves, so I'm sure they were just so happy. Especially considering this went 5 games. Like, this went to the absolute brink of the series. They pushed the Jazz, even if they weren't at full strength. They definitely pushed the Jazz. Glenn Rice only played 16 minutes, and I guess the other one didn't play at all. The Blazers, what happened here? How'd you get swept? I don't know. Maybe you just got swept. Maybe somebody was hurt at some point, but everybody's back now. You got Michael Williams, John Starks, and Alonzo Mourning, who literally just got dealt with by the Clippers, and obviously Mark Price, Chris Webber, and Patrick Ewing didn't even stand a fucking chance. Webber drops 27 and 12, Mark Price with 13 and 10, Ewing with 13 and 11. Didn't even have a really great game. Mourning put up 22 and 8 with a block and 2 steals. Wasn't enough. They did have some players. It wasn't even a close game. Genuinely. Just a lot deeper scoring for the Clippers. Here we had a great series. Like, the series that I probably would have been the most interested in seeing. Gary Payton, Shawn Kemp, Vin Baker, Ricky Pierce, and the Supersonics going up against Run CMC, the Golden State Warriors, also with Sean Bradley, Otis Thorpe. It was a good team. Fan of this team. Definitely rooting for them. But they don't make it out of the first round here. They got a tough matchup, too, which I think all the West is pretty tough at this point. Like, I feel like if that Golden State team is in the East, they're probably at least making it. Like, look at this. We have the 3, the 4, the 7, and the 8. And even of those 4 teams, I would have never told you, like, who's the best player left in the Eastern Conference right now. Overall-wise, We're looking at Kenny Anderson as the best overall. Yeah, Kenny Anderson is the best player left in the East right now after what just happened in the first round. So take that how you will. No Penny Hardaway. Who else? No, Mashburn got hurt. Kendall Gill not here. Another All-NBA player. I mean, the Pistons. I feel like the Pistons didn't have like any of those kind of like big stars. The East is definitely lacking some star power right now. I'm noticing. I mean, Jalen Rose, Marcus Camby, Derek Coleman, and Kenny Anderson, Allen Houston, and Grant Hill are your big stars in the East. Oh, and the only series that we did not talk about was Jason Kidd and David Robinson getting dealt with by the Lakers in 4. Shaq drops 28 and 21 on Robinson. Danny Manning puts up 13. It looks like Kobe might be hurt. Yeah, because there's Magic, Manning, Worthy, Trent even did his thing. But it looks like Kobe Bean might be injured. I don't know how long. He made the all rookie first. I was gonna say, did he make an all-star team already? Fractured left leg, so Kobe's done for the year. So even if they win this title, they are gonna do it without Kobe playing. Although they would be ahead of schedule anyway. All right, so let's get this show on the road a little bit. Simulate through these first games. Every home team won. Let's see if that trend continues. No, the Clippers take a game in Utah, so we got a series there. Let's see. No sweeps, but every series is 2-1 for the team with the higher seed. Alright, let's see if we get a bunch of 2-2s or some 3-1s. It's a split, an even split of 2-2s and 3-1s. The Lakers are up on the Sonics, and the Hawks are up on the Bucks. Meanwhile, we got 2 tight series here. I think this should be the first one. We'll kind of see what's going on. If it's a close game, we'll hop in. We got a lot of stars in this matchup particularly. I really can't believe the Bulls aren't here. In this Eastern Conference, too. That's probably like... I mean, I feel like there's a lot of teams that are fluid, that are really good. It's like having a bunch of like Atlanta Hawks and Toronto Raptors in like the LeBron era. Like this, that's really what it feels like. There's a lot of teams that have like good, maybe even like you, like just on that level of like they're just not quite great or like to that next level. Like you got a bunch of like 7 out of 10s with like good roster construction, solid build, good role players, but no like absolutely no fucking star power. The Lakers lose that one. I did see that Worthy is hurt, so the Lakers are getting banged up here, but they are still up in that series. Simulator Simcast. The Bucks and the Hawks, 2 of the teams that I would have expected to be here the least when we started simming this season in general. I would say probably the 2 most surprising teams in the league this year, just for how well they performed above expectation for my expectations. We'll see how it goes for them. Right now, the Bucks are trying to make a little comeback in this series. Down 3-1, they would obviously need a miraculous comeback. But hey, I don't know what's making this Hawks team as good as they are anyway. Not that I thought that they would be... I really didn't think they'd be good. They're not going to win this game, but definitely some unexpected twists and turns. There you go. the Bucks pretty much take care of business as expected. That game was over for a while. I assume this is the next one. Probably one of the ones I'm most interested to see. We got Kevin Garnett and the Utah Jazz versus the Clippers with Chris Webber. Obviously, a lot of stars. Honestly, around both of the main guys on both teams. Like, it's crazy because like Patrick Ewing is here, Mark Price, and they're just on the top of my head because we just moved them there. But the Jazz have some talent too. Joe Dumars. Where the fuck did that come from? Where did Richard come from? Where did Dick come from? One ponders. Alright, well, we can speed this one up a little bit because it hasn't been close. The Jazz are going to go up in this series 3-2. And the last one is that I really can't believe, like, I think as far as, like, the NBA is with this Eastern Conference, how it's went, would be on their knees crying. 18. Let's go smooth. How you feeling, dog? With all the stars either getting hurt or eliminated in, like, the first round for the East, like, even, like, Philly, like, winning with Penny and Dikembe would have been big for them. Mashburn got hurt. Like, I guess they're really relying on, like, Jalen Rose at this point. Liberation, yes, Lord. Praise be to the Most High. Lots of good things and good vibes these days. For the most part. I got some good news about some of the work stuff, too. We'll see how everything goes. We'll talk at some point. Off all this. But yeah, man, what a time to be alive. Just trying to enjoy, get used to the feeling of everything being kind of like different. Over the last week, I've seen lots of like people that I absolutely adore, whether it's fucking, you know, fucking friends, family, etc. But fucking, yeah, man, just enjoying the vibes all together as best as I can. Trying to keep myself sane as I'm trying to picking up the pieces of my life without you on my mind. I'm still standing. Yeah. I'm still standing. Yeah. Well, this finals is gonna be fucked, no matter what it is. And right now, the Wizards are kicking the Nets' ass. This Eastern Conference like finals is going to be so weird. Like legit, so weird. None of these games have been close enough to hop into yet. So I'm interested to see if we get anything worth our while. What you never could hope to win. You're starting down the road of leaving me again. The threats you made were meant to cut me down. And if our love is just a circus, you be a clown by now. Don't you know I'm still standing after all this time. So Lakers eliminate the Sonics. No real surprise there. Sonics very good team. But, I mean, even with, like, Shaq might just be the most dominant player in the NBA right now. And then he's got some veterans around him to help lead. The Bucks trying to make this go 7. Don't forget, they're down 3-1. And the Bucks, I don't know. The Hawks coming back. It's a slow build for this one. Because I'm not sure how it's going to go either which way. And we haven't even been on the phone yet to conversate about fucking Cena's heel turn. This is like so crazy. I haven't gotten to talk to the boys. Extensively, at least, about all the shit that's going down in the wrestling world. 5-point game, 6-point game. The Hawks are just kind of staying right ahead of them. It doesn't look like it's going to be close enough to hop into. Yeah, the Hawks just kind of stayed ahead near the end there and eliminate the Milwaukee Bucks in 6. A valiant effort from that 7 seed, though. They will not be forgotten. Nah, because for real, I just watched it for the first time, like, yesterday night. It was awesome, though. The Clippers are fucking the Jazz up. It's over. So they're going to 7. Not surprising. I'd assume this will go 7 just because the Nets are a good team, but maybe not. Maybe the Warriors are just too OP. Yeah, one of the biggest moments in wrestling history. Not a single one of us was fucking around to see it. And, like, until we already all knew about it. The Nets are eliminated. We got the Wizards and the Hawks. I could have never told you this would have been this year's Eastern Conference Finals. What the fuck? There's not a, like, Grant Hill is, like, Allen Houston, who they have on the bench. They can't decide who they want to even start. Jalen Rose. I don't understand. Oh, man. I think some of these Eastern teams are going to have a fucking wake-up call next year. Alright, we got the Jazz and the Clippers. The winning team will go on to face the LA Lakers. We could get a Battle of LA. That would be... The NBA is dying for the Clippers to win this game because the Eastern Conference has taken such a fucking hard left. The fucking Michael Jordan-led Bulls fucking were the 9th seed. They just missed the playoffs. Then all the stars that you do have in the playoffs on the East either get hurt like Jamal Mashburn or fucking get eliminated in surprising fashion like Penny Hardaway and the Sixers. They are begging for the Clippers and Patrick Ewing and the boys and that Western Conference Finals money to come in. Oh, no. The Jazz are just starting to pull ahead. It has not been a good start to the fourth quarter at all. They might have completely blown it here in the second half. The Clippers have literally had a terrible, terrible offensive showing, and the Clippers are eliminated, unfortunately. Not that I don't mind the Jazz. You got fucking Lou Edwards, Kevin Garnett, Glenn Robinson, Joe Dumars, Daughtry. They have a lot of stars. Daughtry, I don't know how to fucking pronounce it correctly, but you get what I'm saying. It's just the Clippers with Weber, Ewing, and Price. I did put this team together myself. I was looking forward to seeing. Not that I didn't put together the Jazz too. I put together all these fucking teams myself. Oh man, and Kobe's hurt. Sad. This shit stinks. All right. This Eastern, you have the 1 versus the 2 and the 3 versus the 8 seed. This shit doesn't get any more confusing. I genuinely have no idea how this series is going to go. I don't know how either of these teams got this far, to be quite honest with you. I really don't give either of them much chance in the finals, no matter who they face. I feel like we have seen some of the best series talent-wise that we're going to see already with the Lakers and the Sonics and the Jazz and the Clippers and now the Lakers and the Jazz. And right now the Jazz are spanking them. Oh my god, 106 to 74. Do you know how bad that is? Why do you even let some of these guys get up this many shots? I don't even get it. Alright. We have not had a single, like, game that was, like, hop-inable. The Hawks, in that last series, had one, like, with the Bucks, but it never, like, it never broke, like, a 5-point gap. And the Hawks just dominated that game. Put up 130 on them. Who's Danny Ferry? What the fuck is going on? I don't understand anything anymore. What's going on? The fucking league is gonna melt down. We're gonna get a fucking Jazz versus fucking Hawks final. And the whole... What was bro cooking? We only write the script so much. I only set these teams up for success and take Karl Malone out of the options. Other than that, they've done all this. I don't know what else to tell anybody. And if a love is just a circus, you be a clown by now. Don't you know I'm still standing after all this time, picking up the pieces of my life without you on my mind. I'm still standing. Yeah. What you never could hope to win, you're starting down the road leaving me again. You thought your baby were meant to cut me down, and if our love was just a circus, you'd be a clown by now. Alright, we're gonna watch the rest of this one. Praise be. Finally something. We went through a good majority of the fucking, turn that off. We went through a good majority of those playoffs without a game that was, like, this close. So, man.
Brown finds
Brown
Worthy.
to Worthy, back to Brown. Over to Trent.
It's Trent on the wing. And play stops. Whistle on what looks to be an illegal screen.
No idea.
Stationary and set when you're going to set a screen. Any kind of movement typically will draw the whistle.
Yeah, he made things easy for the ref right there. Clear offensive foul.
I guess there's somehow a turnover.
Here's Conlon. Pass to Robinson.
Some kind of violation.
They set the pick.
But Robinson with step back takes the longest two you can ever take.
Manning's got his fourth rebound with that last one here tonight.
Shaquille O'Neal is the guy
Without
who's
Shaq,
spent a
he
lot
was
of
a
time
zero
at the foul
in
line.
this era.
And a moment out of court, we take a look at the offensive approach for the Lakers.
Damn,
The way
the
they
only thing that
overrun the
really
defense
sucks
by
about
drawing
this
a ton of
game
fouls.
is that
And
Kobe's
more
out for
importantly
the
than
rest of
drawing
the
the
year.
fouls, they've been converting at the free throw line.
You also can't ignore the good job they've done rebounding on the offensive end tonight. That hustle has been well rewarded with
So even if the
second-chance
Lakers
points.
do win this one, it's going to be hard to keep that on track for like Kobe's resume. Like, yeah, they were the
And he
best
makes
team
the
regular
first.
season wise.
Hey, everybody knows
And
Shaq
he's in
is a
his, like,
fun
what,
guy off the
second
court,
year,
but when he puts on
I
that
think.
jersey, playtime is over.
So,
He takes winning very seriously.
but still, they are here. There is really, I feel like the winner of this series is like, I don't want to count out the East completely, but I don't know, man. I don't know if they got anything to
That
stop
one
Shaq.
falls, so he hits both of them. Jazz trail by 4.
Best centers left here in the Western Conference. Daughtery is
Dumars
dribbling it down court on Shaq, defending that three-point line.
over Johnson. And Dumars
It's
gets
a
it to
bucket.
go.
Well, Dumars has
So
no
that's
problem
what we're
stepping up
There's
from
a
his team.
lot of stop out here in this one. And from Joe
Johnson
Dumars,
pass to O'Neal.
Daughtry,
Jordan
Shaq,
drops the ball.
and Cody still have Magic and
Utah has
Kobe.
gone 4-6 from beyond the arc in the fourth quarter so far. Dumars kicks to Jordan.
Obviously, I'm pretty sure they have both violations. This is
There's
hard.
1:26 left in the fourth quarter.
They're here to
And
make
he
sure
gets the
she
whistle for
the
the
next
3-second call.
Boy, in a game
Some
this
kind of
snug,
turnover
you can
happened
afford
again.
to commit
I don't
those
know what's
kinds of
happening with
turnovers.
these. It's like if they just, I think they're stepping out of bounds or something.
And here is Los Angeles now. A 2-point
I'm not
game.
seeing it. Magic. What
Johnson against Dumars.
Step out. Magic
Johnson attacking.
puts it up himself. Can't get it to
Can't
go.
get it to fall.
That is huge.
Utah's
Good
won
mission.
0
On
of
their
2
feet.
three-point range tonight. They're not afraid of that shot.
Robinson defended well.
Johnson against Dumars. To tie it up.
On Magic got around him. Gets his own board. Can't get it again. Blocked by Magic Johnson. They're going the other way.
Sees the shot forming and is
To
able to
Danny
get a hand
Manning.
on it.
Passes it back to Worthy.
Finds Johnson.
Still injured. Seems a little cross this time. And he did
Down low.
That's his first touch.
And there's the whistle. 3
Violation on
seconds.
Shaq. Oh no.
Jazz call timeout.
For violation on Shaq.
You know, with the time
Just
remaining,
before he
I
put
think
the
they've
bucket
gotta be
in.
looking for a quick shot right here.
Yeah, and I think in a possible 2-for-1
He put in a
situation,
2-point game. This is huge.
it'll be interesting to see what they do.
Jazz can walk out of here up 2-0. They'll get 1-1 back to LA. You know what they prefer.
During that timeout, the coach of the
Dumas got a lot of space. Passes it down to
He wants
Daughtry.
them to
I
have
don't know.
an even temperament.
I don't know.
He said, I like the energy, but don't
Blocked by Shaq.
don't force things. Let the game come
That
to
is
you.
not the best shot.
Just look to play with everything
Like,
on
put
the
it on
line.
anybody other than the guy guarded by the defense.
Thank you, David. This is checked in for Jordan.
Regardless of how good, unless you really genuinely don't have another option, of those, I mean,
That's the
still have
first
Glenn
that
Robinson.
gets
I
a 3-point
think,
lead.
what's his name, must have fouled out. I haven't seen Mark Price. Unless I just missed him. Because Dumars has been doing a lot of
And so
point
both
guard running.
free throws are good. And it's a 4-point ball game.
Huge free throws there. So
now
now we have a
the
2-possession
Lakers
game.
have taken a
The Jazz
4-point
call
lead.
timeout.
Not much time left. Let's see if we get any magic from the Jazz here. these last 25 seconds. It's probably, I mean, what they need to do and what they will do are two different things.
There's 25 seconds left in the fourth. From 13, it counts.
Hits it.
And he is bucked under
But
within
yeah,
2
he's going to
points.
foul again and take this on.
What's in your thoughts? Great to see him come through right there.
Big time shot for
We have
sure.
the back on the,
His confidence as well as
I don't know this guy's
Hey,
play.
that's the right move.
It's not like Kobe.
Can't allow them to milk the clock here.
He missed one. All they needed. It's still not the 3-point error. But Dumar's, man, you see that little 3 right next to his name. Can't hit him. He missed both free throws. Oh no! Oh no! How bad did they miss Kobe Bryant right now?
Here's Robinson.
A field goal ties it. A 3-pointer puts it away. Robinson's driving. Cotton on the roll. It's defended by Shaq. It doesn't go in. What a finish. The Lakers close it out. Ooh, what a game. What a game.
This is Kevin Harlan alongside our entire 2K Sports crew. Thanking you
That's
for
what
watching.
What a finish. I said, man, once I looked at them guards, I'm like, you know, this isn't a guarantee. This is not a guarantee right now. All right, we're back here. Atlanta has been doing their thing all season long. I don't know what's up. They were the 1 seed for a while. They lost it, and then both of the seeds above them lost. But right now, they're going to lose this one to the Wizards. They made it close at the end, but not close enough. All right. Jazz, Lakers, part 3. Back and forth we go again. I didn't see any. KG might have fouled out in that one too. And the Jazz just went on like a crazy run. And they're going to win this game. The Jazz might be on their way to the NBA Finals. We might get a Utah versus Atlanta Finals. Or the Wizards. Honestly, I don't think the NBA is happy either which way. They are dying for the Lakers to win this thing. Maybe not win the whole damn thing. Again, that game was not very close until the last second. 2 of those games are going to finish with, like, below 5 points, but they were not that close until, like, the last second. All right. These games have all been very close. Not this one, though. The Lakers are comfortably going to win that. Let's check the box score. Shaq, 32 and 15. A lot of guys just putting buckets in. Magic puts up 13 assists. Brown with 10 assists. Good game, good game. KG with 22 and 10. Nobody fouled out in this one. Gray was close, but nobody significant fouled out in that one. It's only when we hop it. Alright, we got the Hawks. I ain't talking about the Peach State. It's over. It's over. Atlanta is going to the NBA Finals. The Wizards are gone. A valiant effort for the 8th seed, but just not enough for these Atlanta Hawks. Lionel Simmons, don't know much about the guy, you know, but apparently he's a fucking baller because all he's done is contribute to winning basketball. He's been on the All-NBA first team, like on like our first year, I think, or maybe second, one of our first years doing it. Made an all-defensive team a couple years ago. Now he's a contributing, like he's the leading scorer in an NBA Finals closeout game. Jalen Rose only puts up 8 points. Ferry goes 3 for 14. He's been one of the guys they're relying on a lot. PJ Brown, 18 and 10. I don't know what's up with these Hawks. They're on something. If they win the whole thing, I'm going to be so shook. Because I will not understand anything about this anymore. I mean, oh man. The Jazz are out to a commanding lead. It's down to 9. But, oh? Yeah. 4-point win for the Jazz. Let's see if the Lakers can hold home court and send it to a game 7. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, the Jazz are going to win in 6. Wow. No Kobe Bryant. No real, like, second star. Yeah, that's really a noticeable thing here. Nobody over 12. I didn't see a single game where anybody on the Lakers scored over 20 outside of. Oh, here we go. Worthy put up 20 in game 2 and then won by 2 points. But other than that, there was not a single game. So definitely the Lakers missing Kobe. And that leads to a Jazz versus Hawks final. My God. I mean, Kevin Garnett, Jalen Rose, Lionel Simmons. Like, you're talking about a team that doesn't have a single, like, all-star. Like, this is genuinely, like, this gives me Hawks vibes from, like, fucking the Jeff Teague, Al Horford, fucking, what is that, what's his name, Kyle Korver, like, that era of the Hawks, like, but if they had made it all the way, and they're playing the Jazz, who are one of the better teams in the league. They added, Brad this past season. They're not dealing with really, I mean, these are two of the healthier teams, too. They're two teams that did not experience a big, devastating injury to one of their best players, which is very realistic. That's some of the shit that happens every year. But Kevin Garnett, Glenn Robinson, Joe Dumars versus Jalen Rose, Lionel Simmons, Theo Ratliff. Do you hear what I'm saying? Do you hear what I'm saying out of my mouth when I say these things? I don't know, dude. If this is a close series, I will be very shocked. And this has made me definitely take a look at what we're doing in the East, and definitely made me want to make some tweaks to some things. There's a couple teams I'm giving a little pass to. The Heat specifically, I feel like they just kind of had some real shitty luck there. But some of these teams, Philly just needs to do better. The Hornets, I don't know. That's another one. They did have a significant injury, but to get swept like that, I guess this Hawks team is just good. I don't know. They were a top seed all year long. They're up 2-1 on the Jazz. I don't understand. I don't get it. What is happening? I don't get it. This is a team that's real. What is happening? I'm fucking so confused. They're up 2-1 on this, like, the fact that... What? What is happening? Sure, whatever. I'm not even mad at it. I'm just confused. Vin Baker, you should have never left. He went to the Sonics. I thought he had a better chance. Turns out he was good where he was at. Oh, it's a 3-point game. And we got to tune in. Because if the Hawks can pull this one back, it's over. Unless they manage to blow a 3-1 lead, which obviously is possible. But, oh my God, what a freaking crazy turn of events this has been. Joe Dumars with the inbound. Don't dribble it out of bounds. They're up by 3, so it's already going to be tough.
Back to Dumars. Garnett outside.
I guess this is just a weird line.
Shot clock at 6. The Jazz need to get off a shot here.
Oh,
here's Conlon.
Opportunity, I guess. Oh, but the putback!
To appreciate the relentlessness rewarded for his efforts there.
Outside, Simmons. There's the pick.
Robinson.
What a beautiful shot to pull him to within 3.
How about the poise for Simmons? Big time booking right there.
Go back to the
To the inside.
Oh, KG, nobody there.
It's good.
It took him a hot second to catch that.
He
Oh,
wants the ball in these big-time situations.
nobody.
Robinson against Simmons.
Dribbles.
Adams
Moves.
outside.
Didn't get far.
32 seconds left to play here in the fourth. Back to Simmons.
Out of bounds. That's saying it is their ball, which would be huge. A turnover at that point, they might have to. I mean, yeah, they'd have to foul because they would leave them with 2 seconds, so that's a huge play right there on
And
defense.
Utah making a change here. Edwards is checked in.
No,
Short break
okay,
in
so it
action.
stays with the
Here's
Hawks.
a chance
So
now to send it over to David Aldridge.
he had him. What is he
Hi, guys.
like? He
During
had
the
him
break, I
open.
was able to
He could have
catch
taken a
the message
3.
Atlanta's
I don't know
coach
if
gave to
this
his
is in
team.
the air for it.
Coach told his players, hey, they're feeling
Simmons
the pressure
didn't
over
even
there.
bother. He's
Be
not
aggressive,
passing
keep
it out or
fighting.
anything.
They're
He said,
starting to
I'm
crack.
chugging it
Let's
right
get
back.
this game even.
Pull up from 3, and it's over.
And now we've got the intentional foul.
Atlanta had every chance there on offense to make this a game again. I'm not watching the freaking. It's already a 5-point game. Simmons had every opportunity there. A couple of them did. They did not have a great shooting night just in general. You got a 2 of 12. You got a 5 of 13. 5 of 15. 7 of 17. KG puts up 26 and 13. As the Jazz win by 7 and tie the series going back to Utah. Now it's anybody's series again. The Hawks had it in their grasp, and they still might have this series, but they got to win in Utah here. They're going to be down. Close game again. All right, let's jump back in. How did we get here? How did we get here? Like, I can see how this Jazz team is, in the finals. You give Kevin Garnett out the gates Joe Dumars who can still do some things. You give him
Outside Dumars.
fully developed Glenn Robinson, a small forward, and then you make trades like getting Brad in there.
There's
This is a
1:54
very
left here in the
talented
fourth
team
quarter.
all around. How the fuck did the Hawks do this?
Garnett
I'm so
found the thumb in the
confused.
shot clock.
They're not awful. I would have just never predicted. They would have been a team that I could have seen anywhere from literally a top pick in the draft. I was literally commenting before the season started about how they really just went for a team. Maybe the game just hurt. I don't know. Good defense there by the game.
Got a hand in the face right there.
No, just an offensive error. I'm so used to seeing that. That's a 3 every day. Oh, darn it. What a catch. That's why I pick up a guy like that.
Dumars got his 7th assist here tonight.
Being in the spotlight doesn't faze Doherty at all.
Go get you a
I think it
bucket.
just makes him step up his game even more.
Simmons will run that
Now
away.
here's Simmons.
Person whose game I was not familiar with.
Here's Zelly.
He's been a difference maker. Oh, he drives it in. Mario. He was only wearing 2 pounds.
Utah has gone downtown 13 times in this game, and they're just over 50%. 7 of 13 on threes.
Low.
Here's Doherty.
Shit pass that.
Garnett, high post. Garnett, the screen. Here's
And
Conley.
then takes the
That
absolute
doesn't
worst
go in. Had a
pull-up
chance,
shot
though, to take the lead.
God, this is
To the middle. Here's Musa.
He's wide open. Oh my God! What is the defense?
Phased completely
Oh,
unfazed
no.
and delivers with a clutch bucket.
The Jazz call timeout. And talking about the approach now, what are they looking at?
A chance to tie it up right here.
They know it's that simple, and so does their coach. It was solid play to knock this one out.
And Utah making a change here. Edwards is checked in. Here's Doherty. The shot, no good. Some solid defense from Brown.
There,
And
this
now
is
the
cooked.
fans stop the
You're
clock.
gonna lose at home. You know what I mean? At
This is
home.
here, they could be back in it.
So the first
Go
one
down
drops, and that makes it
3-2.
a 3-point lead.
Fucking Atlanta led by Jalen Rose, who I haven't seen touch the ball in the simulation at all. KG with the board is a 3-point game. They can tie it. They need a 3. Will they attempt it?
Three-pointer here.
Dumars
And the
just
defense
pulls it.
knows it.
Doesn't even
Focus will
try
be
it.
on the perimeter as
He
well.
literally just
They
caught it.
foul
and goes
intentionally.
right
That's what they have to do at this point.
I feel like I did everybody in this game a disservice by fucking putting it in 2 games. Holy hell. There was not a single decent, play or just thought process. Literally didn't see Jalen Rose touch the ball, I'm pretty sure. The best overall player on the team that is most likely about to win the fucking NBA Finals. What the fuck just happened? They didn't even have a game 7. They didn't even, they weren't playing. They swept the Hornets. I mean, I guess they played the 7th and the 8th seed. everybody's always gonna say that they had like the easiest run ever, with like Pippen being hurt, and then the Heat getting hurt, and then and then Isaiah Thomas and the Pistons. They're gonna say that they had like a light run, but honestly, the Jazz are choking the fuck out of this either which way. Like, they didn't get like injured in any of these series. They played some great teams. I don't know, dude. They should still beat this team, and they're not going to, I don't think. Oh, they are pulling it back. It's back and forth. The Jazz need a really nice finish to this game. It's over, bro. It's over. It's over. This is the what the fuck season. This is the Pistons run, but like at least that made sense to me because like, you know, top defense. They didn't have a bunch of stars. Like the best guys, like as far as like, you know, compared to like Shaq, Kobe, fucking a lot of the guys who were around at the time, Tim Duncan,
27 seconds left in the
Tracy
fourth quarter.
McGrady's and Vince Carter's, but
Here's
I
Dumars.
don't know. Jalen Rose and the Hawks are gonna win. Utah's doing them the favor.
There's 14 seconds left to play in the final quarter. And so they foul intentionally.
Well, the answer is not. But you know what? I don't know that they can come back no matter who's on the court. Never good to lose a player to foul, but fortunately, he's not the only talent they have. They got other guys that can fill his spot.
This free throw is good, and that makes it a 7-point lead.
What are you doing? I don't understand the dynamics of some of these fucking things that they put in the scene. How's it gotten this way? I feel like it's way worse than it was like, even a couple of years ago. But there do be the exciting moments, which is what we're here for.
And he hits both free
I got a
throws
lot of
here.
them.
So now it's an 8-point game. Time call here. The Jazz decide to talk it over. There's 10 seconds left in the game. Guys, what do you think?
I want to make sure.
Really good coaching opportunity
Got
here.
one,
Getting the
got
reserves
one.
some minutes that could prove beneficial.
Yep, this one's well out of reach.
Alright. This is fucking over. What am I even... I'm literally here just to watch the celebration. This shit is chalk. I'm gonna watch, like, the
And now they decide to foul intentionally.
Well, give him some credit for battling today. But this one's just about over.
Yeah, they're just delaying. the
Not only does he
inevitable
have
at this
it,
point. Even
like,
if they miss the free
not that he's
throws,
not a great
it's
player,
not
he's
enough
an 87
time.
overall. But he's the best player on a team who... Second best player is like an 83 Lionel Simmons. I just... Maybe it's just because of their depth. Like, it's gotta be something. Like, they gotta just, like... They do have quite a few more, like, 80s and high 70s than, like, a lot of the big
He
teams.
hits the first one,
But
and
we
that
have
will
to
put them up by 9.
this big of a difference. We're talking about some teams have 99 overalls. We got MJ and Shaq and fucking and Webber. And, like, this Jazz team beat Shaq. They beat Chris Webber. They beat John Stockton and everybody that he's with.
And a
They
tough
beat
break
Ewing
as
and
his
Webber.
second attempt at the line. No
But
good.
they're gonna lose to Jalen Rose and Lionel Simmons. It's over, bro. The Hawks win. The biggest upset. I can't even hate. I love to see it. This is a crazy play. I couldn't have written it any better.
All the meetings, all the games, wins,
Nobody was watching this finals.
The emotion, the exhaustion, culminating
The fucking
in
Jazz in the
tonight.
Atlanta. I mean,
Whenever
fucking
you
8
win
times
the NBA
against
championship, there is a level of accomplishment and excitement that
I
really
think we
can't
never
be
could have
matched.
seen this
Pretty amazing to
with this
accomplish
like
this.
Hawks team coming into the season. They would have been like a team
The
at best.
celebration is
They
here,
told me they would
and
finish
this
it.
place
This is
is
why I didn't
going
fuck with them.
crazy.
I'm glad I didn't trade anybody. They did it.
Bench loves it. The fans obviously overjoyed. This is one of those moments these
Glad I
players
didn't mess with
will
their feng
never
shui.
forget.
Clearly, their team
We've enjoyed
chemistry,
bringing you every
the
minute
way that they
of
play
this
basketball.
Sports. Thanks for watching.
Jalen
We'll see you
Rose.
next season.
knows how to win. I don't know if he was the MVP of the finals. We'll find out, I guess. Ferry put up 23 and 10. Rose only had 14 in this game. Maybe he won't be the finals MVP. We're actually going, since we didn't get a trophy celebration anyway, we're probably going to decide finals MVP. And a fucking picture that I never would have thought we would have seen. I mean, I talked a lot of crap about the East, and then I kind of knew. I was like setting myself up. I'm like, watch, the Hawks are gonna fucking take this whole thing. After all of that, you can argue that they didn't get tested as much as they really should have. You can argue that it should have been Kobe and Shaq in the finals. You can argue that they should have played Mashburn and the Heat in the conference finals. You can argue that they didn't even have to play the Pistons. But at the end of the day, they went out there and they swept the Hornets, who weren't a bad team. They did not go to any Game 7s. They gave Finals MVP. This is how crazy it is. We're not keeping this, obviously, but they gave Finals MVP to Kevin Garnett because they don't know who to give it to on the Hawks. That's how insane this shit is. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Lionel Simmons had 19, 5, and 4. I'm feeling like it should be him. I mean, Jalen Rose had 16, 3, and 6. He didn't shoot as well. Never had a big moment in the games. Ferry had a great closeout game, but overall didn't average anything crazy. PJ Brown averaged like 10 boards and a block. You know what? I'm going to give it to Lionel Simmons because he averaged 2 blocks as a shooting guard and put up 19, 5, and 4. I think Lionel deserves this. I got to look this motherfucker up because, like, when he took the All-Star nod or the All-NBA nod, better yet, which is even more crazy, he was, like, All-NBA first team. His last season in the league was the 96-97 season. So a year in our league, in our world. He's from Philly too. Slat. Let's go. Love to see it. I don't know what else to fucking say. Well, this motherfucker went to LaSalle University. Career ended in 97. He played with the Kings, which he was on the Kings when he started. Played in 454 games, had 13 points. I don't know if that's true. Total rebounds, 6. He averaged 13, 6, and 3 throughout his career. He only played in 7 seasons. He was averaging, when we started this, I guess he was peaking, because in his first 4 seasons, he played a lot. And then it gradually, like, slowed down. I don't know if he got injured often or what his story is. I would love to know more about this guy, though. Because he's killing it in here. And he was kind of like a little bit of a machine, low-key. This isn't per 36, right? This is just his regular... Hold on, I'm trying to get this all in my head. So his rookie year, he came second in rookie of the year, it looks like, in 90-91. So I guess that's why he came into the league with a lot of potential. How many total games did he play each year? Yeah, he played in 58 games, then 54, then 41. I don't know if he had a lot of injury issues. I'm going to look more into fucking Lionel Simmons. By the time we get back on here, I'm going to have some Lionel Simmons knowledge for you all. Fucking, because I'm so just intrigued. Player retirements. Alright, Magic retires. Craig Elo retires. Larry Nance retires. Spud Webb, Doc Rivers, fucking Rip. Alright, cool. Hall of Fame inductees. Magic Johnson goes in. Jersey retirements. Karl Malone just played his whole career there. They still retired his fucking number. Fuck it. I'll leave it. Magic got his retired. We didn't have really a lot of big retirements, so I'm not really surprised there wasn't anything else. Historic changes. Mid-level exception. I'm going to have to sneeze. I feel it. I'm alright. I'm alive. I'll be fine. It's cool. Alright. League meetings. The same kind of shit. Draft lottery. Don't know which draft class this is. This is the one after Kobe, I think. So can't remember off the top of my head. But we gotta see if anybody's going to get some franchise-changing players. The Magic have the best odds. Obviously, we didn't even check who ended up with like the worst records after all that. Not a lot of trades. I could kind of feel what some of the worst teams are going to be, and I feel like they could kind of feel it too. The Raptors ended up being that much worse than the Grizzlies. So I guess they have AI, so it helped the Grizzlies in the end to be the team that came out of like the first offseason, like so the supplementary draft and then the free agency and draft and all that. It helped the Grizzlies a lot. The Raptors, Suns, the Magic fall to 3. Not a lot of movement though. It looks like the Suns just moved up. Yeah, nothing crazy here. A lot late round picks, but in these old draft classes, some of these are just not even going to be super relevant the later we get in the draft. All right, we have the Phoenix Suns, who have Latrell Sprewell. Ryder is not going to re-sign. Kevin Johnson, Adam Keefe, Eldon Campbell, Tracy McGrady. I guess let's just see who's there first, because if there's obviously like a can't miss prospect. Okay, so this is the Paul Pierce draft, and Dirk, and Vince Carter. So these are like the big names. I was thinking that they could I was looking at point guard, but I don't know if it's worth it to draft Bibby over Dirk, Vince, or Paul Pierce. I think it's got to be one of these three. Yo, I just feel like we should just do it. I know it probably makes the least sense, like, gameplay-wise, like, with their fit styles. Maybe, like, I'm just trying to excuse it in my head, because low-key, I feel like that would just be, like, fuck it, I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it, because, like, I want to see it. Vince Carter and Tracy McGrady on the same team, like, drafted to the same place. I'm not wasting no time. The Raptors, I'm so sorry. Could have had him go right back, but nah. They can get Paul Pierce. That doesn't feel like a place for Dirk. I don't know. I can fuck the Raptors over if I want. Yeah. Oh, and you know what? Actually, I don't need to fuck the Raptors over because Antonio McDyess is their best player, and they already have Ray Allen. So if you add Paul Pierce to this, they're honestly on their way to, like, some great things. I think the Raptors have been bad perfectly long enough to, like, now actually be very good going forward. Now, I have no idea. The Magic could very well need everything. I think they have paid. I think they have Stojakovic. Yeah. So, I guess it's got to be Dirk. They have no reason. Oh, the Mavericks are next. Do I just tell the Magic to fuck off? I can have them draft whoever. It's our script. They can draft Antoine Jameson for all we care. Oh, fuck it. They're going to draft Jameson. I just want to see Dirk back with the Dallas Mavericks. I seen that they were 4th. If they were anywhere else, I wouldn't have even thought about it. The fact that they were right there, it was just too tempting. The Grizzlies, they already have Chauncey and AI, so they probably shouldn't get a guard. And of course, all the best players here are guards. So maybe this is where the Grizzlies make their move, because there actually are some very talented young point guards here, and I'd imagine there'd be some teams that are willing to, like, look into moving in that direction. You know, the Hawks don't have any under contract, but do they have anything worthwhile that they could trade that the Grizzlies would actually want? I mean, they can give him Ferry if they want. He was actually very useful during that run. He's also 31, 2 years left on his deal. They have a lot of expirations that they're going to have to worry about. PJ Brown, who came in very... Yo, I think we can make this... I think this can make sense for both teams here. Because the Hawks, like, looking at it, they are just, like, one of the deepest teams. Like, they have probably more people in the 80s than a lot of these other squads do. Like, just for example. Well, see, now I'm looking at it, I'm still just like, oh, no, I'm trying to rationalize it to myself. But I feel like I'm just not getting, like, that sense of why they did so much better. Like, how many 80s did they have? What's the furthest I see down? So we got... I'm looking at the one where it stopped. Okay, so it just went down. The Pistons is, like, all the way down there. It's 3 from the bottom. The Bucks is 2 from the bottom, but they did well in the playoffs, too. So I can't say that that's, like... Whereas, like, a team like the Bulls, once you get past, like, them, especially with, like, a guy like Pippen hurt, and you're playing a lot of scrubby dubs. I have to check the Hawks, but right now it looks like there's really only, like, the Bucks that even went that deep into the 80s. Yeah, there's nobody that's just got 2. I gotta see what the Hawks have. But this is not counting those 2, because they're both in the 80s, right? Oh, well, he's a 78. So it would stop right here. So they would have as many as the Bucks, and those were the 2 teams in the East. So I guess in a way, those 2 teams were some of the deepest teams, because they just happen to have both have the most players at, like, an 80 or higher. Even if they didn't have the most at, like, a 90 or, like, the big stars, which is very interesting. I wonder if we'll get more like that. And do they have a pick? They have pick 29, and then their first round pick next year, and then they'll give them pick 5. Is that enough? Because the 2 guys that they're getting are Ferry, who's 31, and then PJ Brown, who's won 2 titles? Who was he with? Was he with the fucking Bulls? Or was that not a Bulls year? That was the Dallas year. Okay. Yeah, so he just wins titles. He's a valuable asset to have. Alright. I can convince myself with how they played in the finals, especially, that a team would be interested in that. They're still getting 2 first-round picks. There's not much else. I mean, we can get another team involved if maybe, like, there's, like, a young player that... But who... There would have to be some reason to get them involved. So is there, like, a guy here... They only have Billups under contract. So the Grizzlies, it's not going to hurt them to have a couple... He's going to be 35. They would be smart to come up off of him, to be honest. I didn't fuck with the Hawks at all before. I mean, we obviously still did stuff with them in the offseason that led to that. But once they started, like, winning to that extent, I just kind of left them alone. So we need a team that would be interested in a guy like Reggie Williams and would be willing to do what? Give the Grizzlies a young, like, piece. Doesn't have to be anything insane, but something. So, okay, what am I looking for here? No small forwards. I'm trying to think if I'm looking for small forwards in this, like, top range or none. I'm looking for none. I'm looking for a team that doesn't really have a standout. Like the Knicks, who could be probably looking to get off of a contract or 2. And they have a lot of young guys, because they should have a lot of the people I've kind of sent over. They have a point guard. They have a team option on Knight. They're going to want to wait to see the progression, probably. Raka. He's not going. He'd probably be just too valuable to the team. He's not going. So that leaves us with maybe a... You know what? Do the Knicks really have to do this? I'm just going to scratch that part of this. Fuck it. I'm just going to let it go. I wanted the Grizzlies to get another young piece, but this is the best you're going to get. And you don't need any of the guys up here, so you'd be wasting the value of the pick. Like, they could move down, I guess, but I feel like it would just be pointless. So the Hawks are going to pick up Mike Bibby. We'll give Jalen Rose an interesting teammate outside of my guy Lionel Simmons. The Pacers are another one of those teams where they have a lot of bullshit going on right now, to be honest. Some of their best players are kind of aging out of the league at this point, and they really don't have a lot of, like, notable, like, young guys, so really they could use anybody. They should just take, like, the best player available, probably. But I gotta give them somebody that makes, like, there's some kind of interest in this team. And I also don't want it to be Jason Williams. But they are kind of screwed. Like, you can draft, like, a Ty Lue if you want. I don't know how much that's going to do for you. Fuck it, Al Harrington. I think that's, like, your best bet to do something special. Even if it's not the best fit. Like, you guys are just trying to accumulate some talent at this point. Don't know what else to tell you. Jason Williams to the Knicks sounds cool. Just because that's an interesting one to me. And then the Rockets, now they're a team. Now here's a guy. I don't know. There's really not many interesting players left that I'd be like, oh, I think a team would try to make a big move up for, like, this player. I call Olawakandi. Such a fucking W name. But either way, I got a little distracted, but okay, instead of that, yeah, I'm just curious. We got Wells, and then, like, Ty Lue, Rashard Lewis. Like, there's not really a lot of interesting stuff personally. I think I'm going to make a move with the Rockets just because they got to go all in. And they just are at a point where you're either going to make a move, you can't trade away Hakeem, so you're either going to destroy the whole team around him or go in for one last run. I feel like you got to just do it. So at that point, they should probably just look for a trade partner and try and come up off of this 8th pick. And then I'm just going to sim it. Whoever we end up trading it to can do whatever they want with it. It just has to make sense for them. Shooting guard and a young talent for just an aging player who might help this team for a couple seasons. I mean, like, what position, I guess, would we want the Rockets to fill? Because they're going to have Kenny Smith still. They're going to have Petrie, probably small forward, I guess. Yeah. So a team that's probably not been great, that's willing to kind of move forward. I mean, even a team like the Sixers, honestly, you give up like a Dell. Maybe Dell's not, like, high enough. If we're going to try and give these Rockets one last chance, especially because he's going to go down. I don't think it's worth Larry Johnson or Kendall Gill, but we're going to keep moving. Definitely not worth Mashburn. Not. I forgot we gave the Bulls deadlift too. He was coming off the bench for the year. Hey man, I tried to get them back. They gotta do what they gotta do. I mean, I don't know. They don't have a lot of great options, to be honest. I don't want to. I mean, maybe they go for Glenn Rice, and the Timberwolves just say fuck it. They probably have to give up a little bit more. Maybe one of these young guys, they can give up. Bobby Jackson, he's 25 anyway. They're not going to get, like, a crazy young talent out of it. And do the Rockets have, like, or not the Rockets, the Timberwolves have, like, a bad contract they would want to get rid of? Probably Augman, which would be fine for Houston because he would help, even if he's, like, down to like a 78, 77. What's the problem with this? 6 million more. Where's the salary going? It's going to the big name players. I wonder how much of that actually has to get cleared. How much more? So, like that. Okay. So the Rockets are kind of selling on their future right now for one last chance. Whew. Throat's getting dry. I need Gatorade. I don't hate it though. I feel like it's a pretty even exchange. You're gonna have Glenn Rice for a few more years. It's not like he will still be able to net you something back later. It's the 8th pick anyway. It's not like it's top 5 or anything. It's lower end of the lottery. I don't even think the Timberwolves are gonna get like a great talent out of this. Fuck it, they're just gonna draft Raph. Couldn't even tell you, bro. Couldn't even tell you. The Nuggets can get Bonza because none of it matters anymore. I'm not even sure why I'm still doing this. I'll let them decide the rest of it. Try and make it worth it for the teams near the top, so at least pick real people. The Nuggets come out of it with a good draft, though. If you want to sign them, I'm gonna go to the team options and no, the Nuggets gotta pick that up surely because you'd rather trade them, even if you're gonna lose them. I feel like than just let them walk for free. Brunson is one of the only young guys that you guys have to fucking see. I'm kind of glad I'm going through this now because some of them need to be like straightened out. Sure, Spurs, you're not really doing much anyway. The Blazers, okay. At least they knew to pick up the one that was real. I don't even want you around, Louis James, but I'm allowing your existence for whatever reason right now. You know, fucking the Bulls can. I think that's one of the ones where I'll make an exception. They could probably just use the help. Even if it's just Rusty, you can come back. Make it all the way through yet? Vlade declined his. Jim Jackson declines. Terry Mills declines. He's not getting a con. He might actually probably been better off accepting. He's got a spinal injury. He's probably not going to play. I wish you can kind of edit that because I feel like it would be smarter. I mean, for him, who's going to sign him to a new contract for more than what he's getting right now when he's 30 with a spinal injury? I don't even know if he's ever going to play again. I'm done with Charlotte. He was just miserable there. I don't know. The Jazz, fresh off of a finals run, pick up Kevin Garnett stuff. The Knicks are another one of those teams. You might as well get all the help and then just use these guys in some way to like further along the rest of what you got going. Poor Scott. I remember having to purposely tank your career. I just let it go after the Magic for whatever reason. Some teams might have really been screwed. I don't think so, though. I made it almost all the way back. Qualifyings, I can't be asked to do like 32. We're just going to go to the player progression. Awesome. Stephon Marbury takes a big jump. Tim Duncan takes a big jump. Let's just go to the entire league so I can see who the highest rated players are currently. At least on roster, because I guess if you're not on a roster, it's not going to show up right now. Jordan dropped. So as the era ends, they kind of just got slapped in the face with reality. Because Jordan just dropped to a 92, which is still very good, but Gary Payton has the second highest overall right now at a 96. Kevin Garnett has shot up like a lot. Weber went down a little bit. I might even tweak some of this. Oh, he actually isn't signed. Oh shit! But I just did that the wrong way. Is it gonna show me still all the jumps? Probably not. Unfortunately, it's just gonna show the morale things. Whoa, are these all the free agents? They just don't be signing. I don't know. I don't know why it's like that. I'm just gonna fuck with it once the thing is done and over with. Yes, use the 99 draft class. And we shall see where it leads us next. So are they really all free agents right now? That's crazy. Well, I guess it's not the same people we were looking at, but Alonzo back there. I just wonder if there's just not enough teams that like have the cap space or what it is. But I do have the inflation for the cap like all the way up. I don't know why. And the cap should be growing exponentially for these teams to get like room to pay people. That's why I'm just confused. The Suns have a like sliver of room, but like teams like the Raptors, they have so much room. They have so much room. Fuck it. We're gonna do this ourselves a little bit here. We're gonna help out some of these teams. Free agents. I think the Raptors would love to bring in a guy like Alonzo Mourning with their current squad and make him their long-term center option. He's 28. You can give this guy a 3-year deal. He's gonna take it. You don't have to give him a player option. He's desperate. Who did I just see? Was it the Warriors? Surely not. That's not feasible. No. So that does take the Raptors down a bit. But you still got the Grizzlies here who have AI, Reeves, Billups. They could use like a small forward. They don't need Mutombo. But we could pair them together. I mean, it's a team that made a finals run. They probably have a better shot at it right now with the team around them than they did with that Sixers team. And those Grizzlies jerseys are cold. I want to see them. I mean, that really is their best option anyway. Unless you want to go like for somebody younger. If you want to, okay. So best point guard of it, like there's not a lot of great point guards available, not a lot of great shooting guards. There's 2 really good small forwards, lots of power forwards for whatever reason, and then some centers. I think this Grizzlies team should probably prioritize. Actually, I wonder how much Dikembe would cost them on a 2-year deal. Consider coming. You know what? 2-year with a player option for Dikembe. What do you mean by that? Yes. Okay. I was confused. Alright. So, I don't know how much cap space they're going to have left. Not a lot. There's always teams that I'm sure we can make something happen with, too. Like, see, a team like the Magic, it's just a shame, like, that you're in that position to have no cap space. Like, what are we doing here, bro? I mean, but if there is no more long, like, big options, I'm glad we signed, like, at least 2 of the biggest names here to long-term deals, because a lot of these guys that are here are just going to get, like, the 1-year thing. And to be honest, there's not a lot where I'd be like, that's a shame. There's not a ton of big difference makers. Not big difference makers, but as far as like, oh, they'd have to get like a 3-4 year deal. Like maybe Manute, Cal probably, Sean Bradley. There's a couple guys that would probably get some pretty decent contracts, but a lot of these guys would probably only get like a year or 2, probably more money. But fuck, I can only do so much about what this game does. So let's sim and let them all get signed up, hopefully. That's going to be interesting, though. I feel like both of the latest expansion teams are going to get a lot better now, adding Alonzo Mourning and Dikembe Mutombo to their young cores, where you got guys like AI, Paul Pierce. This is where it's supposed to be. Okay, actually, why don't we look at the transaction report? That might be easier to follow. David Robinson, Sean Kemp. So we got some re-signings. They're re-signing Keem for 2 more years? He's gonna keep playing? What the fuck? Knicks get an NBA champion, one of the power forwards for that Hawks team. McKee to the Jazz, that's a good pickup for them. Rockets get Alexander back to defend. Some more re-signings. Pippen sticking around. Oh, that's huge. The Bulls actually have a center now. Manute Bol to the Pacers. Vlade Divac to the Nuggets. I got a fucking airhead in my mouth. The Sixers get Cal. Got some re-signing. Sean Bradley to the Blazers. Terry Mills to the Cavs. Where was he before? Okay, he went from the Clippers to Charlotte to Cleveland. He might have played for somebody else too. I just can't remember where. I was thinking maybe it was the Cavs. Leitner went back to the Magic. He's going to come off the bench? Where is he? He's hurt. Yeah, he only left for a couple of years. He should have just stayed there for all that. He has not had a fun time with it. I guess his Bucks run will be remembered. They made it pretty far. Yeah, and then we did those 2 deals. Every other one, they couldn't afford anything else, so. Alright. I'm just going to let this rock until the trade deadline, because we're not going to look over it at the beginning of the thing and then look over it again. Like, let it rock for a little while and then I'll fix up whatever. Although I will say, I will fucking be taking a hard look at myself with what I'm doing with this Eastern Conference, because some teams are just looking disgusting with what's going on. The Blazers also suck. They did lose Alonzo, though. He only stayed for that year, so honestly, not a great team. They have some young talent, though. Lake Show. Kobe's up to a 95. Now, Chris Webber joined the Lakers? What? Hold on. Hold the fuck on. Hold up. I gotta blow my nose, because I'm sick. It's over. If they stay healthy, it's over. They said, fuck that little Q shit from last year. This shit ain't happening. You know how crazy that is? I'm trying to get this clipped. That's crazy, bro. They're 38-5. The Grizzlies are the second best team in the West. I knew it was possible. I knew it was possible. You throw AI and Dikembe, who's still in his prime. They're playing Reeves at the 4. Chauncey's developing. Let's go. Sick ass jerseys, bro. The Sonics. Grant Hill went to the Supersonics. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't handle much more. The teams are forming. Grant Hill left the fucking East. This is the last thing we need. The Nuggets now have fucking Antoine Walker, Tim Duncan, Vlade Divac, Stephon Marbury, Terrell Brandon, and a deep bench. Wait, who's hurt? Didn't even think of that. Oh yeah, one of their rookies. Both of their other rookies isn't even playing yet. And he is like some of the best potential of anybody in that draft. I didn't even think to see if anybody was like hurt down here at the bottom. Actually, I did check for the Lakers. Maybe I checked for everybody. The Warriors run CMC, although these are like kind of I don't know. I'm not surprised that they're still doing well. They could probably use a better center. But they don't have probably a lot of space to do much. Paying these 3, to be quite honest. The Jazz have fallen all the way to the 6th seed. They were the 1 seed. I mean, all that's really happened is Dumars has got worse. They picked up McKee, who was a nice pickup for them. Maybe they got Isaiah Rider too. He's hurt right now, but like that's a good pickup for them when he's healthy. Yeah, probably just can't afford to keep some bench guys around, paying Brad and keeping Joe still. The Rockets are kind of right there in the mix. This is a good Western Conference, so I don't know what else to tell you. They're trying with Hakeem, though. I gotta respect it. They're like doing what they can to stay as competitive as they can. They've added a couple of pieces to the bench. Best of luck to them in their endeavors. Then the last seed in this conference is not even doing very good. I gotta be real. Their starting point guard is hurt, but this is just not a great team that the Spurs got going on right now. What happened? Did somebody leave? Jason Kidd left. He said, fuck this. This is awful. I don't want to participate in any of this anymore. The Jason Kidd and David Robinson era was a fucking flop. And now they're the fucking 8th seed. I don't even know if they ever won a playoff series. The Mavs are... Oh my god, Jamal Mashburn left the Heat. They were the 1 seed. He got hurt and then he left. Miami fans are devastated. He's playing with Dirk. Oh my god, do they got an injury? I don't think so. Nothing like too crazy. They got Muggsy, Chris Morris, Jamal Mashburn. Michael Adams is here now. Did they trade for him, or was he just must have been a free agent. He just left. Man, that Hawks team might look different. Look real different. The Timberwolves are going to blow it up, most likely. They're 16-27. Like, how far are they away? They could honestly still get the 1 seed, and I feel like they gotta kind of wrap this up. If it's not competing now, it's not competing, you know what I mean? In general. So the Timberwolves are going to kind of restart. They had a fun Shaqtin' era. It didn't really lead to a championship, but it was fun. Then they tried to keep it going once Shaq left for LA. And then we got the Clippers. Oh, they look like they've just been injured. Mark Price. Oh, and then Chris Webber left again. So Ewing's just on another team. I didn't think about that when I traded Ewing there, that Webber wasn't necessarily locked in long term. So maybe Ewing starts to move, get past like a blunt a little bit. Hate to tell him. Rhythm is a dancer. I need a companion. Girl, I guess that must be you. Body like the summer, fucking like no other. Don't you tell them what we do. Don't tell them. Okay, so this is all stuff to keep in mind. The Kings just feel like they're consistently just whatever. I don't know what to do with them. They're kind of a mess. They don't have much going for them right now. It looks like they just have too many players at the same positions that are at least decent. The Suns, they have some injuries. Kevin Johnson. Where is... Okay, they got Vincent Tracy starting, but they're both still pretty young, too. Kevin Ollie, Latrell, who's never really been... He's not been bad, he's just been whatever, kind of. I mean, young team. The Blazers... I'm surprised John Starks hasn't led this team to a little bit more. This isn't even a bad roster, low-key. How far off of this is the Hawks roster, that just won the championship? You know what I'm saying? And this team's 11-35. I don't get it, but it's fine. Okay, so in the East, which looks like it's a little bit stronger because they're worse. They have a team with a winning record that's not even making the playoffs, where there's a team with a losing record that's in the playoffs in the West. The Hornets are the bottom of the barrel with Kendall Gill and Nick Van Exel, but they don't have much else going. Larry Johnson is seriously banged up right now. Not even just a little bit. He's down to a 78. So maybe it's time for them to wrap it up. The Knicks, we knew they were going to be bad. I'm not surprised they're bad. Trying to be in the race for that first pick. The Cavs, same thing. Just a team that's kind of waiting essentially to really grab a franchise-changing type of player at this point and develop some young guys. Hal Rod's going to end his career here. The Bucks, a fall from grace, even though it looks like they've gotten better. I don't understand. They still have fucking Louis starting. Where's Camby? Is he hurt? He's hurt. I don't know how this team is doing so poorly, to be quite honest. I mean, maybe Steven Jackson starting a little too early in his career. This Pistons team, another stunner. They've kind of fallen down a little bit. Isaiah didn't retire. He's still here. Missed him at first. The Magic doing a little bit better than I thought. I guess Peja being teamed up with Leitner and Smith. It's a tough front court now. They got Antoine Jameson coming off the bench. Anybody hurt? Dennis Scott. Okay. The Hawks are the 9 seed. I mean, they add John Sally. They add Billy Owens. See? They changed, bro. They changed. I didn't do that. All I did was get rid of a couple of the old players who were going to get probably way worse after this season, and got them a young point guard in Mike Bibby to make sure that they still had somebody talented. I ain't get rid of nobody else. I didn't make none of these big moves. They did that all on their own. They got too big for their bridges. And now look at them. They're above 500 but not even in the playoffs. They got John Sally, fucking our version of Karl Malone, and fucking Billy Owens added to the squad. They still got the Finals MVP and Jalen Rose at an 88 overall. And they're way worse. This shit makes me sick. This is the 2K formula, dude. It's better to be fully kitted out with a bunch of 80s than have a few great stars. The Wizards, Penny Hardaway left the Sixers, and he's with the Wizards now with Allen Houston, but they have an awful front court. I don't know. They have a couple injuries, but it's not really even to their front court players. They're going to have to figure things out there. The Bulls, I guess Mirson's hurt because I know he signed here. how many games has he played? This is the only way I'll excuse this shit. He's played in 42 games. Can't excuse the fact that he's played in he's missed 2 games. He's missed 2 games. I'm probably going to trade B.J. Armstrong, to be quite honest, because I feel like him being like the 3rd best player on this team hasn't led to anything good for them these last couple of years. Miami's down to the 6th seed. They lost their best player, and then they added Glenn Robinson from the Jazz, which is why they've kind of dropped off. He basically replaces Jamal Mashburn, but obviously it's not working out as good for them. Clyde's going down a little bit. They've lost some of their bench talent, too, for sure. They have a couple injuries, it looks like, I think. I can't tell if Jones and Gadsden are hurt or if they're just at that right now. Ilgauskas is still developing. They lost Vlade Divac, too. They just lost a lot of their depth and then lost Mashburn, and I don't know what's going on with them at power forward right now. They're a team we'll probably look at some more. The Celtics are on the up and up with Steve Nash, Antonio Daniels. They have a lot of young guys. They're kind of betting on themselves to develop over the next couple of years, and it is already paying off. The Nets, just a consistently good team. Jermaine O'Neal, especially developing, is going to help keep them relevant, even as Derek Coleman and Kenny Anderson start to age up. But Kenny's still only 28. He's going to go down as like an all-time Nets legend. Byron Scott's here. The Raptors are the 3 seed. I told you, man. Watch out for these teams, these expansion teams. That's the word I was fucking looking for. Because signing those 2 big centers, you got Alonzo here now for a long term with Antonio McDyess in the backcourt together. His points are a little bit down, but he's still averaging 15 and 10. He was good for 19 and 12 before, a career 18 and 11 and a half with 2 blocks a game. He's going to be playing next to Alonzo, who is a career 18.8. Yes, Lord. 18. And basically 10 rebounds with 2.5 blocks. Match made in heaven. Then you got Ray Allen. They kept easily another year Keith Van Horn developing, and now they got obviously Paul Pierce as the 6th man coming off the bench. The Pacers, oh no. If the Pacers are doing this well, something's got to be wrong. Why? Why are they doing that well? I mean, I guess the West is close, or the East is close. They're like 3 losses out of being like the 10 seed, right? Yeah, because they're only 2.5 games back, the Hawks. So it's a very competitive East. I just don't get it, though. I'm looking at this team like, how? What are they doing that's leading to a 26 and 17 record with some of the teams that I'm looking at around the league? I don't understand. They're just so whatever. I guess. I don't know. And then we got the Sixers at the 1 seed. They got Jason Kidd. Holy shit. Alright. They lost Penny Hardaway and they added Jason Kidd. So it's Kidd, Hershey Hawkins, Del Curry, Purvis, Luke Longley, Calbert coming off the bench, George McLeod, Grant Long, Tim Thomas, Clarence Weatherspoon. They actually have a really deep team. And then Bruce Bowen and Ronnie Seakley are both hurt right now. So this team just gets better the further you go down. And there's still nobody that comes close to the Lakers. I don't know what the fuck. The fact that Chris Webber decided to join the Lakers is so crazy to me that, like, I'm just so mind blown. What am I looking at here? I don't even... So, okay. Let's look at the season stats. We don't often look at this. The league leaders. Jerry Stackhouse is leading the league in points per game. I don't know. Sure. You know. I'm not gonna lie to you. I really wanted some fucking cereal, or not cereal, some fucking peanut butter. So I had to rinse off this fucking spoon because I had cereal. AI is second in the league. Kendall Gill is third. He's one of the biggest trade candidates, I think. Tim Hardaway, Pippen, Kobe, Chris Webber, who's his teammate now. That's so crazy. I mean, they could do that too with the Kobe contract that they have, and with Magic retiring. I'm sure that like the lane for them opened up so clear to do whatever the fuck they wanted to do. That's just so crazy. Jason Kidd. Alright. That's the top 10. Sean Elliott rounding it out for the Spurs. Ricky Pearson there of all the fucking Supersonics. Garnett leading the league with 15 rebounds a game. Kemp at 13.5. Vin Baker at 13. Hakeem still doing his thing at 36 years old. 19.5 and 13 boards. David Robinson doing his thing still. Chris Webber. Marcus Camby. This fucking guy. Ilgauskas. And then Shaq to round out the top 10. And then the top 10 in assists. You got Penny, AI, Mark Jackson, Nick Van Exel, Isley, Brandon Hardaway, Eric Snow, Steve Nash, and Gary Payton both tied at 10.1. Steals is AI, Jason Kidd, and then everybody else who's kind of in that, like, 2 almost range. But AI clearing everybody else right now. And then for blocks, Hakeem clearing everybody else right now. That man is my vote to, if it keeps going like this, that's my vote to win Defensive Player of the Year at 36 years old. What a legend. Who will have earned it more? That's crazy. Credit to Alonzo because he's got another shot blocker next to him too at power forward. He's got more steals than everybody up there at the block thing too. It could really, I mean, the game would be absolutely broken. They could give it to AI because he's got that 2.6, but Hakeem is doing his thing. Is anybody shooting a lot of threes? 3 points made per game. It's Brett Barry, Peja, Steve Nash, Ray Allen, Houston. Who's got the best free throw percentage? I don't even know why I care. Alright, what is it? I'm trying to think if there's really anything else I need to check before we go to just making some trades here. Probably not. Alright, the Blazers, you can give up on John Starks. You can send him somewhere where the sun will shine brighter on his day. Because we gotta start making some moves. Boy, the way some of these teams allocate their money just drives me crazy. The Clippers, they should just probably... They're gonna have to fucking find a new era already. I think that era was fun for a year while it lasted. But they did go for it, though. You gotta give them credit. Who are we trying? John Starks, so... I was just trying to see what the fuck was going on over there. The Jazz, maybe? We could do like a swap. And then we can give up like a couple seconds. I don't think that's too much to ask. They're both on 2-year deals. He is better. They can get a few. Oh, you can't even protect it that far. I gotta give them one that they can at least try. Oh, nope. I can't do anything with them. Alright. I'll just give him another second round pick. I almost did another one, but fuck it. I don't know if it's worth all of that. Okay, so the Blazers. all in to just try and get a good team around them these next couple years. Sean Bradley, you might as well trade him to a team that could use a center. Honestly, you're great taking the 76ers, just first round pick, and just moving forward. Well, he's heated. So Marshall's probably not going to re-sign. Unfortunately, he's been a trailblazer for a while. Not a career trailblazer, though. Wasn't drafted here. I think the people have to get over it. So we'll have to find him a team. Should probably be a team that's, like, in competition, though. Because, you know, he could just up and leave. So there's got to be some sort of incentive. I might just do the Pacers, to be honest. But they actually are pretty decent at power forward. Maybe that's the key to being good. Is just having like 3 really good power forwards. Something I'm noticing. I don't know. The Lakers could use like a good backup, but I don't think they need him. The Knicks, I don't even know if they're good enough to even warrant trying. The Kings are a mess. Oh, I can't remember how bad the Hornets are, to be honest. They are bad. They have a lot of injuries and people are fucking not happy. And now I forgot who I'm trying to trade again. Fuck. I think it's power forward. In that case, why do you have so many fucking shooting guards, dude? Like, why? Alright. I think it should be the Heat, because they are an actual competitor who could really use some fucking roster adjustments just in general. I bet you're elated. You're not going to be when you find out what's planned for you, bud. Who are they paying all this money to? Clyde, Glenn, Sleepy. They locked down all these guys for multi-years. I mean, they just might not have the room to make a trade like this. How much are they off? $1.7? Could that happen? 1.7. If they got rid of Peyton and then another shooting guard, and then they got rid of like their cheapest players. I guess, is that too much? 1.6, not 1.6. You get what I'm saying. Yeah, he does have the cheapest one left though. So instead of 5, we're just gonna have to see. It would be perfect if we could just trade like him, but he's injured, so can't do that. Fuck. So I don't really want to fuck with what they got going on at the top. They might just not be able to make it happen. Because these are some cheap contracts they're getting too. It's not enough. $2 million. Maybe we just get rid of one of these and try and do a bigger one. $1.4. And they would just have one too many players. Maybe I could just get another team in here to just take a player. Not Luke, though. Just who's fucking ass? You don't need this guy. Oh, now you have too many players. Give me a fucking break. The Blazers can't afford another player, you assholes. I need somebody whose roster is not fucking full. How am I supposed to know? I'm not fucking counting a roster for roster. Have I fucked with anybody yet? I don't think so. Most of these rosters might be fucking full. Raka. Fuck it, we gotta hope and pray. I swear, there's just no way. I'm trying so hard for you, Heat. Honestly, whatever. The Blazers, we're gonna have to find a different partner because it's just not working. It's just not working. You know what? What would make you happy? What would make you happy, Danielle? I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what you can do. We're gonna send you far, far away from us. You're gonna go. He's leaving after the year. You're not getting shit for him. So, honestly, you're getting 2 contracts that you can at least flip something for. 2nd round pick. Just be lucky. And then the Clippers can kind of just either reset or do whatever the fuck they want to do. I'll be them when I get there. So this team is awful. They might as well trade Blue Edwards, to be honest. You know what? I'm just going to let you guys rot. I'm so sorry. Somebody's got to be on the worst team. Or a team that should be one of the worst. I hate that this is like the situation you find yourselves in. Truly do. He's not going to get much better. He can just be one of the forgottens of the time. I don't know. I mean, they got to do something if they want any chance at making a run, but where's all their other money wrapped up? It's in Aaron McKee, which is not smart. They could do something better. They got to make a play for something better than that. No offense, but we got to do something here. Come on. We gotta go to the teams that are just over it. Terry, you seem pretty fed up in most places you go, but you're on a cheap-ass deal. We could take on Gary. The Warriors have too many players. There you go. Again, another guy who you're just gonna lose if you don't fucking do something with us now. So you can have a future 1st round pick. They're going all in. Who? Why do you have a no trade clause? That no trade clause is gonna fuck the Warriors out of doing anything. Oh no. Oh man, they're screwed, dude. They don't have anybody to... I mean, I guess they can try and make this work. Because he doesn't want a big he doesn't have a big contract anyway. I should say. $1 million more than allowed. Is that because Gary Grant gets paid? Yeah, we don't have to do that. And then it's too many players. You can drop that. So a first round pick for Terry Mills, a future first round pick for a guy who's going to be walking out. This guy's hurt, or else I would just shove him in. But they really don't have anything else of value. I can give him a fucking second round or two. There you go, Cavs. You got something for him, which is better than nothing. It seemed like he was not going to play basketball anymore if he had to keep playing for you, to be quite honest. Alright, so that's the Warriors pretty much done. That's what I can do for them. The Raptors. Not much. I'm just going to probably leave them where they're at. I mean, yeah, their first round pick's probably not going to be as valuable, so they could probably get into the range of trying to use it. I guess we can look into that. Easily gets paid a lot of money, to be fair. They might actually be able to upgrade if there's a team out here that's desperate enough to just give up whatever they got going on. Speaking of, you know, I was really thinking about what to do with these guys. And while Sharif might be able to keep it going with Vin Baker, Stockton's like done. He might have a couple good years left, but it's probably not going to be with the Timberwolves. It's too much money. But why is it too much money? Who's getting paid? It's really just these fucking rookie contracts, which is kind of insane. That's just how high they've picked. Back to back to back to back. Where does this put it? And I guess Stockton is getting paid a lot. So maybe he's not the right fit for this. He's got a big cap hit. We'll keep our eyes peeled. Isaiah's not on his no trade clause anymore, even though this guy now has, apparently. But at this point, it would be just wrong. Just let him go. Just let him rock. I couldn't even tell you the awful teams. I know they're bad. That's not really like a big upgrade. The Hornets are bad. They is. Nick Van Exel's on a good contract. What's the difference? 95K. Literally nothing. Is that enough? It's a first round pick, dude. It's Nick Van Exel. And he got a no trade clause. I literally am about to take them out of the game. Like, they are not this used. Like, I gotta sit down. Just because I'm so just like, what do you mean? Why does Howard Isley have a fucking trade clause? Like, why? Why? And why is it always the most fucking, like, mid-contract that nobody would want to keep on their team? Like, literally, of all the contracts, that's the one you want to get rid of. Can't get rid of it because they gave him a no-trade clause, which makes no sense. So now the Raptors can't pick up a better player because that contract is immovable. So I hope you're happy, Raptors. You did that. Fucking, look at this shit. A $3 million, like, stop, bro. I'm turning them off. Like, literally, I'm turning them off. Where are the contracts? It's no trade. Like, I'm. Look at this, by the way. Inflation rate. Fucking go all the way up at this point. Because I feel like. Where is the no trade? Can I turn that shit off? Because I'm fucking tired of it. Stop offering it to people. Negotiate. I don't see it anywhere. I was hoping it would be something I could just turn the fuck off, but I don't know if it is. Fuck, man. Oh, man. This shit stinks. Alright. Well, we're just gonna have to deal with it, I guess. Fuck it. The Grizzlies are currently, what, the 2 seed? Crazy. I mean, definitely could use a real small forward. Alright. It's mainly going to be about the fucking pick here. Especially, I'm just trying to find somebody who might be on like a 1-year shitty contract. That's on a bad team though. Like McKee, I knew he was one of the people who picked up one of those. But he's not on a fucking... The Jazz are decent because he's kind of helping steady the fort of the players that they lost. Ay, ay, ay. Mamma mia. Pizza, pasta. Braciole. You got a lot of young small forwards in fucking Denver. I need know it. Fuck's sake. It's gotta be a cheap fucking contract or else it's not gonna work. Trying to do what I can for this team. Charles Spriel's getting $7 fucking million. That's $7 million too much more than I can afford right now. Currently as this team. Clarence kind of makes sense. They're a contender, but like he's like so far buried on their bench. But would one contender want to help another contender get better like this? What's their incentive? What's in it for them? I guess you get the fucking young player at least, and then a second rounder, maybe 2. Like I said, he's not going to play, and he'll kind of just be off the contract. I mean, he helps for depth, but he's the 4th best overall small forward on the team. Oh, alright. Yeah, that's cool with me. The Grizzlies really don't have... Some of these teams really just don't have much maneuverability to do much anyway, so doing what I can. They're starting them both just fine without me fucking with it, so I'm just going to leave that as is. They're waiting for Bowen to honestly not be hurt and Seekley, and they're going to be much better because one's only got a toe. I mean, Bowen's going to be out for a while, but he's not as harmful to the cause of Seekley being out. Anyway, the Bucks can be straight as Achilles out for a little while longer. But this team honestly might just want to punt into the new year, which we can get this fucking guy out of here. Send him somewhere where he can go rot behind another fucking center. It's the Bucks, so I'd probably prefer to send him to like a Western Conference team, just to be nice. To the Bucks more so than anything. That's crazy. That's a crazy lineup they got going on there. I did that, and I didn't even realize that I did that. He would fucking... He might be too close to starting there. I am afraid. gotta be one of the really, like, great centers. Fuck it. I'll do the Supersonics. For the other guy who was supposed to be, like, really great and then wasn't. And then they'll give you a second round pick. Because nobody else is going to take him. Because he's not as good in our heads as this game is presenting him to be. In the reality of the script that we write. Iraka. This Michael Williams contract just looks really bad for them, to be honest. Like, how does that help at all with the current situation that you're in? That might not be a bad shout. They brought in John Starks already, though, did the Jazz. And they're doing pretty well otherwise. I mean, they could try a Joe Dumars swap. They didn't give him a no fucking trade clause. This might be their best option, but what's the cap difference? Not too much. They could trade this random. Is that, what, 200K? Kind of actually just want to get rid of some, like, all these randoms that the Jazz have. And if they're going to go somewhere, go to the fucking Bucks or something where they're not going to be as good. Alright, sorry, Joe. Your time with a contender has come to an end. I hate to tell you. This is how you will spend your final days. I forgot he went to Phoenix, and then we just went to he moved on to the Jazz. It's so interesting. Long, exciting career. He's actually on the last year. He might just fuck around and retire once this year is over, so fuck it. At least the team got something for him. The Wizards are in a weird spot right now, but honestly, they are a team that's just kind of crowded at certain areas. Like, they could definitely use a center upgrade, even if it means getting rid of one of these guys. Where does he go? Where does he come from? I don't know. It's a great question. Who's the Sun center? He's miserable. So bad want to just do something. I just want to do something about these awful, awful Pacers. Other than Manute. Shout out to Manute. Who's furious. Why is he always pissed off? Why are some guys just naturally, like, pissed wherever they go? They just have one too many players. Maybe because he's on that shit contract, I just noticed. Oh, good. The Pacers are still getting too much money. Fuck it. Get him out of here. What's the price? Sure. Which one of you random fuckers? Kevin Pollard, of course you have a no trade clause. Fucking, why wouldn't you? What was I thinking? Fucking, duh. Stupid of me. Fucking, fuck these Pacers, bro. I'm not having a repeat of what we had last time, to be quite honest with you. Fuck this shit. What's the problem? They're still acquiring too little. So now we must give up more. More. Was Rex Chapman like a real person? It's just he's a real dude. It's just something about like the face scan, I guess, just looks weird. just won't have it happen again. I can't have it happen again. I can't let it happen again. What's the problem? And you're losing, Ty Lue. I hope you're happy. Fuck it. Looks even enough to me. So now Penny is going to have New Bull there. He's got injured people, pissed off people. And he left Philly for this. Good luck. Alright, you motherfuckers. It's time. Some shit has got to change. BJ, you got to go. You've been just the third star that nobody ever needed. So, we're going to send you to be a tank commander in LA. How much money are we off right now? They do not need that Jim Jackson contract to compete. Like, it's just not necessary. If Mark Price was there, I'd make that shit happen too. You know what, though? Let's just get somebody else involved, because they could actually use Jim Jackson. Actually, Plus, you'd have to go to the West. Although, the options are limited. Jeez. Talk about a rough go for the Spurs. I'm trying to remember how much that contract is. It's about $5 a year. So that's actually a little bit more than I thought it was, which is significant. Where's a place that's got like competitive spirit right now that could also use like a shooting guard? I mean, Raptors could use like a backup shooting guard. Do they have enough to like make anything out of that happen? Not really, because they don't have any like good things to offer in return. I mean, they could get Rodney and a Jim Jackson swap. Does that feel about even? I mean, they're giving up Ewing just straight up for BJ. Okay, so if the Spurs give up a second-round pick that they send to the Clippers just for the Bulls, and then the Bulls give up a second-round pick, because I really don't think with BJ in there that they should have to give up a first for Ewing at this stage of his career, so fuck it. Patrick Ewing is going to team up with Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. What a big three. Which obviously doesn't leave them much room to do anything, but now your starting five is Steve Kerr, Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Rodney Rogers, and Patrick Ewing. I feel like that's a pretty solid team. You got inside defense, you got perimeter defense, you got three-point shooting, you got inside scoring, you got mid-range scoring, you got playmaking, you got rebounding. They got everything, and then Marison's going to come in, and he's going to be an even better rebounder, and he's going to be a good inside defender for them too. So the Bulls have everything they can possibly need to succeed. Now it's on fucking them. Alfonso's pissed. He's unhappy with his life choices. You decided to come here, dog. Fuck it, we'll give Hot Rod just a chance to just go, like, pursue a title. And same thing with Toulson. If there's, like, a team like the Lakers or the... Like, I don't even care. who just doesn't have a lot of, like, I know there's always, like, one of those. The Spurs are kind of one of those, but they're also kind of ass. They're not great. They're not great, basically. The Nets, see, like, if they did that, a second round pick, and another bullshit fucking player. What's the problem? $2 million. Damn. I didn't realize they were getting so much money. Yeah, you guys might have to rot. I can kind of see what's going on. The Cavs are in some cap issues. They did that. That's not cap well spent, basically. Alright, back on the hunt. When will teams learn to give up on this fucking guy? I don't know. He's just never had, like, a career that screamed, like, this guy's gonna help. This guy's gonna help my team. Why doesn't it say, like, NYK nowadays? There's not 2 New York teams, right? I guess the Brooklyn, but that they don't come up as, like, New York on the thing. I don't know. I'm just weird about. I'm weird. It's like with the Giants and the Jets, I get it. It's just 2 teams, but I'm not understanding. Whatever. Do any of these teams need a fucking small forward or not? I mean, this team's a tragedy. But what are they gonna do about it? $2.4. Do they have enough to make it happen? Maybe. They trade away Murray. What's the problem? 25. It's gonna have to be somebody with a little cap to them. Fucking sure. There we go. Okay. Beautiful. Everybody feeling better? You feeling better? This Cavs team fucking stinks. They might as well fucking trade this dude. Ain't got much hope. With or without you. Fuck it, he's miserable. He won't be any happier going to Cleveland. It's just a swap, honestly. It's just a swap. Cavs are done. Celtics, the fuck do you need? I'm just gonna let you rock. You're cool. I can't even trade Mark Price, so they're just kind of fucked in that way. Finley is pumped, so he might re-sign with the Clippers. And then they just got in Marshall. They just don't have a center now, so they're gonna have to do something. You can give up these 2 and then find a decent center, at least. What's the problem? Cool beans. Okay. Clippers, I think they're pretty much done. It's the only trade I really think that is absolutely necessary for them right now is to get rid of Mark Price. But whatever. They actually did get a lot younger from this, and they have some like good picks. I think the Clippers can find themselves back in a good position in not too long. Now the Hawks, they're at the 9th seed, but this Eastern Conference is so close. I feel like they should probably just make a push. But what do they do with that push? First thing they do is get fucking, if there's anybody who would be willing to take this awful fucking contract that they gave a 29-year-old who's going to be 30 soon, when you got to pay your fucking star player after this year, that's crazy. You gave him $9 million. Yeah, that's going to be a tough contract for whoever's got to take it on. They might have to... What is he doing right now? He's shooting 53%. 17, 8, 2 assists. Not much on the defensive side. Doesn't shoot the 3 ball. He's a positive player for this team. I mean, fuck it. Maybe we just leave. But he's also taking Lionel off the court, which I don't know if that helps this team in their current iteration. Maybe what we do is trade Reggie. Trade Clarence and trade the first. You can't pick the fucking. Yeah, I know. Alright. And then they're gonna go on a hunt for a center. Fuck you guys. Are the Magic good? I can't even remember. I don't remember what the Magic are doing now. Huh. I mean, the Lakers are pretty good everywhere. They could just hoard these 3. They're probably going to lose Gary Trent after the year. Because I don't... I'm not sure. Maybe they won't. I don't think these two would want to do deals with each other right now anyway, considering the position. But the Knicks might, to get a first-round pick. I'll go until you look fake. Boy, I think the Knicks are like one of the realest rosters around. They are getting a center in this exchange, a way better one. But is this enough? Maybe they don't. They gotta do something to make it worth their while. But this is also a guy on the last year of his deal. Oh, I don't know. Maybe there's another thing we can throw in here. Fuck it. The Hawks will be lucky to have that. Their pick's gonna... It should be pretty shit either which way anyway. Alright. Don't let them do their thing, man. I'm gonna try and help as best as I can to make this make sense. Alright, point guard is gonna be what it's gonna be. I think I'm just gonna move. Oh man, there's really not much I can actually do with the way that you're constructed here. But I did give you a center. Like a real center, so... You got... Okay. We know this team. Lots of shooting guards. No power forward. If they want to make any kind of effort... Is this the first team we started with? No. I don't remember where we started. We'll get there eventually, though. Team desperately does need a power forward still. And They have a bunch of fucking fake people. You know what? Grant, you're worth it. Fucking, do you need a shooting guard? Not really, but kind of. Fucking there. Make everybody happy. That's as easy as it can possibly come. You have too many shooting guards. You don't have enough shooting guards. You have too many power forwards. You don't have enough. Fucking. This is the big one. Because it's time. It's time to tank. This era has not worked. Kendall Gill's been here for 9 years. It's just not going their way. They could get an absolute haul for Gill. Everybody would be in on trying to trade for a guy who's got a 4-year contract. I can't even believe Grant Hill went to the Sonics. That fucking blows my mind. I'm trying to think of where the best options would be. Like, where's a team that's like, you know what? This is our chance. It's now or never, basically. So let it be now. Type shit, type shit, type shit. They also have to have cap and, like, the means to move players to be able to make this move happen. So those are the two important things to evaluate. He's got a cap hit of about $8 million a year, so you're not gonna find like a bunch of cheap players. It's either gonna take a big swap or a big money-making player, basically. Why? I'm gonna save the Kings, because why? And he's fucking outraged. I'm about to fucking... Oh. Let me go to the Kings after this trade, because... The fuck? What am I even looking at there? I mean, maybe the Knicks have a lot of assets to be trying to do it, but, like, are they a team that would be like, let's try and go all in and win now? Probably not. Like, the Kings are fucked. Like, I get that this is, like, their best. He's an 86. That's probably why. He's down to an 80, whatever. But I didn't fucking realize the Kings had gotten... Where did you come from? Have you just... Oh, you were in Dallas as, like, a backup shooting guard. And then I guess the Kings just paid you. Well, they're going to reap what they sow for the rest of this year. Because there's not much I can do for them. They're going to be bad anyway. But who needs this fucking... This piece? Who's going to try and compete with Shaq, Chris Webber, and Kobe, basically? Who has the means to even try? I'm thinking about these Rockets. I'm looking at them, and I'm just like, are you built for this? Two first-round picks, Ogman, Petrovic for Kendall Gill. Is that even enough? Don't even know. They don't even have any young people on a long-term contract. I didn't even realize how old Nate McMillan had gotten. You can bring back Greg Grant if you want to. You can dance if you wanna. And we'll take your worst player. Well, they'll take your worst player. Whatever. All right, Charlotte. Is this enough? I really don't think so. For whatever reason, maybe I could put together a second trade and see how I feel about that one instead. Because I'm just not feeling like it's not putting it over the edge for me. I don't know. It's got to be a team that's like one great player from being like right there. I mean, they already got Grant Hill. If the Sonics didn't get Grant Hill, I would have probably went with the Sonics, but it blocks me every time. I'm just like, I can't. Grant Hill is that move, basically. I keep looking at the Spurs and feeling like maybe you just do it. I don't really think that it's necessary for a team like that. This is to compete with the fucking Lakers, alright? Do you get me? You're trying to compete with the Lakers. I gotta find teams that like have assets too. So if you don't have any assets, I can't just give up a franchise player like that for nothing. But it also has to be. It's literally such a tightrope because you have to find a team that has the assets to make it worth it for a trade, but also is a good team, so they probably won't have as many like young contracts and good draft picks. So take for that what you will. The Clippers are too far gone. I mean, this makes sense. He's sending me a 20, but he's on such a good deal for them. I feel like that would just be like overdoing it. They paid Hershey Hawkins a lot of money, but the Sixers are doing really well, so I don't want to fuck with their flow right now. Shit. I'm running out of options. And I'm going around. I feel like it's gotta be the Spurs. It's gotta be either the Spurs or the fucking Hornets. So if his is a 5, that's an 8. It would be like... Boy, all their shitty contracts are on, like, injury. One, two, three. So this, I wonder if it would work. Is that enough though? They are getting Jim Jackson versus Petrovic. Jim Jackson's 3 years younger, and I mean obviously we could throw in the same amount of picks. Honestly, this Rockets option is probably more. Fuck it, that's like the best you're gonna get at this point. So maybe they just don't trade him. I don't know. Is it worth it if it's like that? We don't have to do it. I would feel bad to just fucking screw them out of it. So I think after all of that, I'm realizing that they're just in a position where it's just smarter to not do shit. Because the contract situation is there too. It would be different if things were different. Because they still might end up with the first overall pick, so I wouldn't stress over too much shit. Fuck it, if Mark Eaton's miserable, you can get rid of Eaton. That's not gonna fucking get an extra pick. It's certainly not gonna help. Here, we'll make the Spurs fucking feel a little bit better. The fuck's the problem? 1.9 million. Maybe that won't then. How about that? Alright, fuck it. Round 2. Who's it gonna be? Alright, we'll do you. We teased you. 1 million. But they can't afford jack shit, dog. We've been over this. That Van Exel contract is not a good one, in my personal opinion. But hey, he's an 85 right now. I wonder what he's doing. Nothing special. I mean, to be fair, 15-9 is not bad. Can't hate. I was looking at his shooting stats at first. I recognize people can't see where my eyes are just like fucking. You know what? Honestly, dude, like, it's more trouble than it's worth. The Hornets, if you stay the worst team, then good. If not, cool. Doesn't matter. Oh, you motherfuckers. I don't even know what to do with you other than fucking fix the mess that you've made. Because why would you give that contract to that 29-year-old anyway? What are we doing? I'm literally saving your fucking franchise by doing this. I hope you realize. This is the first year. Original contract length. Years left. No, there can't be years left. We have to stop this. I'm literally saving you by just making this what it is now. He's pissed, but at least he won't be on the team next year. Yeah, no, he won't be on the team next year. No. And fucking Chuck Person's gonna be fucking like out of the league soon anyway. So all this is gonna do is entertain me. Give him a, don't call it a comeback. The Knicks, could you get any worse? Genuinely, you have too many point guards. So if there's a team that like could feel as if they're being helped by having another point guard. I'll do anything to get a fucking phony out of here. $3 million. See, this be the problem. Some of these fucking guys have crazy contracts. So now, I gotta find a team that not only could use a point guard, but then has a shitty fucking $3 million fucking blah, 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 blah. I don't have to do that. You're stuck with it. Sometimes you just can't make it work. It'd be like that. That's life. The Lakers, you know what? You've done enough. Okay, Chris Webber, you've done enough. If this team doesn't win outside of it being for like injuries, that's on you. You should win everything. Leitner is pissed. I feel like it's just the people who get the shitty contracts, but there's nothing you can do about it. And then the morale just tanks their thing, and then they just go right back to doing the same shit again next year. Whatever, dude. I mean, it would help if the Magic didn't fucking suck, but fuck it. I mean, you're gonna lose him anyway. You might as well get something for him. And he's very movable because he's on such a fucking shitty contract that you might as well just find a team that can, like, really pay well for him. Honestly. Like, I'm gonna go around. Because it's also got to be a team that's worth it. Like, a team like the Cavs isn't going to give up no assets. for like a Christian Laettner at this stage of the game. The Celtics could, but like, what do they have that's worth it? It's gotta be multi-year contracts for guys that would be worth having around for multiple years in the future. Alright, the Celtics are one to consider. The Grizzlies, but what do they have? Nothing really. That's like, we know about the Hawks. Ahmed Atkins, Cloud, the Heat. Can you beat the Heat? I'm slowly forgetting who this is for. Later. Alright, so like contenders and shit. Contenders with like an interest in a good power forward. He's just gonna go get a big contract next year anyway. No matter what I do with him. Too much money. 500. Top 5 protected. That's as far as I'll go for that. Okay. Yes, boom. Alright, that's done. The Mavs with Mashburn, I feel like they gotta be eager to try and compete. Chris Morris is on a shitty deal. Do a straight up swap for Blue. Although he's getting paid a little bit more, I just hold him in higher regard as a player for whatever. So there's a swap for you. Out of Utah. Dumas. They got Muggsy, Michael Adams. They got a young Dirk. I mean, Mashburn's still going to be around past this year. It's not over for them either which way. But it's not like these guys. I mean, Dumas is going to be 30. Assets for assets, whatever they can do, because I'm looking at it and it's just like, you're gonna lose this guy for whatever, and that just clears the way for Dirk to start anyway. And then you got a young center option, so whatever. Fuck it. Menagerie's miserable. They could use an upgrade. He could use a fresh start. You know who else seems miserable? Latrell motherfucking Sprewell. So bring him to the New Jersey Nets. One less player. Not going to be a good pick anyway, most likely. Don't want to jinx them, but Okay, so the Andersons, the Anderson guards, Coleman, Jermaine O'Neal, and now Latrell Sprewell will join them. That's a really good starting lineup. It's all on them and their bench, what they do with the rest of it. The Nuggets are kind of in a weird spot here. Vlade's only on for a 1-year run. What's their record? They're 4th, though. So, is there anything they can do to kind of make a push forward? They got Frazier, who's going to help Brooks, and then obviously the young guys who are going to continue to develop. Maybe they get rid of one of these guys in the hopes that they can net them something big in return from one of these lower tier teams. Like a team that's really ready to just kind of restart, or already is in the process of doing that. What do they want? I guess that's an important question, is what the fuck would they want? Honestly, this is a really good team. This Nuggets team could be a real problem. I mean, maybe they could get a better backup 4. Raka. This dude seems miserable. Alright, I think that's cool with me. And that just makes the Nuggets a little bit better now to compete. Because they have a guy who's already a backup. He's not happy being a backup, but maybe he'll be happy to be a backup to Tim Duncan instead. Probably not, though. The Pacers. I still don't understand how this is happening. And for the most part, I'll just let you. You shouldn't be this good. Hopefully you don't stay this good, but whatever. I just can't be asked. Jerry Stackhouse is leading the league in points per game, and honestly, I gotta think that it's because he has, like, the least offensive team around him I've ever seen. I really didn't put it together in my head. Like, damn, why is Stackhouse, like, leading the entire league in points per game? And now I'm looking at it, and it's like Ben Wallace at center, Kurt Thomas at power forward, Eric Snow at point guard, and then I don't know anything about this Michael Smith guy. He's got some good inside scoring, but he's more of a defender too and a rebounder, it looks like. You do got Robert Horry. Robert Horry is about the only saving grace and making sure that I guess he doesn't rack up all the damn... I guess Robert Horry should go, though. If there is a person that they should trade, they are, like, just the team that's, like, right outside of actually being, like, relevant for them. I was going to tell him to go back to fucking Philly, honestly, but I don't think that's going to work. Alright, big shot, Bob. Fuck it. The Pistons will take on Mark Jackson, right? They don't... What do they got going on at power forward? Too much. But if they get rid of this guy, and then you hand them Youngin, what's the problem? Cap $6 million. Holy shit. That might be a little hard to come by. You could start over the Stockton era, honestly. Imagine Stockton on the same team with Isaiah. John Stockton might retire anyway after this, genuinely. I know he's an 87. They're not giving up anything else that's really worthwhile anyway. Fuck it. Michael Smith. Okay, sure. Of course you have a fucking no trade clause, because why wouldn't you? Fuck it, Hubert. Alright. Cool. So John Stockton is teammates with Isaiah Thomas now, and Jerry Stackhouse. This actually might help him. I'm trying to decide whether they come off of fucking Eric Snow. I don't know. He might be a restricted free agent. No trade clause option, organizational core, player, generally a starter, blah, blah, blah. I mean, he's going to hit the open market. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this team is like... They're not really out of it. They're not the 10 seed like I thought they were, though. They just got better with Stockton anyway. Fuck it. I'll leave them. Now, the Rockets are their own issue, but they're pretty much dealt with, too. I've done what I could. Like, they have no room to do anything unless I just fucking package together these two for somebody else. Which, what other teams? I mean, the Trailblazers' best player is an 82. The Wolves, even without Stockton, are now kind of in this, like... I mean, I guess he's on a 1-year deal. I didn't even notice that. You get the 2-for-1. Throw in a fucking second-round pick. Boom. Alright, the Rockets... doing what they can to compete for the year. Hakeem, Glenn Rice, Abdur Hoof, Kenny Smith, Victor. Alright, cool. My brain's turning to mush. Elliott, Leitner, Robinson. The front court is there. They got Jim Jackson. Point guard is just... It's their problem to worry about right now because they're injured and I can't help. I didn't even realize it. Is he back with the Phoenixes or he was, right? Yeah. Just wanted to check. The Sonics, you're good. The Wolves, you're doing what you can. You got Vin Baker for 3 years, so you're not in like a rush. You don't have to move on from him right now. He's 27. They might actually be... Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, young point guards. Most of their shooting guards can't play point guard, though. Big issue. Big Shot Bob, Vin Baker. Some young guys that are definitely going to get a chance to develop, I'll tell you that. Alright. Is there anybody specific that we want to watch for the rest of the year? I guess we should watch the Lakers to see if they break the record. And then poor Kendall Gill probably will get traded, but maybe in the off season when I can like get a better idea and get better value for him. I feel like there would just be more to it then. Honestly, in our next fucking stream doing this, it's probably gonna be the same thing. Because I'm just sitting here like close to probably finishing up. Like, there's no way we're gonna get through this. I think we've gotten through like not even 2 full years yet, which is just how it goes with this. Alright, we're not watching anything else. We're just trying to see how the Lakers do for the rest of the year. Yeah. Basically, my thought process is that we finish this season and then I go to bed. get sleepies. Sounds great. Sounds awesome. Sounds amazing. Contract extension deadline today. Would you like to stop simulating? Fuck no, baby. I don't even know what the record is at this point because I guess we've been going for a little while. So in theory, they could have set their own new record, and I wouldn't know. Right now they have 61-9. They just lost the 9th game, but technically that would like tie today's, which back then I guess wouldn't have been the record. Oh, they're at 12 now though. I've looked away. They had like 3 in a week span. And Chris Webber wins MVP 24, 12, and 5. That's crazy. Wearing number 4 with the Lakers. Dirk wins Rookie of the Year. 19, 6.5, and 2. Clyde wins 6th Man of the Year again. 15, 5, and 5 essentially. Hakeem wins Defensive Player of the Year, as he should. 3.5 blocks. My GOAT, fucking Defensive Player of the Year at fucking like 36, I think it was. Most Improved is not going to a fucking nobody. It's not going to a random, I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that. So AI actually ended up averaging the most points. Stackhouse dropped to 3rd. Kendall Gill was in 2nd. He really didn't have much help. He was shooting 60% too. Crazy. What was fucking? I'm just curious. That's not even his high. His career high was the year before. He almost averaged 30. I didn't even fucking see that. That's crazy. What's Kobe's jumps been like? 4 points. Nothing too crazy. Trying to find somebody who might have had like a drastic jump this year. Doug West, a leading scorer, doing his thing. No. Jalen Rose, probably not. I'll do anything to get it away from where it is right now, so it doesn't even matter. You're another fake person. I don't even know why, but I am just genuinely curious if you were a better option as a fake person. Judgy mom. Where was he the year before that? He was with the Wizards for a couple of years. He's been kind of all around the league, too. It's so funny. I'm just gonna start going person by person until I see a fucking significant jump. Ilgauskas, you're the perfect man for this. I don't even care about those shooting splits that I think I saw at the end there. 39% from the field as a center. What about Chauncey? Did he go? He went up 4, and his assists went up. His free throws went up. I don't know. Fuck it, I'll give it to Chauncey because Ilgauskas' thing was like that bad. Executive of the Year, the Supersonics. Yeah, because they got Grant Hill. I wonder why it didn't go to the Lakers though for signing Chris Webber. Injuries around might have a drastic effect on the rest of this season. Stay tuned. Alright, we got the Lakers and the fucking poor Rockets, dude. Just doing anything to try and give Hakeem one more chance, but we've watched this league develop into something nasty. Surely we gotta be at the 7-game series by now. Are we still in the 5-game? I don't know when that changes, to be honest. And also, I really am not ready to like say goodbye to the Supersonics or this version of the Grizzlies. I want it to stop. This will be the first game. You got Steve Smith, Ilgauskas, And these guys, Clyde, still there versus Penny and Detlef and a young Tyloo Manute who's for some reason on the bench. But, alright, I'm almost positive this is like the first one. Or I guess maybe we should just go. You see the Bulls, they got Steve Kerr, another team that's kind of hoping for one final, like, last stand. This New Jersey Nets team, which at the top is better than ever, but Christie can't stay healthy either. It seems like every time we get to this point, he ain't healthy. Well, whatever. That's that Nets team. The Celtics with Steve Nash, still a very young core in Boston for the most part. We'll see how that comes together in the playoffs. Versus Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, Antonio McDyess, Alonzo Mourning, Rick Brunson. They have an injured Keith Van Horn, which is not going to help because they are not a deep team at all. Then you got the Sixers, who have Hershey Hawkins starting because Jason Kidd is out. He was usually playing shooting guard. George McLeod, Calvert, Ellison, Seekley, Bruce Bowen, Sean Bradley, Del Curry, Tim Thomas, etc. Then you see Jason Kidd is out. I don't know for how long. He averaged 23, 6, and 8 damn near this year. He is going to miss 6 to 8 weeks with a broken right ankle, so the Sixers might just have to deal without their best player probably, which we'll see how that goes, especially because they're starting off against the defending NBA champions, the Atlanta Hawks, who look a lot different. This is not the same kind of built team as it was last year. They were very deep. Now they're about 7, 8 deep. They got a young Mike Bibby. They did bring in John Sally and Billy Owens, so they do have more star power for sure. We'll see if that plays into their favor. This Lakers team is ridiculous. They're all healthy right now. You got Weber, Shaq, and Kobe. I'd be shocked if they stay healthy if anybody could beat them. Somebody's hurt for the Rockets. Glenn Rice. These poor guys can't catch a break. They're 1-9 since he's got hurt too. You got Hakeem, Victor, Muhammad, and K. Smith. But without Glenn Rice there, they might be screwed. The Nuggets, who are starting to come along with the development of Stephon Marbury, Tim Duncan, they're waiting on Antoine Walker to do the same thing. They got Vlade, Terrell Brandon, and they do go pretty deep as far as like lots of 79 overalls. Did I get no, the Spurs. Eric Murdoch, Jim Jackson, Sean Elliott, Richard Dumas, Christian Laettner. Oh no. David Robinson, 2 to 4 weeks. He's probably going to miss this whole first round with a hand fracture. And I don't know if they're going to make it out of the round. So then you got the Sonics with Gary Payton, Ricky Pierce. They have a big injury, which is causing some scrub to play because Grant Hill is hurt. But he is that kind of guy. Broken ankle, out for the season. We're going to see. I mean, they're 9-1. I don't know how long he's been out, but they've been doing their thing. This is still a very, very good team. And then the Jazz on the other side, they've lost some people. They've tried to retool. They got Michael Williams, John Starks, Derek McKee, obviously Kevin Garnett's team, Brad Daugherty, Isaiah Ryder. Any injuries to note? Not really. And then finally, the Vancouver Grizzlies with Chauncey Billups, Allen Iverson, Clarence Witherspoon, Danny Ferry, my fucking brain's starting to malfunction, Dikembe, Bryant Reeves, B.J. Brown. This is a very good team. And, actually, let me check. Nobody hurt. And the Warriors, Run CMC, Terry Mills, random center, who's not awful, Aaron McKee, Tyronn Hill, so we shall see. I'm going to at least start just... Okay, the Lakers one's the last one, I think. Okay, any upsets? The Jazz upset the Sonics. It's only one game, but... and then the Hawks. No Jason Kidd. The people are going to start thinking that the Hawks actually have some, like, bad juju on their fucking side, for real, for real. All the injury luck that they catch, all the breaks that they've caught from this type of shit is crazy, bro. We got multiple 1-1 series, a couple 2-0s, simulate through. The Celtics are gone. We're still in the 3-series format. So 3 teams get swept. The Bulls sweep the Nets. The Celtics get swept by the Raptors. I'm actually surprised the Raptors dropped that low, honestly. Steve Nash was still healthy. He was still playing. No excuses. Couple of sweeps. Alright. Let's head next to one. See if any of these go to elimination game. And we do. We got a couple 2-2s. The Sonics beat the Jazz in 4. So after the Jazz make the finals, they are eliminated. The Sixers are bounced in 4 after their best player, Jason Kidd, gets hurt. The Sixers just can't catch a break going into these postseasons right now. They signed Jason Kidd. He gets hurt. Fucking tough time to be a Sixers fan. We got one going to Game 5 in the Heat and the Wizards over in the East, and one being the Grizzlies and the Warriors in the West. Proud of those Warriors. And then the Nuggets, whoa! That one went the complete opposite way of what I was expecting. Every other one, not really too surprised. I'm surprised the Celtics didn't put up more of a fight. Thought that would have been a better series than it ended up being. Especially, like, no real injuries. But for this, what the hell happened to Denver? Did somebody get hurt? Marbury's there, Tim Duncan's there. I mean, not really. They just got beat straight up. Elliott dropped 31 on them, and this one, Jim Jackson, and then nobody played well. Tim Duncan completely choked. 3 of 14 is awful. Is that Scott Brooks? Or this is just a team of a bunch of fucking head coaches. Scott Brooks and Fred Hoiberg. Walker didn't play well. Brandon didn't play well. Marbury didn't play well. Nobody really just played well other than Parker, who went 6 of 7. So shout out to Anthony Parker. 18-18-18. At 23 years old, the best player for this team in an elimination game. That's tough. Not for, like, that's just this. Alright, so we have the first series, which is the Wizards, who made it all the way to the Eastern Conference Finals last year, versus the Heat. I think the Heat is a lot more competitive, even with the injuries to teams like the 1 seed. This Eastern Conference was extremely close. Whoa! The Wizards! That was like 50 seconds left. I thought that's going to go down in history. What the fuck? How did they blow that? Can I get like I need a rundown. I need more of what happened here. I need more of an understanding of what happened. Because the Heat just fucking choked and got eliminated out of legit nowhere. Glenn Robinson got fouled out hella early. He only played 18 minutes. The Wizards with Raheem, Hardaway, Stoudemire, Detlef is still there. Manute are moving on. That is so crazy. I really wish I could read like the game log for that. Maybe there's a way. I just don't know how. Yeah, I can't figure it out for me. It's fine. It seems so far out of range. I guess I'll be slow about it, even if it comes down to being that close. Like, late. It was like a 9-point game with like 50 seconds left, bro. They lost by 3. In, like, regular time, not overtime. Do you know how crazy that is? Alright, 2-14, tie game. And we get to see the Grizzlies uniforms. I am fucking in. And it's against Runs. This is like one of the best matchups I could have possibly asked for. Yeah, and I had to switch that camera because it's been pissing me off every other time. Let's finish this season.
Outside
Billups.
Billups.
And then get fucking Reeves.
To take
Over
the
to
lead.
Billups for
And
3.
score the ball.
Bang.
5 so far, shooting a very clean 5 of 7.
Exactly the kind of shooting you need down the stretch to win games.
Timeout, Warriors.
Led by Allen Iverson. What year was this? Is this the Spurs championship? I can't think.
He's making a switch here. Iverson's checked in. The Warriors also with a sub. Felder's checked in. Right now, I'd send it over to the sidelines and get a report from David Aldridge.
Hey, guys, I listened in on what Don Nelson was discussing with his players. Now, Coach told his guys it's not over until it's over. He asked them to stay sharp out there and to keep fighting. If we lose this, it's on us, he said. Back to you guys.
Thank you, David. Now, here's Mills. And the layup is good.
Clearly a mix-up defensively there. Way too easy inside.
And in a close game, those can come back to haunt you.
Here's Iverson. And he makes that one. Iverson's got 9 points now in just the second half.
Iverson has quickly proven he can produce. I guess high pressure doesn't do much to change it.
After Mullins, required. Reeves with the rebound. Vancouver leading by 3.
Only did play the game.
Here's
Actually,
Iverson.
they played the game.
And it's Felder with the rebound.
So he did win.
Felder's got rebound number 12 already in the game. Mullen passes to Felder. And he is flushed down with a nice jam. That gives him the double-double. 10 points in 12 rebounds.
Oh, man, how good is that? You got to love watching him rise up and finish with power.
Clark, when the defense is this weak, you should expect to get dunked on. They deserve it.
For sure.
I tell you, they deserve it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they were expecting. It's their fault giving him these kinds of opportunities.
And so here is Golden State. Vancouver picking up a basket just moments ago.
Fade away playing good.
Right there.
Well, if he's feeling the pressure, he's not showing it.
I expect they'll
Iverson
take
up
their
the
time.
court.
Yeah, every
Holds
second
up.
that ticks away plays to their advantage.
Now here's Hardaway.
This is
After the miss from
elimination
Allen
match.
Iverson. Here's Richmond.
Iverson.
A miss that time. Will put him up. 6-second difference between shot and game.
He got a body.
Iverson passes to Reeves.
Reeves,
Only
wow.
contact on that one, so he'll shoot 2 here.
Hey, if you can't force the turnover, that's not a bad foul.
Well, at least they're stopping the clock. That's not the worst-case scenario for them.
It asked if we wanted to use the 99 draft pick, so this must be the 98-99 year. Which I guess means that this year is the last year of the Bulls run. I thought it was the year before, which has me confused because the Bulls did
drops the
win
first one, and that would put them up by 2.
lost the next year, which would have been their second one. And I think the Blazers won again.
And he cannot convert on the second. That misses. Timeout, Warriors. In terms of strategy here, any thoughts?
Look, they've got more than enough time to get a basket here.
And they've got to be aggressive. The defense doesn't want to foul.
Which is after the Bulls championship. I also don't know which year this is, like the starting year. 2024, so it hasn't come out. So we start right after the first Blazers win. The Bulls win again. Then the Blazers win.
Was it another team in the Hawks? I think there is another team in the Hawks. I think they lost their game. He's 3-3 with a one win he didn't make it. And that's the Rockets in the defense. And so goes the last one of the Hawks. We only have 3 different teams making out of the East. The Cavs, the Hawks, and the Bulls.
This is why you want the ball movement, coach, and player movement.
And as a result of that, they made it hard for the defense to key in on any one individual player. It makes Tim a tough defensive assignment.
And that narrows the gap to 1.
I don't know why I'm even racking my brain so hard when I know that I'm going to be able to shut it as soon as this game. As soon as this game's over, I'm going to be able to continue. And I'm still like sitting there.
Right away, hits them both.
Excellent composure at the line there to tie things up and give them a shot at overtime.
The Grizzlies call timeout. Seconds left in the fourth quarter of this one.
Last shot. We'll see.
Richmond against Iverson.
And the ball goes to the bucket. It's good.
It's so difficult to slow down when he gets that fire in his eyes.
And they do it. They'll move on to round 2.
Iverson
They'll do it for now.
lucky
Ready to join us for the first round of the Western Conference Finals. So for Mike Fratello, Clark Kellogg, and David Aldridge, and our entire 2K crew, this is Kevin Harlan thanking you for watching this 2K Sports presentation of the...
All right. I got to figure out this league history shit because I'm a little confused. So... Nope. Yeah, we just got through the season. They just named him the MVP. They had back-to-back MVPs at the Lakers, but Chris Webber with 2 different teams. Damn, Shaq was on the Timberwolves not too long ago, too. Okay. So this is where we jump in. It's Bulls, Rockets. But instead we got the Sonics, and then it's Bulls. But instead we got Mavericks, Bulls. That's the one I forgot. The Mavericks was the team I was trying to think of. That's the one I was missing with Chris Webber. So, really, only big differences here are the Rockets. Obviously, a couple big differences. Webber is on his way to becoming one of the greats of all time. He's got a couple MVPs and a championship. MJ's only got 3 with 2 finals MVPs because he didn't get it in the last one that they won. I don't know what happened here with the Hawks. Still don't know. That's the only one I don't understand. The Mavericks team was very good. They had Mitch Richmond, Chris Webber. They were a solid team. All right, and then they obviously went back to back in the championship. Then Webber left to go to the Clippers. That didn't really work out for them. Nonetheless, we're here now, second round. Starting off, we have the Raptors and the Hawks, the defending champions, versus the up-and-comers. We have the Bulls with MJ and Ewing on the same team. Scottie Pippen there. We got Penny Hardaway and the Wizards. They got Manute. They got Raheem. And then on the opposite side, it's these overpowered-ass Lakers. I didn't even put Chris Webber there, but you gotta love a good story when it comes your way. The Lakers got to be such villains in this. And they're going up against the Spurs team. It's got Christian Laettner, Sean Elliott, Jim Jackson, David Robinson hurt. I don't know. He's 1 to 2 weeks. So he might be playing in this series. And then we got the Grizzlies with AI. We just seen them. Dikembe, Chauncey Billups versus the Supersonics with Gary Payton, Sean Kemp, etc. I'm so glad that of the two, like, it's the Jazz's big two that's got, like, all the problems. I got a lot of love for Sean and Gary. The Supersonics were a thing. I think they'd be the team I'd probably be rooting for. Oh my god, the Bulls are about to get eliminated. The Sonics got eliminated in 5. Did not think that would be that quick of a series. I don't even know if I meant to do it that way, but honestly, Kemp didn't play well. Gary Payton only put up 9 points. What did AI do in the elimination game? 23 and 10. Have any big games? 33. Pierce dropped 42 in a game. He dropped 39 in the same game, though. 34. Yeah, AI had some crazy scoring games. I don't know who was guarding him. Probably not Gary, although they probably should have put Gary on him. All these series are really in control. The Spurs are eliminated. The Hawks get a win. The elimination game, Kobe drops 31. Look at this shit, bro. It's just not fair. It's just not fair. Alright, the Bulls are up against the wall to these Wizards, and I don't know how, to be quite honest. I feel like they should be decimating. I mean, a healthy Penny run. We haven't gotten to see many of those. This game is kind of close. We might as well. We haven't seen much of the Bulls recently. And we might not see much more, to be quite honest. This is a struggle run here. They're struggling to stay alive. They're down 3-1 to this Wizards team. Even if they somehow come back and win the whole thing, who knows if we're going to get
Jordan against Hardaway.
No defense. No inside defense.
They really needed that.
It's Pippen with the triple. And he converts the list. Pippen's got 30.
Boy, that's leadership right there. Coming through in the clutch. Pippen knocking it down in a big moment.
Inside Hardaway. He moves. And it's good on the way. Hardaway's got 6 in the corner.
Big time points from Pippen.
He's got screen. He's going to pull a 3.
The rebound by Anderson. Washington's gotten off to an 0-for-2 start from downtown here in the fourth
That
quarter.
would have been
Here's
huge.
to Hardaway.
3, especially in this
Stoudemire lifts
game.
up. Here's Ware. Outside Hardaway. To tie it up.
Pulls up.
Scottie
Can't
Pippen
hit.
grabs the miss.
Pippen with the
Well,
board.
there wasn't much there in terms of defense pressure. I'm sure he'd like another crack at that shot.
Curry on shot.
I really love to see this Bulls team. Like this team, I don't know.
And he could not get that one to go.
Let it go.
No contact. And he'll go to the line for the two.
Pippen doing what he can to draw the contact while in the act of shooting. That's just a good veteran move there.
Pippen.
Gets the first and makes it a 3-point lead. And Washington making a change.
MJ's just not that guy in this. I don't know what to tell you. He's great. He's one of the greats. Who is number 2? What is going on?
It's a 4-point ball game.
Wait, does anybody see that? Hello?
Free throws there.
I know he's next to like a 7'4" guy, but that was concerning. What was his number? Number 2. Yo, who is number 2? That is crazy. The height disparity between number 2 and just a regular table team, and then especially being like the 7'4" center. That was insane. It's like they're just next to each other so casually, and it's the Penny on MJ.
And we're right there.
Look at the bucket and foul Scotty.
And there's the intentional foul. No choice but to stop the clock here.
Early into his night. But you know what? I don't know that they can come back no matter who's on the court.
He hits the first one, and that puts them up by 5. So he goes 2 for 2 at the line. And it's a 6-point ball game.
You ain't take
Sensing an
Scotty.
opportunity here to increase the lead and capitalizing on it.
Pippen with the steal.
Oh, MJ steal other way. Game, set,
They go to the intentional foul.
Game 7 coming up in Chicago. Michael Jordan's legacy saved by Scottie Pippen's 36-point performance with 9 assists and 3 steals. MJ also had a great game with 21, 4, 7, and 3. Literally shot lights out 9 of 12. Steve Kerr did not have a great game. If that 3 would have banged, though, that game would have been over. That was a good look. Alright, so they're going to have a Game 7. We're waiting for Vancouver. I'm assuming the Raptors wrap this up. But, I mean, this Hawks team has already surprised me once in this stream. So, I'm not going to fucking make any assumptions. It's over. Nope. Don't count them out, man. Don't count. Show me something. Nah. Hawks are gone. Alright. The Cinderella run ends here for them. Billy Owens, their leading scorer. Jalen Rose only puts up 11. Sally just chokes. 3 of 14. 1 of 6 for Atkins. Ray Allen puts up 23. McDyess, Paul Pierce. This is a fun. That Raptors team is like very exciting. We could get the Raptors and the Grizzlies. Those 2 center signings could be absolutely massive. And it's just the fact that they actually had some cap space to make a move like that. They really had nothing else to do. Like, they just had the space to make a franchise-changing move. This game is very close. Very back and forth. Oh, they can't let this happen. It's over. They have to get a stop and get one more score. If they score first, I'll jump in. Nobody's scoring, though. It's over. The Wizards are going to eliminate the Bulls. Patrick Ewing. Might be time to wrap it up. And I don't think we will. I genuinely am going to count them out from that. Like that. Ooh, that's a bad break. If that's so, they just. Yeah, you can't lose that series. You can't lose this series. They're starting a 77 Detlef Schrempf. Your worst starter is Rodney Rogers at 82. Derek Martin. Insane size disparity right here. I'm going to miss seeing the Bulls the rest of the season just for that. Michael Jordan's down on 89. Oh, he did have a sore ankle. He must have got hurt in that game or during the series, I guess. But still. That's crazy, dude. Alright, we got some interesting matchups. We really have a chance to see the expansion thing. It's definitely a possibility that we see the Grizzlies and the Raptors in this finals. Although, that would take anybody being able to stop the Lakers. This one's not close. Alright. Back over here. Let's see if we can get a close game. McDyess is injured. Consider adjusting the rotation. They're supposed to adjust it manually, so I don't know what the issue is. We'll see if we get a close finish. Yep. Alright. We're back in. God, alright, enough. Alright. It's always something, man. What a freaking risky piece.
Here's Isley.
Credit to this Wizards team.
1:46 left in the fourth quarter.
Improbable run.
Pass to Mourning. It's Allen on the wing.
2 years in a row.
McDyess dishes to Mourning. Some nice ball movement here by the Raptors. 4 on the shot clock. Here's Isley. And trying for the go-ahead basket. It doesn't go in.
Penny Hardaway left the Sixers to come in. It's still
Hardaway to take the lead. Yep, one goes. Hardaway's got 17 points here in the second half.
Big-time points from Penny. They needed a hoop, and like the leader he is, Hardaway delivered.
The Raptors Raptors call timeout. The Raptors making a switch here. This is checked in. And now the latest from our reporter, David Aldridge.
Thanks, Kevin. The Toronto's head coach had some words for his team during the break. His message was clear. Let's not beat ourselves. We came in here with a plan, we executed, we're right in this thing. Keep doing what you're doing. Kevin?
Okay, David, thanks. Now, here's Shrek. Alonzo Mourning unable to keep
Shrek. Can't hit, put back,
And McGinnis
can't
throws
hit.
it down. And Joe Allen will bring it up for the Toronto
Ray Allen going the
Raptors.
other
Trailing
way.
by 2 to the left wing. Pass to Mourning.
It's on the morning again. Gets a
And a
good
missed layup.
And the shooter had really no airspace to get that shot
shot
off. That's
down
good deep.
now.
Yeah, terrific defense.
Washington.
Do a great job contesting without
To
fouling.
where
And the defense
he
wasn't
missed.
horrible, but
That's
still,
the
he's got
defense
a couple
fucking
of
going the other way.
wasn't enough resistance for them to score that.
Here's Oxley.
This is what it is.
Nick Dice
Guys,
passes
to
it.
Ray Allen.
And the
Can't
Raptors
hit
miss
for
again.
three.
And they need to stop the clock, so there's a foul.
That was a
Hey, that's the
mistake
right
for
play.
me.
It's a smart play. You
That
got
was
to
good
stop the clock.
defense.
Hoping for this free throw or two. Every point is crucial here.
What kind of game? Shaq definitely has one of those funny careers. You get to see like the Shaq and Penny days, and those Orlando uniforms flying. Then you get fucking him and Kobe, the classic run.
First free throw is good, and that makes it a three-point lead.
Also, like he never had to wear like, I mean, you could say he had the Suns year. Even then, he was playing that.
And so he drops them both. It's a 4-point ball game.
That is how you end it. Sink them all. Don't leave any doubt.
And the Raptors call time here. We've got 13 seconds left in the fourth quarter. What do you think we're going to see coming out of this timeout?
And I think they're going to have to work really fast coming out of this timeout.
Yeah, they're in
This one's pretty
desperation
much
mode right
over
now.
at this
Need a
point.
quick shot and a foul.
They do have Ray Allen and Paul Pierce, two clutch three-point shooters. Oh my goodness. It's a game. Even if they hit both of them, they can tie it with another one.
Prolong the game here with an intentional
That's
foul.
why we excel down is the truth. In his first season, just hitting these clutch shots
He
he
did
could
what
ask
he had to
for.
do.
Just a
You
conference
can't
final.
just hope the ball gets past the weak.
Pressure on Dame
Drops the first one, and that will put them up by 2.
and not a good night for him. 1% for the team.
So he gets them both, and it's a 3-point game.
And they needed those free throws right here. At worst, the opposition ties it with a 3 now.
Lets the three fly.
Just gonna put it up.
He's off
Don't get it
from
from
3.
right.
And so it's Washington who's straight by with the win. And so this one is in the books.
Much
We hope you've
better.
enjoyed being with us for the Eastern Conference Finals.
After he just hit
From
that
Mike
last
Virginia.
one. The what if. The what if. But shout out to a young Paul Pierce for hitting the nastiest shot of the game, even if he didn't have a lot of opportunities in this one. That was a cold ass shot. Alright. The Lakers won game 1 pretty handedly. It is big man on big man though. They got Mutombo. That is a reason why you go out and get him, especially if you're a contender in the West. You want to get somebody. It's a 4-point game. We'll give it a chance. Kobe's injured, dude. Not like this. Not this way. Don't let it be him. Of all the people in our sim right now, Kobe is just consistently getting. I didn't even realize him in the fucking game. Kobe is getting banged
1:19
up.
left in the fourth quarter.
Oh, AI's hurt too.
Here's Iverson, and it's sent
Block
back
that
by
shot.
O'Neal.
Going the
Los
other
Angeles
way.
uses body
Chris
to come up
Webber.
with those blocks. I mean, imposing force, really consistent defender as well. Big time delivery from Chris Webber. He knows his team wants him and needs him to knock these shots down.
And foul on the shot. So no chance at the line.
Or the ones that are on the field, they're trying like myself.
Well, throughout this game, they've been lighting it up from mid-range. I love seeing that. They've made that the focus of their offense, and it's
feel like when we're
Also,
going
they
through,
were ultra consistent from outside, hitting a
he's
high
got a lot of
percentage
people
of
who
those
shots
shots.
that are like consistent. We'll see. It looks like it's crazy because two of the people that genuinely have a chance to go down as like
So
the
the first
first
one drops,
team.
and that makes it a
Although
3-point lead.
if they stay on the
Not an
same
easy
team,
trip to the line
there's
for
another
Iverson.
already
This
have a
young man is going to be
championship.
put to the test here.
And the Lakers making a change here.
You could argue that Shaq had some real great teams too. To stop, especially in the beginning.
He's off on the free throw. Able to get that second one.
Down by
We know how big free throws are. Iverson certainly takes them seriously.
when we turn it down by Chris Webber with the
Is
dunk.
how you come through when it matters most.
Iverson trying to take it up the other way. Down by a point. LA. Oh, they needed Shaq there. He
Iverson has
played way
quickly
too
proven
passive.
he can produce. And I guess high
I
pressure
can't believe
doesn't do much
Kobe
to change that.
again
And Los Angeles
on the
calling
biggest
timeout.
moment you could possibly
Tempo is checked in for Brown. A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer David O. David.
Thanks, guys. I was able to hear Matt Lucas coaching his team during that break. And he's excited about their chances. He said, this is what we've worked for. This is where we want to be. Now it's up to us to take it. That means big plays and big shots. Let's see if they can rise to the big moment.
Thank you, David.
We'll see if this kid has the clutch gene. Iverson getting some work in crunch time.
And
Back
Los
in the
Angeles
same
calling timeout. Turning here to our analysts. What factors, guys, into your mind?
Would be wise to go for the 2-for-1 here.
So important. You're right about the clock management. Good opportunity here, and they want to take a quality shot.
To the paint. Here's Shaq.
Shaq Diesel, he can't hit the first one, he grabs his own board.
Just one.
26
Big
seconds
bucket
left.
from a big man. Shaq is special.
And he commits the intentional foul.
Especially in the playoffs. He missed the playoffs last year. And I usually don't know what's going on right now. He's missing the biggest moments in the Western Conference Finals.
First free throw is good, and that will put them
They
up by
definitely
two.
needed him in the Western Conference Finals last year, but we did see this Lakers team had Chris Webber this time around. Right now they are down at home.
And that was an important free throw.
Not over yet, but they're going to have to work really fast here.
The clock
And
is
he
in
is
their
Shaq
friend
now.
right
That's
now.
that down to
Quick
Shaq.
score, they got to get a turnover.
Someone's not even on his double team.
This is why so many respect O'Neal. Because of his ability to bury huge shots.
The Grizzlies call timeout.
What a huge miscommunication. What a huge error on defense, whatever you want to call it. What a huge error. You find AI and Shaq.
11 seconds left in the fourth quarter of this one. Here's
Oh, but
Iverson.
AI, oh my God, he just cooked him.
Could have walked to
Oh
the basket.
my
Timeout,
God.
Lakers. What do you think we're going to see here?
I think you attack the rim here. Get the ball close to the goal, and that way, even if you miss, you might have a chance for the putback.
Holy shit.
Always going up for the...
Oh, what a lob to Webber! What a game!
Look easy.
Don't you want to see that?
One
Beautiful
second.
Wow.
This is going to go
Talk
to
about a
overtime.
major throwdown.
Wow.
That was special.
The Grizzlies call timeout.
Had a chance. He missed the shot. I mean, you shouldn't have. You got it.
The three from Iverson. Oh, and a chance to win the game, but the last second shot is offline. And regulation now complete. We will go to overtime. We'll be back shortly live from Great Western Forum.
What a sequence of events to take
Glad
place.
to have you with us as we get going in overtime. Neither team giving an inch in this one.
All right.
Here's Brown.
James
Pass to
Worthy.
Webber.
can't believe they got Kobe in 2020. It's so fucking funny. Weber pulls up, he'll hit
And that
shot,
won't
he'll
go,
grab
missing
it.
the go-ahead bucket. And so it's
Oh,
Murray
the
who brings the ball up for the Grizzlies. Phillips with the ball.
I would love to right now. If Kobe was in there, I'd probably be a lot more tempted to, although I do love watching Shaq and AI, but I gotta get at least close. And honestly, it doesn't look like I'll need to hop back in. The Lakers have a chance. I don't need two.
Shaq with it. To tie.
Defender.
And so it's the Vancouver Grizzlies who come out on top. That concludes this broadcast of the Western Conference Finals. Mark Kellogg, Mike Fratello, and David Aldridge, and the rest of our 2K team.
Damn, I didn't even think
This is
about it.
Kevin Harlan
We could get
signing
it.
off.
I didn't even think. It's not
So
just
long.
an expansion team fucking NBA Finals. It's the fucking Canada Finals. Holy shit. Wow, Kobe had 28 before he got hurt. I don't know what's going on with him. A strained right hip, 2 to 4 weeks. So he'll probably play through it, I'm assuming. I hope he'll play through it. That would be shitty if not. Just because it keeps happening to Kobe specific. Close game early, but the Wizards are starting to pull away, dude. What the hell? Oh. I thought it was over for a second. Oh my god. Every time. I'm just gonna watch it for this.
Here's
Oh
Allen.
my god.
Played
What a
into the nice
pass.
touch off the
What a
glass.
risky play.
Allen's got 10
Quick
points
bucket.
here in the second half.
There's such a confidence to Allen's game. He doesn't think twice about taking the big shots.
Over to the wing. Here's up to Rahim.
Ooh.
And good.
Oh,
That's off the right side of the rim. Abdul Rahim's got 7 now in this quarter. Here's Andre. Back low. Here's
Usually, you can count on him to convert there. The D did just enough to throw it
Damon
in.
Stoudemire.
Well, that's got to be terribly frustrating there. I mean, with the defense not hustling, and he still misses. Boy, he wishes he had that one back.
That's the morning.
But Rahim, the defense,
So Garland will bring it up for
the
the
down low defense in the Wizards has honestly been like the biggest part of their success so far against Alonzo
Here's
Mourning.
Abdul Rahim. Misses.
Oh my god, in and out.
And what's their best
He
move
would
at
have
this
hit
point?
that
I
one.
think if they
Rahim
leave the
would have
three-point
just
shot
had
open,
the
you take it, but
nastiest
it
run
may
because
be
the
safer
dagger
and
in this
wiser to
game.
get a quick 2 and then foul.
Well put, but they shouldn't force something up here. You have to be smart.
He's checked in for the
He was
Wizards.
that close to sitting on his feet. He stopped.
Here's his check in.
Needs to connect from long range
Oh,
right now, right here.
Absolutely. Totally
They're
shot
still
that
gonna
matters
go
right
to
now.
Alonzo. They got Bull in there. Man, they should have kept Rahim on him.
Bucket to bring
Well,
them within
Bull
one.
just gave up the
Calm,
easy
collected,
bucket.
and
Not the 1 point
goes.
game.
Nicely
Then
done.
Stoudemire.
Yeah, see,
Gotta hit
Cooley
both.
got that one to drop under pressure.
Well, it was a must-foul situation. They were hoping for somebody not quite so good at the line.
And that's a good job from the offense to get it into his hands. They knew the foul was coming and got it to their shooter.
2 shots.
I gotta give the Wizards all the credit in the world.
That's the first. That will put them up by 2.
They don't even know what they're doing here.
And so he drops them both. It's a
That's a lot.
three-point game.
Maybe
What a
last
huge
year's team
shift to
didn't
the
know what
line
they were
that
doing
was.
here.
Gets them
I
off
think this
and makes
year's
it a
team
3-point
got
lead.
some guys to play with more confidence.
shot like this will not go. And they stop the clock as soon as they can with the intentional foul.
You know, he has to stop
The
the
way,
clock, so that really
the
was the best thing he could
confidence,
have done.
that one,
Can't
and I
just
really
let
thought
the
that
other
was
team
a
drain the
good
clock when it's close
one.
like this.
He just needs one at this point. I'm pretty sure this Raptors team is going to be so exciting for the rest of like the time that they're together. Even after, I don't think, this one's over. I won't even count them out of this series, but what a start. 2-1 for the Wizards. Could see a 6 seed. Reign is the champion. Now Mutombo is injured and Bryant Reeves. That is not good. The Grizzlies have a lot of center depth, and they cannot all be hurt when you're going up against Chris Webber and and Shaq. We were just watching Alonzo. Lots of great centers in this last 6. You got Manu Bull, Dikembe, Alonzo, Shaq. Something to keep in mind for these teams around the league. As the Wizards just went on a nasty run that's going to single-handedly put them up 3-1. The Wizards could be on their way to the finals very quickly. Our dream of the expansion draft finals, is now hanging on by a fucking thread. Iverson drops 37. I don't even know why I said that. Kobe plays 43 minutes and drops 29, 5, 3 steals. He's playing 43 minutes in a fucking blowout? What the hell? Alright. Well, the Raptors, they need this. This is a must-win game. They've come up short against the Wizards time and time again so far in this series. They're down. They're up. Let's watch how it plays out. They need this and then 2 more miraculous wins. So it's not just this. They got to do more after.
1:35 left to play in the final quarter. There's the double team with Allen.
Will always be remembered for this run. What a terrible turn.
And here's McDyess. Pass to Isley.
Actually,
And here's Mourning. And Hardaway
double
comes to
team
help.
Alonzo.
Here's
Takes it out.
McDyess.
One more pass.
Rebound by Smith. Washington's got an offensive business now from downtown here in the fourth quarter. Abdul-Rahim passes to Wales.
That's another thing.
51 seconds left here in the fourth quarter. Fades
Some of the
and
worst
shoots.
passing I can remember.
Hardaway, no good.
Feels like a
I think in that situation, it was a nice try to create some space for himself with the
right.
fadeaway. Not shying away at all, fearlessly stepping into that big shot. Wow, beautiful.
That takes real guts. His whole reel is holding his breath.
Hardaway got by.
And he has
He's
brought them to
literally
within 2 points.
now they're
Big
cooking.
time points from Penny. They needed a hoop. And like the leader he is, Hardaway delivered.
Here's Isley. We've got 22 seconds left in the fourth quarter.
Warning.
Moore
This
can't
is
make it work. Timeout Wizards.
shot.
Thoughts on what coach wants to do here?
A chance to tie it up right here.
They know what's at stake here, and so does their coach. They need a solid play to knock this one up.
Well, there's still an opportunity to get back, but it will not be easy.
Yeah, they need scores and stops here to close the gap.
Shot.
Allen against Hardaway.
They can go for the dagger here with 3.7.
To take the
Oh,
lead.
Penny's gonna do it. Oh! Bang!
Night after night, making his presence
my
felt offensively.
The Raptors call timeout. Well, given the scenario,
He's a
here,
cold-blooded
how do you
killer.
approach this
He's a
next
cold-blooded killer.
This is what it comes down to. This shot could win the game. Not much time left, but they have just enough to execute a play.
That was sick. Penny Hardaway with one of the coldest shots you will see in history. Toronto
will not see another tragic event like this until Kendrick Lamar goes on in the Super Bowl.
Here's Isley. Gets in!
Oh my God!
Execution on the end. Nicely drawn up play by
It doesn't matter! It
So the
doesn't
big win by
matter!
Toronto at
Easy!
10. And so this one is in the books.
Sorry,
You've enjoyed
Raptors.
being with us for the Eastern Conference Finals. For our reporter David Aldridge, only Clark Kellogg and Mike Fratello, this is Kevin Harlan. Thank you for watching tonight's game. See you next time.
That is fucking crazy. What a game. What a game. Oh, Penny, you did what you could, dog. What a game. Easily went 1 for 3 from the three-point line. He only put up 11 points, but the most important bucket of his life. Alright. The Raptors are still alive. Let's see if the Grizz can do the same thing. See, nobody would be leaving Vancouver if the Grizzlies were this good. I'm just saying. Alright. The Grizzlies stay alive. How'd that one go for them? Weber did his thing. Kobe did his thing. Shaq did not. He didn't really not do his thing. He just didn't shoot a lot. The birthday number. Gotta love it, Kobe. Thank you. Iverson put up 31, though. Alright. How do you follow that one up? Raptors trying to keep pace with them. And they've done a good job. It's a 3-point game. I gotta hop in. This Raptors team is too good to just not watch in all its glory, and so is Penny Hardaway, to be quite honest.
Outside Hardaway.
Higgins over to Hardaway, and he gets right by
Brings it
him.
up for grabs. Hardaway's got 17 now. Just in the second half.
Watching Hardaway take over games, look, remarkable score. He can fill it up in bunches.
That's the morning. Feeds away. Washington with the rebound. At 1 point, they led by 16. Hardaway passes to
What a
Shaq.
pass.
Goes up and lays it nice and easy. And it's a 7-point Wizards lead.
He's trying to get his team shot behind. He got it.
We've got 1:13 left in the game. That's the morning. Over Schrempf. Score the baskets. Number 6 for him this game. 6 for 9. 67% shooting.
His passion for the game infectious. What a joy to watch when he steps between the lines.
Now here's Hardaway. Here's Stoudemire. Lonzo Mourning grabs the miss.
Well, you've got to be there defensively. I mean, that's an easy mid-range jumper that he'll typically drain.
It's Pierce on the wing. Looks for Mourning. Gets it to him. Over Schrempf. It drops. What a beautiful shot to bring him to within 3.
Mourning coming alive and nailing the big-time shot. Talk about being absolutely fearless. There it is right in front of him.
Here's Hardaway. Got it.
Big-time points from Penny. They needed a hoop. Like the leader he is, Hardaway delivered.
The Raptors call timeout. Washington making some changes. Smith comes in for Higgins. And Person subbed in for Stoudemire. And Toronto also making a switch. Brunson's
All
checked
on
in.
the line here for Toronto. Winner go home. Pierce.
Pierce against Schrempf. Outside. Pierce. Brunson outside. Oh, good with the triple. And that's an intentional foul.
You don't, like, if you're gonna do that, you might as well just not even foul. You might as well just wrap it the fuck up. Alright, the Raptors are gone. That was fun. They'll be back. I'm sure they'll be back. Paul Pierce is going to develop. Ray Allen's still developing. A Wizards run now in the East. I mean, injuries and some stinkers. I'm just going to call what the Heat, the Celtics, and the Bulls did some stinkers. Not that I'm not going to give the Wizards their credit, but the fuck happened, especially to the Bulls, but whatever. It's fine. Let's see if we can get a Game 7 here. Mutombo's still hurt. Back and forth we go. The star power in LA is shining bright. We've already seen one Canada team eliminated, and that is 2 of them. Lakers, Wizards. Could not be a tale of 2 completely different teams. And now, I mean, the Wizards are dealing with more injuries with Allen Houston having been out for a little while now. He actually could come back during this series, though. Ty Lue, always going to be involved in the finals one way or another. Maybe he's the key to all of this. Alright, it's time for the finals. It's Shaq versus Penny. You can't write it better. They didn't start their careers off together in this one, so it doesn't mean anything to the audience in there. But to us, this is lit. Alright, that's game 1. Kobe drops 36. Shaq with a crazy double-double there. He also had 4 steals. Penny had 8 turnovers. Jeez. Alright, Wizards off to a good start in this one, but the Lakers slowly but surely climbing their way to a small lead, and it's tied with 1:16 left. Game 2, Kobe still banged up. He is wearing number 23. Which in this, it's like, he's not really the MJ that we know anyway. Yo, Ghost. Hope you're having a good morning, dog. I'm actually
He hits the first one, and that gives them the lead.
This isn't a spot on the floor that Bryant overlooked. He takes these free throws seriously.
They got Kobe in this 23. I don't know why they took him out at 8. They got Kobe wearing 23 and Shaq wearing 0. And nobody's wearing them 32.
Second one is good. In both at the line, and it's a 2-point ball game.
A great foul shooter. And he delivers there. Really key in a tight game.
Kobe
Hardaway gets it
defensively
together.
going up there.
Hardaway has got 13 points now in the quarter.
Big time points from Penny. They needed a hoop. And like the leader he is, Hardaway delivered.
Now here's Shaq. O'Neal is double. Here's Correa. From outside, off the mark.
How do you have the 3 beside
A
him?
crucial possession right here.
And you can feel the crowd on edge.
Knocking in this.
Hardaway. No one time in the shot that would have put them on top. With 9 seconds separating the shot clock here. Outside, O'Neal.
They haven't won.
O'Neal is double.
Got the hands up and deflected.
Timeout, Wizards. In terms of strategy here, any thoughts?
A chance to tie up right here.
They know what's at stake here, and so does their coach. They need a solid play to knock this one off.
Yeah, Weber must be found out. He's going to be free. I'm really starting no idea. I mean, it's kind of cool that they come in 23 and all Mondays. Outside of, I guess, if they were just coming in 24 just early. But that would also confuse me. They need to put the shot shot in.
It's off.
Oh, he's changing another mission. How about the team? Remember the defensive performance that honestly stopping him in those last couple plays is going to help these Lakers win this game as long as he can knock down both free throws.
And he misses the first one. Boy, he wanted that one to fall.
Kobe.
And he does get the second one. And that makes it a 3-point lead. he couldn't make that shot go to force overtime. And so it's the Lakers who come out on top here. That concludes Game 2 of the NBA Finals. For a terrific reporter game.
Some good matchups here. Shaq's faced some very good centers throughout this. I don't know if David Robinson ever ended up coming back, but still got Minute. He would have got Alonzo if it wasn't Minute. That would have been fun storyline-wise, too, because they were the top picks in that draft class. Slow it down, go. Slow, go. Wizards are winning. Wizards are winning comfortably. Never was in doubt, really. Alright. We'll check the stats in a second. Alright. Oh, I didn't check the stats. I didn't even fucking register. That was what I was supposed to be doing. I thought that's what I was doing, to be fair. But it doesn't look like it's going to matter. Because this game, this would have been their third win. So this will put them up 3-1. We can go back and look at both of them. We'll go look at Game 3 that they won. Raheem doing his thing. Penny didn't do very well in that game at all. Kobe doing a good job defensively on Penny in this series. Great game from Shaq. Is Webber hurt? Damn, Webber went down. Webber's out. So they're doing this. This is just Shaq and Kobe pretty much at this point. Not that they need much more, but no Chris Webber for the rest of the finals. Or at least it looks like it. We'll have to check the injury, I guess. They're getting blown out here. Yeah, we got to check that. Yeah, Chris Webber is out with a broken toe. Of all things, he's out with a broken toe. What's the lineup looking like? They got Gary Trent in starting at power forward. Duckworth. Man, that is a tough break. I don't think I have to check the Wizards one. It doesn't look like it's going to matter. I don't want to jinx it, but it looks like the Lakers are going to win their first championship. We will jump in. I'll play. I'll run one with 23 Kobe, unless he's fucking fouled out. I don't want to call a timeout. I just want to change it. Oh, Webber's here. He's hurt his foot. Oh, he's got a broken toe.
1:30 left in the fourth. The kick out to Bryant.
He's tired as fuck. Doesn't matter.
And finish off by Bryant.
And so another incredible finals draws to a close, and the fans are already cheering for the Lakers.
Coach Fratello, offensively, they looked sharp, and they took quality shots.
They played for one another out there. Their selfless attitude is why their offense operated like a well-oiled machine.
They got the job done in a big way here in Game 6. And I think they're starting to carve their names into the Larry O'Brien Trophy. And a lot of players tonight helped contribute to this performance. But, in particular, a real good game it was for Kobe Bryant.
He's been assertive. Look at the score. And the defense appears helpless trying to stop him. Very impressive.
Now, here's Webber. Following the shot by Penny Hardaway.
Step.
And Bryant kicks to Webber.
Right
5 on the clock. Kobe misses. 8-second difference between the shot clock and the game.
Stop. Oh, good.
Pass to Abdul-Rahim. Now, here's Bull.
If you want a shot with Minute versus Shaq, you got it. We got around me. He got around me. I talk all that shit.
9 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Here's Kobe, and that one clearly a foul. Gets the whistle and 2 shots coming up.
You know, there are occasions when contact doesn't affect your shot. That sure did.
Easy call for the refs.
Kobe Bryant, 2 shots. And he sinks the second.
All right. Jeez.
And that's it, folks. The Los
Lakers
Angeles
no
Lakers
surprise.
have
The second we saw Chris Webber join. It was going to be an uphill battle.
Oh,
I don't
to be
know
crowned a champion
how it
on
ended
the
up being the
road
Wizards.
is
I'm
something
very
else.
impressed
To win
with their
and to
run.
do it with a crowd that was so emotional and so into this game, you've beaten the team and you've conquered everything that this great arena holds.
Yeah, it's a bittersweet moment for the home crowd. With all full credit to the visitors and the amazing job they did to never
Chris
lose
Webber's going to get his
focus or
second.
drive.
Shaq's got to get the
And
MVP.
boy, this is
He was
the
only-
moment they've been working
Chris,
towards all
Kobe's
season
the only
long.
other. Chris Webber
And
missed
even if
a
they
good,
don't get to celebrate in front of their home fans, that does not take anything away from the satisfaction.
good little bit of time.
And we've enjoyed bringing
assume
you
it's gonna go to
every minute
Shaq,
of the action here on
but
2K
Kobe did
Sports.
have some of the high scoring
Thanks for watching.
performances.
We'll
You
see
can
you next
argue that
season.
he's most important, but I don't know if they'll take that into account. You're giving it to Shaq. I'm cool with that. Shaq wins Finals MVP. Think they do it a couple years early or a year early? What are we?
This is the first non-Bills championship, I think. It's the 99 title. So, let's see. This is the year that's 98, 99, or 99. So this is the year they won it. Yeah, this is the year the Spurs won it against the Knicks in 5.
Not in this, though. Penny Hardaway had some awful games. You could really argue that Kobe could have been Finals MVP for his defense on Penny in a lot of the big stretches. I mean, every game we hopped into was a great defensive performance, but Shaq's numbers speak for themselves. That's 26 and 14 with a steal and a half, 2 blocks, shooting 63% from the field. Finals MVP. Lakers get it done. James Worthy retires on top as a champ once again. Definitely going to get his number retired. Did he leave ever? No. He stayed with the Lakers his entire career. Stayed true. What did he average throughout his career? 17. And this would have probably been higher if he would have retired sooner, or if he didn't just play with so many stars throughout his career. But nonetheless, career 52% shooter from the field as a small forward. Just got buckets. I'd imagine he'll finish pretty high on a lot of what am I looking for? Like the stats records things, like when we look at points, minutes played, things like that. Deadlift retired. I think that's probably the closest we'll see him get to a title. His career averages 12, 6.5, and 3. Only other thing I really want to check is the awards, and I'm just going to climb back up from here. NBA, oh, he did win a title. Who did he win a title with at 93? Who was he with at 93? Who won the title then? That was the Blazers? Yeah, he was with the Blazers. I forgot that. Okay, so he did win a title. Good to know. I was saying at this point in his career. Byron Scott won all his with the Lakers. Derek Harper won that one, I think, with the Mavs. And James Worthy, 4-time NBA champion, 1-time Finals MVP, 9-time All-Star. The resume speaks for itself. Got to assume he's going into the Hall of Fame. He is. And we can see his whole resume right there. 9-time All-Star, 4-time champ, like we were saying. Okay. Jersey retirements. Worthy with the Lakers. Historic changes. The mock drafts. Luxury tax. Back to the basket. Cavs. I think that's the Shaq one. One of them, I should say. And then we got logos and stuff like that. No relocations or anything yet. League meetings. Same stuff. Draft lottery. Don't know who's in. I really don't. I'm not good with these classes. As the Knicks have the Clippers pick. They absolutely ended up. I mean, I guess that Ewing thing was not worth it whatsoever. And the Knicks end up with their own pick at 3, and the Clippers pick falls to 6. So I guess the Clippers can kind of be a little more happy. They didn't end up giving them like a top 3 pick or anything like that. Alright. I don't even know who this is. This is the Bucks. Who have Marcus Camby, really, he was on a team option, and then Steven Jackson. They can really do anything here. Trying to save this for who's the #1 prospect. This is Lamar Odom, Baron Davis. This is not a great draft class, I'm gonna say. It's not awful. There's some players here who can definitely make a difference for your franchise, but it's not the ideal one. They're just gonna take Baron Davis, #1. The Blazers. Take the franchise. Why not? It'll be fun. They got Kerry Kittles. They might be able to cook something up there. The Knicks, they'll have multiple picks. They can just take Lamar Odom here. The Suns, I don't know. They are well, they have T-Mac and Carter, so you could do a lot here. Other than Manu. I think. Oh, Sean Marion. If he was listed, what's the site? 6'7", maybe not. Maybe Elton Brand is the pick here. All right, the Kings are a lost soul. They're a lost soul. Corey Maggette is 19. They should probably go with something. Karolinko is really young. The Kings are going to need a lot of help over the years. The Knicks, they can get Manu here because I don't know really what else to do with them. The Cavs can go with Rip Hamilton. I think that's a good piece for them to develop. The Timberwolves, they can get Miller. They got rid of Stockton. Might be their idea for what they think could be next. The Hornets here. Corey Maggette, fuck it. Mavs, Kenny Thomas, no, because who would be a fun? Because they have Dirk, but I can't remember. Oh, they have Mashburn too. So they're in kind of a weird spot here. A lot of the best players play one of those two positions. You just give them Jason Terry if you really want. He's like the highest rated guy left too. Fuck it. I'm cool with that, Jason Terry. The Magic. We can have Sean Marion. They're going to need a lot of help. The Pistons. Let's do Ron Artest for the fun of it. Can there be a Malice at the Palace if he plays for the Pistons? We can avoid that in theory. The Pacers. Fuck it. Just because I felt like it. The Rockets. Zerbiak is cool. The Warriors. Alright, I'm at the point where I almost don't care too much anymore. James Posey sounds cool for this team. The Suns again. I've decided that I want Birdman to go to the Grizzlies next, so I just have to make a pick here for the Suns. I'm just gonna draft Kenny Thomas because he keeps just staring. And then where are you at? Alright, I'm done. Birdman, one of my favorite just like random role players. Who was a 78 that fell that far? Oh, it was Kenny Thomas. He was a lot better than some of these guys. Lakers got a steal there at the end of the second round though. Compared to some of the guys in between them. Alright, it's cool. I don't even know what I'm still doing here, but fuck it. None of this is gonna fucking affect. I can't do shit, so they're gonna do the free agency with or without me. Use a 2000 class. So this would have been the first Lakers year. So we've really only got to the beginning, and it hasn't even said like Shaq. Like when does this era start? When? Because I swear it's still technically in the Jordan era. Yeah, it is. You can see them at the top. I wonder when this officially ends. After this year, maybe? Because this is like the first year that Shaq and them win. Well, obviously, they still have Dikembe. They're going to have to sign AI after the year. Billups has another year on his thing. Oof. Pretty barren there at the bottom. But what's going on with the free agents? I might just go around and cut some randoms to give teams a better chance at signing some of these better or more interesting players, I guess. So, like, just cut a couple people. Kind of know what they're all about. The Sixers. Oh, you're annoyed? Well, you don't have to be here. Honestly, it still gives this team a decent chance. Ellison has gone down quite a bit, though. Del Curry got hit hard. This team got hit hard by regression after last year, so it's going to take some retooling from them. The Bucks got Muhammad in the off-season. Oh, alright. Well, we'll see how that goes. They got Marcus Camby, Stacey King still there. They actually have a pretty decent team. Baron Davis, obviously, the Rook. Oh, maybe I should. I'm gonna try and give everybody a chance. They don't really have, I guess, any real, like, oh, let's cut that guy. This team is still going for whatever reason. I don't know what to do. Ewing's still here. This is like, oh god, it's a retirement home. They got Aaron McKee, Steve Kerr's still here. I guess they're just gonna try and run it back. They don't have a really bad squad either. I guess if you get down to it, I guess let's check the Wizards real quick, because in this one the order is going to be all weird. Where did Eddie Jones come from? The Kings. So they added to this team. They honestly look better. I don't know if they lost any big piece, and I'm just not. Oh, they lost fucking Minute. So they actually, I don't know. They're probably going to be looking to make a move for a center at some point to try and continue competing. Actually, let me fucking cancel. They gotta cut somebody. You know what? Fuck it. I'll let them rock. We'll make a trade with them next time if we're doing the whole thing. I guess we're still gonna be going through the Kobe era, because technically we just are finishing the Jordan era. I think at the end of this season. The Celtics haven't really changed too much. They added Vernon Maxwell. Kind of what I noticed. Sean Elliott left the Spurs. He's with the Clippers now. B.J. Armstrong is going to be his first full season without MJ and Scotty. Michael Finley's still there doing his thing. He just got... Oh, no, he's on the last year of a deal. Mark Price kind of aging. Might get traded at some point during the season. The Hawks lost Jalen Rose, so they kind of pivoted, and that was really not to do with me. I really just got rid of some of their oldest players and helped them get a new point guard. They did a lot of the dismantling and picked up Billy Owens and John Sally instead of bringing a lot of their guys back. And then I even got them a center. They went to the second round, and now they let Rose walk. I don't know if they just did. I don't know what the plan was there, but Mike Bibby's going to be playing with Billy Owens, John Sally, McKee, Lionel. It's not a bad team still. This team could still make some noise, but they lost their best overall player, and the other two went down, so I can't see them doing more than they did last year. Right now, the Heat, Ilgauskas is still getting better. Glenn Robinson's going to be healthy. We'll see how long. Clyde is still there, consistent 6-man of the year at this point. Steve Smith, the starter. Damon Jones, they're definitely going to need a point guard upgrade. This could be a team that could use a pickup or two, so I'm going to cut a person at the bottom. I'm not going to cut Bender because he's 18, but you're 25. You're my age. You can go do something else at this point if you're going to fucking be all the way down there. But if I was getting that money, I'd sit at the end of the bench too. I guess this team is going to fucking run it because they're all healthy. It's not one of the worst teams, and the fucking East has shown anything, it's that they're fucking consistently wide open to be surprising. The Jazz lost Kevin Garnett. I don't know if he's a free agent or if he's just gone, but they don't have KG anymore. They didn't make the necessary moves to keep him, and they're not a bad team, but now they're not a great team either. The Kings, they just have the same bullshit going on, basically, that they usually do. I don't know what else to say about them. The Knicks are still kind of in that rebuild era. A lot of the guys at the top are just kind of whatever. You got Jason Williams there, who I guess going to be fighting with Scott Skiles for minutes. You got Jason Williams, Lamar Odom, Manu Ginobili. I feel like this could be a team that's like starting to go places. Theo Ratliff's not that old at this point. Brad Miller, whatever. Then you got the Lakers, who it's like, once Chris Webber really decided that this was going to be his thing, I'm going to have to make it like my point to go and re-sign Kobe. And from there, good luck. Good luck to everybody. Can I do that now? Probably not. Knowing this game. Alright, back to the Ross. Fuck. The Magic, Stojakovic is really progressed at this point. Rick Smith's still a pretty good center. Antoine Jameson's starting to come along. You got Dennis Scott here, Chris Wheatley. It's fine. It's a team. They got a young Shawn Marion, but it's a team. It's a team that exists. The Mavericks, Jamal Mashburn made one of the weirdest moves leaving Miami to come here. I gotta be honest with you, but it might start paying off because Dirk is starting to progress. They added Victor Alexander from Houston, who's a good, I guess, complementary piece to Dirk. He can play a lot of defense. Blue Edwards, traded here. I thought so. I wasn't 100%. Muggsy Bogues starting to regress, but they got Bonzi Wells, who is definitely going to be making a jump this season. Just drafted Jason Terry. They still might be about like a year away. We'll see. I feel like maybe they weren't as ready for Mashburn. If anything, like if they were still bad for one more year, then they got a guy like Mashburn to come in with like one more draft pick, a year more development out of some of these guys that are young like Jason Terry and Bonzi. I don't know. We'll see. The Nets, Kenny Anderson, Jermaine O'Neal, who's an 88 at this point. One of the best setters in the league. Latrell Sprewell going to get a chance at a full season here. Nick Anderson, Derek Coleman, who's like a lifetime net at this point. New Jersey legend. Brian Grant, Doug Christie. Definitely a team that could use for just a random fucking pickup. The Nuggets, you got Stephon Marbury and Tim Duncan really at a dominant point. I mean, at this point in his career, Tim Duncan was already an NBA champion. Right? Yeah. 99 season. Other than that, though, they're just kind of okay as far as everything else is concerned. Anton Walker didn't move up at all. He's just kind of sitting there at like that 80 range. So are a lot of their guys, not really like progressing around Marbury and Tim Duncan. Brandon's been a consistent like 87 his whole time here. The Pacers got KG, so he left Utah, came to the Eastern Conference. Kind of love that because the East, like I said earlier, was a little weak on star power, and the Pacers were a team that were doing good without a guy like KG. They don't have a ton of depth. I'm gonna drop this fucking guy. But they do have at least a lot of names, I will say. Point guard is just awful for them. But this is all things that I can help straighten out over time. They're definitely going to need some help. But they do have a nice big three for now with Reggie Lewis, Joe Smith, and KG. And he got the bag. The Pistons still got Jerry Stackhouse, got Ben Wallace, John Stockton has stuck around. Can still get you about 11-9. Kurt Thomas, Isaac Austin, pretty consistent team for the most part. Eric Snow is good at backup point guard you're going to get. They got a young Ron Artest. They're another team. I'll give them a chance at the sweepstakes for one of these good players that's out there. The Rockets. Antonio McDyess left Toronto after their run. That's a shame. I think on my yapping, I just made my fucking whole mouth dry. But we're about to get out of here. I just want to fucking look at the rosters. We'll go to the fucking trade deadline just to get there. There's no point in waiting. But then I'm gonna get out of here. Glenn Rice. Okay, he's been with Houston. He was just hurt. They still got Kenny and Hakeem. I mean, maybe Antonio McDyess will be the thing that gives them their last run. I don't even know how they figured out how to afford that big ass contract with them. I mean, maybe this is the start of a new contract for Hakeem. Excuse me. They got Wally Zerbiak. They got some guys off the bench that might be able to help. We'll see how it goes for the Rockets. The Spurs still got David Robinson. They added Jalen Rose, so this is where he went. But they lost Elliott. They lost Jason Kidd. Now Jalen Rose comes in. He's annoyed for whatever reason. It's not the best or the worst team. They're just kind of... They're like... Oh, no. Jalen Rose probably should just stay in the East. Maybe you should have gave like KG a call. You got Vince Carter and T-Mac, the best two players on the team. Honestly, I didn't even realize they were both playing shooting guard. I hope they've been both starting for the most part. He didn't start the whole time, and he didn't start, so I should probably switch one of them. I don't know why this is listed the way that it is, but I'm just going to switch Vince Carter because it's the easiest thing to do. And then you can just be a backup. You'd be a backup either which way, so it doesn't even fucking matter. They got Vlade to come to the Suns. Honestly, this isn't a bad team. I mean, it's a shame that their center, I mean, he's gonna fucking age out of being talented enough to really call this a big three, but they got a young Elton Brand, so that'll probably help. We'll see. Suns should be fun either way. I'd watch that team play basketball every night. You got the Supersonics, who still have a window here for sure. Championship window. Ricky Pierce has just been going off in recent years, scoring-wise. And Gary Payton, always going to do his thing. Sean Kemp. And there's Grant Hill. Did he go down in overall? Yeah, I think his injuries are really, like, I don't know. I wonder how many games he's missed. He actually hasn't missed a lot of games in his career. He did go down in overall, though, because he was like an 85. Now he's an 82 with a morale boost to an 83. But we'll see. How much do they pay him? He's not on a mass... It's not a killing contract. Alright. Then you got... The Christian Laettner joins the... Okay. Sure. The Timberwolves. This is already a weird team. That just makes them weirder. I don't even know what to say to that. I'll have to acknowledge that one later. Cliff Robinson, Kerry Kittles, Morris, Horace Grant, Kevin Edwards, Steve Francis. I feel like this is a fun team. They might not be great, but they'll be fun to watch. Alright, you gotta go. What are we doing here? You gotta go sell real estate or something. But alright, Run CMC. They're just all on. I mean, Chris Mullin, I don't even know how much his contract is actually really going to stop anything at this point. This team is not doing anything this year. They might honestly be better off just kind of taking the L. They might be cool tanking kind of how they are. I mean, Tim Hardaway might be a little too good. Mitch Richmond's still solid, but they have aged out as being contenders, I feel like. Then you got the Raptors, who could not be more in position to be the team that can knock off the Lakers, but they have absolutely no bench whatsoever. They have one of the worst bench options I've ever seen in my life. I don't even know who they could afford to sign, but like, I feel like obligated to help them somehow, some way. They can sign Sean Bradley, sure, bring him in. Now they're all fucked. I don't even know if you can afford anything else. Where's the old guys? I'm stuck, help. Joe Dumars coming to the Raptors. Can we afford them? Coming to the Raptors. Somebody's got to be able to try and compete with the goddamn Lakers. Alright. Might be the best I can do for you for right now. Alright, and the Grizz, they got Iverson, Mutombo, Billups, and then they've kind of done the same. A lot of these teams just near the bottom at this point are just like a mess. I don't really know how to fix that whole thing. But let's skip fucking like 2 weeks so I can check the transaction report. Some re-signings. Good pickup for the Heat there. Why would they re-sign Chris? He's like aging, like so big. He's like an 82 right now. Mirasan going back to the Pistons? Wasn't he with the Pistons before? Yeah, he left to go to Chicago on his own. I had nothing to do with that. And they got Ben Wallace on the bench right now. Wow, the Sixers signed Manute Bol. Wasn't he there too? Yeah, he was. What the hell is going on? Everybody's just going back to places they've already been. I'm not against it. Danielle Marshall signed with the Lakers to chill on the bench. Or no, he's playing small forward. He's starting as small forward for them. That's so crazy. Look at that fucking team, bro. Fuck off. Juwan Howard left the Celtics and now he's with the Jazz. He's their answer for Kevin Garnett. To be honest, that team still might. I mean, what the fuck are you? What am I looking at? It's that sleeve. It looks cool though. I like the blue. so fucking tired. It's almost that time. Oh, these are my signings, so I guess it's not gonna have anything else then. So who the fuck is still there? Because that didn't feel like enough. What the fuck do you want? That you're like... You're a madman. You're a madman. None of these teams are gonna have what you're looking for. There's no way. That's why you're still here now. You fucking dickhead. Aye. It's like once you know what your worth is, like, or what teams are like have to pay you, it's like you either want to play or you don't, you know? You know? I don't even know who the most interesting team to watch is at this point, unless we just go to like the Lakers. The Kings are awful apparently. They're 0-6. What does their team look like right now? They got Earl Boykin starting at point guard. Their best player is Chuck Person. They have a 72 overall in their starting lineup. Rick Fox is hurt. Karolinko's not even getting minutes. Gonna help you out a little bit there. You might as well start the motherfucker. Like, to be honest. That did nothing. You don't listen to me. Alright, well, good luck with what you got going on there, Kings. Oh, the Lakers already lost the game. I'm still curious to see how many they actually end up losing all season. Because currently, it's all going their way. Chris Webber just decided to sign. And they're first, just like that. I looked away for a second, they were third. I looked back, they were first again. Yeah, we gotta stop at the trade deadline, because there's always gonna be a team that wants to compete, you know. Although I will say, with the way that this is kind of going, there might just be... Actually, I guess we gotta kind of... Wow, the Nets are in first. That development from Jermaine O'Neal, and then... Wow, alright. And the Raptors just kind of replaced McDyess with Paul Pierce in the starting lineup. We gave them a decent bench player or two. I'm sure that helped. Joe Dumars is starting at point guard. Who was there? I guess they had Brunson starting. Thank God we did something for them then. Celtics with Nash. I can't even process this shit right now, bro. I get that they're older, but how the fuck? Some of the teams up here, like, how the fuck is this current team? I guess KG's hurt right this second, so we'll ignore that. But, like, what the fuck am I doing? What are we doing? The Wizards are still kind of like middle of the pack, it looks like. The Knicks are in 6th place. I don't know how. This is what I'm talking about. What is the difference in their records? They're far back, too. They're 7 games back of them. That's so crazy. The Bucks are doing stuff now. Brian Reeves joined them. They insist Marcus Camby plays like 6-man center his whole life. The Hawks are back in the mix somewhat, even though Jalen Rose isn't there. Billy Owens is coming off the bench. The Hornets. It's time to pack it up, bro. The Sixers, even though they got Manute, they're just not as good as they were last year. A lot of their better players, like Ellison, aged a little bit more. So did Hershey. The Heat, they're still basically the same team. But again, another team that's kind of aging downwards that never really got to hit their peak. Other than like Ilgauskas, most of these guys aren't trending upwards. You got the Magic, who it's just Peja, Antoine, and just guys. Awesome jerseys though. Same thing with the Pistons. I don't know why they're that bad. Other than it's weird to have Stockton playing shooting guard, but I can't control what they do. They have a weird center triple threat lineup, and it's clearly Jerry Stackhouse is hurt. They're 6-4 in their last 10. I wonder how long he's been hurt. And then yeah, I guess it's time for the Bulls to blow it the fuck up. So I guess if there's one thing I'm gonna do at the end of this Jordan era, it's trade away Michael Jordan. The Cavs are terrible, but good for them. They gotta get somebody good soon. And then in the West, the Kings are even worse, and that's to no surprise, to me at least. Rashad Lewis is hurt. The Spurs are bad. I don't know why Jim Jones. I don't know why fucking Jalen Rose went here. I don't know what he was thinking. This Spurs team seems like a sinking ship. The Blazers with Steve Francis and Kerry Kittles starting, I felt like that would be fun, even if it's not good, like long term. Or I mean, they could develop, but right now, this is just not a great overall team. But fuck it. The Grizzlies, I have no idea how they're doing this bad. They're starting Corey Crowder at small forward though, and they have like nobody decent on the bench. So I don't know. Maybe they're just fucked. They have AI, Chauncey, and Dikembe. They're 2-8 in their last 10. They're not going to be good this year. The Jazz, pretty consistent throughout their starting 7. Lots of good ratings there, but they're a few games back. I mean, to be fair, the Grizzlies are 5 games back in the 8th seed. They could always make a run for it, but I don't know. The Clippers, I don't like these jerseys. Why is the blue there? It looks like it shouldn't be there. BJ Armstrong, Frazier, Sean Elliott. This team feels like they should be a little bit better. Probably selling at this point. The Mavs, kind of right where I'd expect them to be. I do remember just looking at this roster. The Timberwolves, they're a weird one. I don't really know what to think or make of this team, but they're the 7th seed right now, so good for them. The Nuggets, I think they should be a little bit better than that. I feel like I'm surprised that they're so close to a team like the Timberwolves. I don't know. Anybody hurt? Not really. The Suns are starting to do things with T-Mac and Vince Carter. They got Vlade and Elton Brand both starting. Oh, I didn't even mean to do that, but I guess life told me it's time. And then the Warriors, who I talked all this shit about. Even though this is what I wanted to see. I'm glad they are doing well. I just didn't think it would work out this well for them. I don't know what makes the difference between a team like this, which isn't very deep, and some of the other teams. Like, what makes them I don't know. Maybe just certain players playing obviously well. Not surprised the Supersonics are good. The Rockets are back on top. Antonio McDyess was all it took. They got Wally starting. Is somebody hurt? Yeah, Glenn Rice is hurt. So people should be worried about them. And then you got the Lakers, who are the best team in the NBA, even with Daniel Marshall out. I don't know what to tell you. So overall, I mean, the Kings, Spurs, Cavs, Blazers. The Bulls, I guess, are where we gotta kind of focus our energy. I just kind of want to make them trades, and then we can do the rest tomorrow. But since we just looked at it, they both have no trade clause, so we just gotta move Ewing and then try and make them better, because they can't be worse. They can't be made to be worse. you can't get rid of their best too because they gave them no trade clause. But at least they deserve it, if anybody. Fucking hell. Give KG a teammate. Alright, I think that's... Was that enough? Harrington, what's he really done so far? I mean, he had a solid, but like he's their fourth power forward at this point. What else can they do for you? I mean, Richard Rodgers isn't going to help them much. What's the difference? 3 million? I don't think I can make up 3 million. Strickland. What's the problem now? Alright. Whatever. It's something for the Bulls to do since we can't do the fun thing and trade away Jordan and Pippen. We're just going to give them a whole new cast of characters. Well, good luck. Good luck to the Chicago Bulls. Don't know really what else to tell them. And I don't know what kind of picks that they have, but I hope that they're good ones. The Wizards... Gotta think that they'd be trying to make a center move. Shit, honestly, Sixers, you suck at this point. I mean, you ain't doing nothing about nothing. And he's on a 1-year deal anyway. You're lucky to be getting anything for him. You don't want to be there. Just get him back to Washington. Get the boys back together. Where's like a team rebuild in the rebuilding phase? I mean, LaFonso is miserable. I feel like Allen Houston is banged up quite often. How much money would this take? Alright. Might be a little too complicated. Okay. You know what? It's not an important enough trade to make. Bucks. I have to also be mindful to remember Like, is this team good? The Clippers aren't good. He's injured. Awesome. Okay. They probably have a different option, a better option. They don't. They don't. Fuck it. They just signed Elliott, so they can keep it. You can keep it. I feel like everybody's gonna decline their no trade clause, even if they shouldn't anyway. So it's like, whatever. You gotta do what you can do. The Hornets, it's fucking time. You can blow this whole thing up, and it's not gonna bother anybody. I don't think he's worth 2 firsts at this point. Let's go sell all the way out for somebody. I don't know what it's. It should probably be a. It's a good question. Fuck it, how high could the package go? It was an absolute dominant force on an absolute shit team right now. I mean, Jalen Rose, I don't know why he ever went there in the first place, but I don't think he'd be worth all this. What is the contract difference? 8 mil. Still too much. And this might be a problem. I can't go back and forth with you. I guess I gotta try and find a minimum. Does that work? Does that work for me? You could drop one of these first rounders. You get a first rounder, Stacey King, Ryan Reeves, RJ Chambers. Jalen Rose is absolutely miserable. He regrets ever going to the Spurs, and he'd rather be in Milwaukee. That's how miserable he is. Should tell you everything you need to know. And now this Bucks team actually can compete. They'll have to work it out. I don't feel like switching it. They can do it. Vancouver. You know, I really don't know how to help you, to be honest. I don't know what you've gotten yourself into here. Matumbo, is he not happy? They might just have to rock with it through this season. And then just get better next year, to be honest. The Raptors probably are okay. I mean, they can come off a Rick Brunson at this point, and fucking a first rounder, maybe even 2. Shit, the Celtics might want to free up some cap space because pretty soon they're going to be paying Steve Nash a healthy amount of money. 36K more than allowed is like ridiculous. Cool. Why does he have a no trade clause, bro? Like, that's so extra. Nobody else is making that kind of money except for Dumars, so I was trying to keep around. Whatever. It's one first round pick, so that'll be alright. They got Ray Allen Mourning. They don't have Sean Bradley anymore, but they kept a decent other one, D Brown. They have another center now, so like they'll be okay. I don't know what else to tell them. I'm trying. The Warriors, I guess they're doing their thing. They love their like fake centers. They're doing pretty well though. They're the 4 seed. I really don't know what I could do because they're kind of a team that's in a rough cap space because of their like big 3. So I feel like if I try and do anything else to it, it's gonna just kind of get in the way. The Blazers, I mean, they're just there, dude. You're just here existing, ain't you? I don't even know how you give out some of these contracts that you do. Does nobody want to come here? Whatever. What? How are they doing? The fucking or not the Blazers, the fucking Wolves. They have a lot of bad contracts too. This is one of the most confusing teams, honestly. You kind of make me want to just leave you alone. Was that fucking Isaiah? So you did all of that. You should have just retired. You're not even playing. You're just fucking sitting here with the Timberwolves. What are we doing, dude? You're 19, collecting a minimum check to be the 3rd best point guard on the team with Andre Miller and Tony Delk. Isaiah, come on. Not even on like a championship team. I just want to trade Isaiah now. Go back fucking home, dude. Go back to where you should be. Go, yeah, like, what are we doing? Just go. Doesn't even feel right. Like, what are you doing here? Whatever, this Timberwolves team is somehow doing just fine. They signed Leitner long term, so they got Ori here long term, even though he's kind of annoyed. Petrovic is kind of going to be out of here. Whatever, they're overachieving. Other than that, I'll just leave them alone. I just don't know why they had Isaiah. I feel like there's not much I could do for this team either, unless we wanted them to move off of Grant Hill. Whatever. The Suns can move on from this contract here if we really want to. Try and add a power forward. Who do they have a power forward? They did just draft King Thomas. I don't know what his progression is going to look like, though. Maybe they trade him now because he doesn't look like he's going to be one that progresses very highly. And they can kind of try and swindle somebody here, if possible. John Sally is cooked at this point. I mean, we could trade for him if we want to, just for the fun of it, but probably cooked it. Lots of power forwards, lots of power forwards. Cliff. Fuck it. This helps the Suns get a little, like, deeper. Ron Harper will be a good backup shooting guard option. You got a good backup small forward option. Cliff Robinson comes in and can play some power forward. The whole deal. The Spurs, do we look at them yet? Do they give up? Do they tap out? Is it over? I think it's over. Just... I don't even know how old he is at this point. He's 34. I feel like even 2 first-round picks, one being top 10 protected. How old is Purvis at this point? He's 32. Fuck it. They'll swing. The Sixers have swung. The Admiral is out of there. San Antonio gets to kind of start a rebuild, a full rebuild, because they're going to need it at this point. They don't have a lot going for them. They just kind of have some first-round exits with the current iteration, so I think that's the best thing that they could have done. Glenn Rice feels like he gets hurt pretty often. With that being said, there's not really much I can do for them. Pistons look a little banged up. I know KG's hurt. They got Ewing in though, so honestly, is there much really more? And Steve Kerr, they made some moves. The Nuggets, a little bit of an awkward team, but I think one that for now I'm probably gonna leave alone because probably still a big player away. I mean, you can maybe make a move. I don't know. You want to upgrade from Terrell Brandon to maybe like, I don't even know. Not even really a lot of upgrades around the league for Terrell Brandon at this point, to be honest. He's one of like the top point guards in the league. As far as ratings go, he is one of the top point guards in the league. And 87. Actually, I want to see this real quick. Okay, so it's Gary Payton, Jason Kidd, Penny Hardaway. They're all on pretty good teams. I'm Kidd right now, but trying to see it through. Just got there. Nets, and then Tim Hardaway. Yeah, Terrell Brandon is right up there with some of the best point guards. He's top 10 for sure, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, he's in the top 10 point guards in the league. That's crazy. Definitely a huge come up for the boy. Shooting guards, it's Kobe, Ray Allen, AI, Stephon Marbury. So you can definitely tell the era that we're kind of in. MJ's still there. McGrady, Steve Smith, Ricky Pierce, so on and so forth. Where's the cutoff for this top 7? 1. Ashford's the best small forward in the league, though. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Cuts off at Glenn Rice. Terry Mills. Dirk's already up there. Leitner, Vin Baker, who play right next to each other. McDyess, Tim Duncan, KG, and Chris Webber. And then you got Shaq. Yeah, they have the best player at their position at 3 positions, bro. Like, how is anybody supposed to stop that? They did that. I put Shaq and Kobe together. They did the other part. They did the overpowered part. I mean, we'll see how it goes for everybody, but best of luck. Jermaine's top 5, Ilgauskas, Mutombo, Olajuwon, Camby, Ben Wallace. I don't know if that was 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, Ben Wallace. Dallas is 10. Terry Mills, Glenn Rice. And then there's your 9s. Would not have thought that though. Before I just looked at it, that fucking current day, Terrell Brandon would be that high up in like the point guard rankings. That's crazy. The Nets are #1. I feel like I should help. But what do I do that would even help this team? I mean, if they package like Brian Grant, Doug Christie, first round pick, maybe they can get something decent. One of these fucking struggle bus teams. I don't even know what the fucking Hornets are doing right now, to be quite honest with you. I don't know if they're good. I don't know if they're bad. Fucking Kendall Gill's got a negative plus minus. It tells me all I need to know. He doesn't. They might just be stuck in hell if we don't do something. What's the current? 15. Okay, I got you. I feel like it's gotta be at least 2 firsts. Is that enough? They can keep all their main 5, but I feel like... Not that any of these guys down here are very young. You're better off just getting like a 2nd round pick. Alright, Kendall Gill on the move. I feel like it kind of needed to happen. Spent his whole career there in Charlotte. He can go to the #1 team in the East and really compete for a championship this year. And he's the best overall rated player. Should be able to fit in. All he does is play defense, put up points, do his thing. The Mavs, again, they're just probably like a year away. And they don't have a lot of like great maneuverable contracts, because even the ones that people would want to trade for, it's like $4 million. I'm like, Magic are an absolute mess. I don't know if they're going to be able to sign Page back. Whatever they do, though, I mean, it's not like they're spending a ton of money elsewhere. They could probably trade Rick Smits to, like, a team that could use, like, a center, I guess. Meaning, like, a team that actually plans on competing. But, I guess the Nuggets... $2 million. Fucking Hoiberg. Of course you have a no trade clause, you fucking asshole. Dumars. It's fine. I'm not getting a 1st round pick or anything out of it anyway. Alright. Moving on. The Lakers. I'm not fucking talking to you. Honestly, I don't even know why they have this fucking contract anyway. I feel like that's a bad deal for them. That's a terrible contract. 2. But this one ends at the end of the year. Raja Bell, and we will get somebody with absolutely no future. They don't need to be giving up any more first-round picks. This is just to make some space, to be honest. More than anything, these contracts expire, or they're for a cheap young guy. These contracts do not expire, and it's going to be taking up more cap space next season. So the Bulls will happily take it on to do what they can to try and win now, while the Knicks will perfectly be happy to kick this into next year. I don't even know why they'd give Doug West this contract, to be honest with you. Send him to the pits. Oh, they're just fucked, okay. Oh, you're not a real person, are you? I gotta make some kind of a move. They don't even have a bunch of money like spread around. It's literally just at these like top people. What's the problem now? Fuck it, I'm sorry. I give up, Knicks. You're in the playoffs anyway. Is there any other teams that I really want to fucking make some big thing for? I mean, they got Bradley. There's stuff going. There's stuff going. Let's just get to the end of the year. I did not even plan on still being here. Fuck it. We're here now. We're here now. Yes, Lord. I don't know how we got stuck with the fucking Jazz being the team that I'm observing, by the way, but hey, fuck it. They're perfectly in the middle of the pack. They're just so close. Oh, they're fighting for that A seed. They actually ended up being a decent team to watch because they're right there fighting for that A seed. I don't even know who they're fighting with, but they're fighting. And they got it. Chris Webber wins the MVP again. Are we sure about this? Are we sure he's the MVP? Does he have to be the MVP? And like Gary Payton had a great year. Tim Duncan, he could have scored more, I guess. KG had a great year. What did the Pacers finish? Alonzo had a great year. Kobe had a great year. Tim Hardaway had a great year. Kendall Gill had a great year. Kendall Gill almost shot 60%. That's so insane. For a guard. I'm gonna just give it to Iverson just because I feel like it. Second leading scorer. Oh, you know what? They didn't do well this year, though. Well, I know the fucking Lakers did. The Pacers were doing well too. How many games did KG end up playing? He only missed like 8 games. Not even. Gary Payton on that nice 11 assists per game though, with his 2 steals. I mean, I'm debating like Gary Payton, Kevin Garnett. I don't know what Chris Webber did. 23 and 10 and 5. So he's just doing the Russell Westbrook like Jokic thing. Like when they have that like fill out, it's hard to deny them. But like Gil has more, just under. He does have the 5, which is high. But I don't know. For all that, you got a guy here 23, 11 and 5 with KG, and then he's got a steal, 2.5 blocks. I'm just gonna give it to KG. I just feel a lot more comfortable because they are like feeding Weber. Manu won Rookie of the Year. That's cool. Billy Owens, 6-man, 18 and 8. You love to see it on the dot. 18, 18, 18. Yes, Lord. Defensive Player of the Year, David Robinson with the Sixers. That feels wrong too, but whatever. I'm gonna check. He did have more steals. I'll take it. Most improved, Vince Carter shoots up. Love to see it. Coach of the Year. Oh, they did go 72 and 10. That's crazy. Gary Payton was on the first team. KG was too. So I feel like I was debating the right players at least. And we'll just say they won it over him. Fuck it. There's the second team. Calvert. Was not expecting to see him on an All-NBA team. Defensive team, still got Jordan there. It's the all-rookie first team. You can see their points per game real quick. 11, 4, and 6. 10, 4, and 6. 9, 8, and 1. 1 and 1 for Elton. 14, 3, 2 with a steal. Lamar did 14, 6, and 2. Rip with like 14 and 4.5. Karolinko 7, 7, 2. Random guy with 6 and 8. And then Andre Miller with 6 and 6. Alright. I'm gonna just check the standings as a whole, but they look a lot different than what I'm used to. So definitely different looking teams, and there's a lot more. I feel like the star power in the East is definitely significantly going up. The Raptors are great at this point. I'm so interested in what the Wizards do year by year. The Hawks have completely fallen off, but who gives a fuck? Not Paul Pierce. Fucking Jalen Rose is back, but he's on the Bucks now. I'll be interested to see how that goes for him. The New Jersey Nets have Kendall Gill, who was already in Charlotte with the Hornets, but honestly, I feel like they both need to move forward. KG. So you have KG. You have, is there really a big star in Charlotte at this point, you could say? They traded their big, like, name stars. But you got KG. You got... obviously, Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, Alonzo Mourning on the same team. Peja Stojakovic, Jameson's there. Steve Nash and the Celtics are finally starting to come together. Penny Hardaway and the Wizards, we already know all about them. Raheem. You got this New Jersey Nets team that is absolutely killing the game right now. I feel like all 5 of these guys deserve a shout out. And I don't feel like saying all 5 of their names, so we're just going to move forward. So I'm liking the East. The Bulls, by the way, did not make the playoffs. I'm not, like, super surprised. Then, obviously, you have this fucking, like, hit row. Shaq is hurt. Don't know for how long. One to 2 weeks. They were 10-0 in their last 10. Insanely ridiculous. Good luck to the Jazz. Not really a star-studded team. The Rockets look like they're dealing with some injuries outside of their, like... Yeah, McDyess and Glenn Royce are both hurt. They're 1-9 in their last 10. Dislocated patella and day-to-day for McDyess. So McDyess is probably coming back. Glenn Rice is probably done. And he seems like he's just becoming very injury-prone. You got McGrady and Vince Carter with Vlade, Elton Brand, and the Suns. I'll be interested to see them. This could be one of the Supersonics' last stands. A real threatening contender. These Warriors have definitely superseded expectations, so I'll be excited to see how they play. The Nuggets have finally hit their peak. They have not finished the season strong at 3-7, but this is a very good team. Make no mistake about it. This is a terrible era for their jerseys, though. They're about to step into a great one, though. And then the Mavs with, well, I guess Mashburn's hurt. High ankle sprain, 2 to 4 weeks. We'll see if the Mavericks can even survive a week, because that's a tough matchup to head into without your best player. I just want to see the whole standings. We're going to play the playoffs in the next thing, but 72-10 overall, the best record by far. I mean, we could get Lakers Nets, which I think actually was the finals one of these coming years, if not this year. And then you have the Kings, who were by far the worst team at 11-71. This lineup is just fucking awful. Yeah, I don't know how the Grizzlies fell so far, like, down. I guess they just completely didn't have any players that could really play off the bench. Like, nobody over a 74 is kind of crazy. I don't know what happened to make them that bad. The Bulls, at least we kind of knew to blow it up, and it looks like MJ got hurt, but shin splints. I don't know how much time he really ended up missing. But at least now they have some pieces to kind of try and grow forward with Al Harrington. There's a couple of young guys on this team, and then it looks like Jordan and Pippen are just going to finish out these current contracts here, however that goes. The Sixers, I really don't have an explanation for why they were so bad, but David Robinson came midway through the season. They were already kind of in a bad situation, I guess. By that point, it might have been too late for them to try and make a playoff push. They did finish pretty far out. I mean, they finished, what, a good 8 games back of the A seed. So, they definitely have some work to do to get back, but they definitely had a strong fall from grace. They were the 1 seed. Their best player can't play for the playoffs, and then just all falls apart from there. This Hawks team, is PJ Brett back where he won the title? Yeah, he is. Okay, just checking. Interesting. Okay, what is the best points per game? Is the Lakers, the Sonics, the Nets. The worst is the Cavs. Well, the Kings, Cavs, Pistons, Grizzlies, and Blazers. Defense, most points allowed, the Kings, Hawks, Knicks, Timberwolves, and the Heat. And the best defenses, the Pistons actually have one of the best defenses. They just had no offense. 3rd worst offense, but they did have the best defense. The Lakers had the 2nd best, then the Celtics, which is a bit surprising to me. Then the Suns, a bit surprising to me. These just aren't the teams I think of like the Supersonics are. You could see this Pacers team being pretty good. You could definitely see this Raptors team. Alright, well, that is all for now. I'll just kind of look at this for a second before I end everything off. League news, NBA history, So you see the MVPs. Weber's got 2. I wasn't giving him that third one, especially with this run. It just feels unfair because there's players playing better. They would never give it to him on this caliber of a team. Just like they wouldn't give it to fucking... I let the first one slide, even though he would probably never have gotten that MVP, especially after joining him that year. Fucking imagine them giving KD or Steph it when they like joined up. I mean, LeBron got a couple of them at that point, but I don't know if fucking... I feel like it's just circumstantial. So we got Manu and Dirk, 6th man of the year. Billy Owens unseats Clyde Drexler. Defensive player, David Robinson. Hasn't gotten one in a while. He just comes out of nowhere, gets this one. Don't have the clutch player of the year yet. Don't need to look through the All-NBA teams like that. It's everything in case you're curious. Alright. So we've had some interesting MVP votes. We've had Clyde Drexler has honestly been one of the biggest beneficiaries of our rewrites. And Pippen. Pippen won an MVP and a Finals MVP. Although he didn't win as many championships, but his individual accolades, and I feel like his individual standing will definitely going up. Chris Webber and Shaq, they got their titles. That's what I wanted to look at as we finish this thing off. We only got through 2 seasons, but what an insane 2 seasons it was. We got like the least predictable and the most predictable champions I think we've had going into a season. And then even then, the teams that they faced definitely made for some interesting matchups. We have seen the end of the Bulls era for sure. Like they're wrapped at this point. There is no way that in this current iteration that we're looking at, they can reach these heights again. But we will have to see if any of these teams can get because it is all about I guess a little bit of luck being on your side, because them injury bugs, man, we've seen it almost hurt the Lakers the last couple of years, not just this year, but who knows how the year would have been before if Kobe would have played. It might not have been the Jazz, it might have been the Lakers against the Hawks, and who knows how that would have went. And I think the year before that, Kobe was hurt in the playoffs too, and then we ended up getting that Mavs run. But we'll see how it all pans out. There's also been a couple different teams that have just been stunted by them. That entire Hawks run had a lot of different teams in the East suffer some injuries. And then this last year with the Wizards, we got to see Penny Hardaway. I know that had to kill Sixers fans. They are the number 1 seed. And then they got the point guard, Jason Kidd. They replaced... I mean, I don't know how it happened if Penny left them, if they picked Kidd over Penny. But Penny goes on to lead the 6th-seeded Wizards all the way to the NBA Finals, while the Sixers go home in round 1 as Jason Kidd is injured and can't even play. That's just so crazy. Interesting stuff. Shaq is on his way. He's got a couple MVPs already, and his first title comes a year early. The Lakers are probably favored to win this championship too. It's 72-10 compared to the next best team being 56 wins. It could be them and the Nets, which we did see during their three-peat. That'd be interesting. Very interesting how it's all played out, because the Rockets still got theirs. I'm happy the Sonics got theirs. That Mavericks one was kind of just in there, but it was pretty cool because you got to see some guys who didn't get to reach those heights in Weber and I think it was Mitch Richmond. I feel like after this playoff run, this is really the last hurrah for a lot of these guys from this last era. If the Supersonics don't do it now, I don't know how many options they'll have left to really get it done. The Bulls, they're pretty much wraps. They might have one more run in them if MJ and Pippen can stay pretty much relevant. They can maybe add somebody who's just as good, if not better. They might need a better third piece to even compete with the Lakers at this point if they stay together how it is. Which, with how I'm having it, if anybody's going to leave, it'll probably be Chris Webber. Maybe Shaq will leave at some point too, but I think Kobe will probably end up staying with the Lakers. Don't know. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how the season goes and how it all progresses. But throughout the Jordan era, I will say, Jordan did not end up dominating very much. Especially the deeper we got in, the more some of these other teams developed to compete with the Bulls. So for now, I gotta fucking hit the hay. I'm tired of shit. I love you guys. Keep your eyes to the skies, never glued to your shoes. I'm sure I will be back quite soon. I appreciate everybody who came through at any point for this fucking all-night stream. And I will see you guys all later. Peace out, everybody.